Beside the serpentine river outside Corda village, under the piercing sunlight, Aurora, clad in a casual blue dress, sat on the ground with her eyes closed, listening to Lumien's conjectures and analysis. She remained silent for a while, as if lost in thought. After nearly a minute of contemplation, Aurora spoke. If something truly occurred during the ritual on the 12th night, causing the hidden entity's power to disperse and trigger a time loop in Cordu and its surroundings, I believe that the people and even the spirits in this area at that time wouldn't have been spared. What do you mean? Lumien, also seated on the ground, struggled to grasp his sister's reasoning. Aurora elaborated. I mean that it's both power and corruption. Once it disperses, everyone in this area will endure the corruption on relatively equal footing. Only those bearing the black thorn symbol or under the protection of other high-level entities can barely remain unaffected. Consider this. Isn't it like a dam bursting, flooding the entire place up to the rafters? Unless a boat was prepared beforehand, we'd undoubtedly be drenched. Lumien envisioned such a scene and hesitantly inquired, So, does that mean everyone in the village has been tainted by the dissipating power, effectively becoming a component of the loop? By component, he didn't mean participating in or being affected by the loop. More precisely, people became part of the loop structure. Aurora, her eyes still closed and her blonde hair tied up, gently nodded. I suspect that not only will killing the Padre result in a reset, but also slaying other villagers in Cordu will trigger a similar effect. It's like trying to dismantle the loop's components. There will surely be a reaction to such disruption. But we just killed the midwife yesterday afternoon. Lumien trailed off before finishing his sentence. Suddenly, numerous thoughts raced through his mind, and he hesitantly proposed. Is it because the people in the castle are protected by other high-level entities? Is that why Madame Pualis claimed she could leave the loop at a specific moment? She wasn't tainted by that power. She's not part of the loop. She's affected, but she can exploit loopholes or seize opportunities to escape. Aurora sighed softly. That's why she said she can't save us or take us with her. We've already been corrupted and are fused with the loop. At this, she managed a bitter smile. Or rather, we're already dead. We're merely existing in the form of loop components. No wonder that mysterious lady said that if she forcibly ended the loop, everyone here would die. That's because we are the forcibly dispersed loop itself. Lumien fell silent. He yearned to contradict his sister and argue that they shouldn't be so pessimistic, but her words aligned with the mysterious woman's. What he couldn't comprehend all this time was that, given the woman's ability to freely enter and exit the loop and her audacity to mention the hidden entity, even if she couldn't break the loop without causing any harm, it ought to be simple for her to safeguard 2 or 3 people and facilitate their departure. Now, there was a more plausible and disheartening explanation to this conundrum. After a few seconds, Lumien found a counterargument. Ava, Raimund, and Naroka are all dead, but their deaths didn't cause the loop to restart. Aurora, her eyes still closed, offered a complex smile. Perhaps they died before the loop began, so without participating in the ritual on the 12th night, they weren't tainted. Her implication was clear. In the timeline before the loop transpired, Naroka had perished before Lent, while Ava and Raimund had been sacrificed during the celebration. They didn't survive until the 12th night and were not part of the loop. She paused for a moment and continued, Jean Mori, who vanished today, might be in a similar situation. According to normal developments, he should have discovered something abnormal after Lent and before the 12th night. He wanted to escape, but was silenced. Our investigation merely expedited this event. The only thing I don't understand is that Raimund's corpse was sacrificed, right? He shouldn't have been in the loop from the start. Hearing his sister's words, Lumien instantly recalled the events beneath the cathedral. The invisible figure in the black robe was composed of Raimund and the other spirits. Lumien combined his knowledge of mysticism and attempted to speculate. Maybe the Lenten sacrifice wasn't made directly to the hidden entity, but to the altar. It's part of the 12th night's ritual, so Raimund's spirit appeared beneath the cathedral. His body is useless, but before the loop began, Pons Benet and his associates could leave Cordu. To stop those downstream from finding the body and alerting the higher-ups, they might retrieve it after completing the ritual of sending it downriver. Once the loop started, the power had limits. It can't cover the area where Pons Benet and the others recovered the body. They're affected by the corruption in their bodies and won't consider leaving this area. Aurora pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. In the past few days of the loop, other than you, the 3 foreigners, and Madame Pualis and her subordinates, none of the villagers have thought of leaving Cordu to hunt or gather wild fruit. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have been the same. Aurora revealed a desolate, self-deprecating smile. We're already a group of monsters. We're barely surviving as humans by relying on the loop. No, there must be a way for redemption. That lady said it exists. Lumion interrupted his sister's self-pity. Aurora exhaled slowly and stated, "Can't you let your sister be vulnerable for a few minutes?" She continued, "Based on this line of thought, we can only rely on ourselves. Breaking the cycle with external forces is equivalent to killing us." Lumion sighed. "Unfortunately, there's no way to verify this speculation at the moment. We can only confirm it on the 12th night. We can verify it, but it'll waste a lot of our time. Besides, I can't do it," Aurora replied. "That's true." Lumion roughly grasped his sister's meaning and plan. Kill a villager not currently on the Padres team to see if it would trigger a reboot. If it did, they could find a way to lure one of the 3 foreigners into a death trap and see if it triggered the cycle. If not, it would validate Aurora and Lumion's guesses. Most people in Cordu village had been corrupted and were part of the loop. Those who came later were only affected by the loop and had a chance to escape it with the help of loopholes or external forces. However, that would squander many of the past few days, and Aurora wasn't the type to kill innocents, especially those they had a good partnership with. Lumion had no moral qualms in this regard. From his perspective, dying in the loop wasn't true death. There was a high chance of only residual problems. That was much better than being trapped in the loop. Of course, if he really wanted to do so, he wouldn't try to murder Leah and the others. Instead, he would reason with the 3 foreigners. With Valentine's fanaticism and piety, he was confident he could persuade him to commit suicide. The siblings exchanged glances and fell silent, unsure of what to say. After a while, Lumion changed the subject. "Grande sir, what do you think is the key to ending the loop from the inside?" Aurora had been pondering this question. As she thought, she said, "We can't just end the loop from the inside. We have to use this situation to remove the corruption in everyone's bodies. Otherwise, what's the difference between this and suicide?" "Yes, according to my previous guess, something happened to the ritual, causing the entire village to enter a loop. And the reason an accident occurred was that you bear the mark of that great entity. It was activated and sealed the heavy corruption in your heart." Aurora assessed her brother as she spoke. Lumion instantly grasped her meaning. "You mean I'm the key to ending the cycle?" Aurora nodded. "The source of the accident lies with you, so naturally, the key to ending the cycle is with you. Of course, this is only a guess. Perhaps the key to the loop is the vessel that will bear the power of the hidden entity's descent during the 12th night's ritual. For example, the Padre or someone else." Aurora suddenly fell silent and looked at her brother for a few seconds. Could these 2 speculations be equivalent? You are the vessel? Otherwise, as an auxiliary sacrifice and contaminant, even if something unexpected happened, the ritual wouldn't have failed disastrously and its power dissipated uncontrollably. The more Lumion thought about it, the more he felt that his sister's guess made sense. He muttered to himself, "That black thorn mark on my chest is darker than the Padre's was, so when the priest tried to deal with me, he showed signs of losing control, allowing me to kill him. Therefore, that mysterious lady never said how to end this loop. She just told me to explore the dream ruins and figure out their secrets." Aurora got a little pumped. "Yeah, that's probably a clue. Maybe the dream ruins stem from the corruption in your body or are closely linked to it. So you can rely on the black thorn mark to take down every monster you run into there. Once you unlock the secrets, you can rein in or safely tap into the power in your body to some extent and siphon off the corruption from everyone in Cordu." The loop will break on its own. Yeah, maybe this can only be done at certain times, like at the ritual on the 12th night. Lumion leapt to his feet. I'm heading back to dream now. No rush. Aurora slowly sat up. Aren't you hurt? Aren't you going to rest? Lumion patted his chest. The liquid Madame Puali's sprinkled healed all my wounds and restored my spirituality. Oh, was that Pomelo Sago child giving guanine? Aurora muttered. Ha! Lumion didn't get it at all. His sister was speaking a totally foreign language. Aurora smiled with her eyes closed. What I mean is, go home. Fill your belly, take a nap, and explore your dreams. In the semi-subterranean two-story building, Lumion and Aurora quietly consumed their belated lunch. The mutton, which should have been succulent and tender, tasted utterly bland on their palates. Barely satiated, Lumion was about to clear the table when tinkling sounds reached his ears. Leah and the others? He glanced towards the door. Aurora, too, sensed something. She set down her cutlery and fixed her gaze upon the entrance. Moments later, the doorbell chimed. Without hesitation, Lumion abandoned his seat and strode towards the door, peering at the visitors through the peephole. It was indeed Leah, accompanied by the other two foreigners. Valentine had finally changed his attire. Previously engulfed in flames due to the sufferer's aura, Madame Puali's had tended to his wounds, but his scorched clothing was beyond repair. Lumion swung the door open and greeted them with a warm smile. My cabbages, you already miss me? Oh, you actually can change clothes? Valentine had swapped his white vest, blue tweed jacket, and black trousers for a yellow vest, black formal jacket, and dark pants. White fabric flowers adorned Leah's white cashmere dress, one large and two small, concealing signs of damage with impressive sewing skills. As for Ryan, Lumion couldn't detect any difference in his outfit or evidence of his previous injuries. Lumion suspected the man had packed at least 2 identical sets of clothing. We've gathered information on those 2 matters, Ryan replied coolly, his eyes hinting that details would follow once they were inside. Lumion sought Aurora's approval before fully opening the door and ushering the 3 investigators in. This was the first time Ryan and his colleagues had met Aurora, and they exchanged polite introductions. About the impending horoscope shift and the villagers' supposed good fortune, it's tentatively confirmed that the Padre orchestrated the rumors. Ryan revealed, wasting no time as they settled around the dining table. But I don't think it's that simple. The methods and rhetoric resemble those of a village which, under normal circumstances, the Padre wouldn't devise such a scheme. Village witches were part-time fortune-tellers who frequented small towns and villages. Aurora nodded thoughtfully. Could it be the influence of the deceased warlock? A way to lure villagers into secretly worshipping the evil god. And they believed it so easily? Valentine seethed. His expression conveyed utter disbelief at the gullibility of Cordu's inhabitants. It's all because believing in the eternal blazing sun doesn't alleviate their poverty, and they're still oppressed by the Padre and the administrator. Aurora held her tongue, fearing a confrontation with Valentine. She could envision villagers experiencing tangible benefits from the Padre and his followers after turning to the evil god, such as reduced contributions to the eternal blazing sun or protection from Pons Benet's harassment. They could even scare their irritating neighbors using the thug's name. In short, their lives would genuinely improve, giving them hope and fueling their devotion. Nevertheless, Aurora didn't condone their actions. While the government and church primarily sought money, the cults demanded lives. Ignoring Valentine's question, Lumion helpfully suggested, you should ask the villagers yourself and thoroughly investigate the cause of their wavering faith. If you uncover the truth, I believe the papacy will hold you in high regard. The papacy referred to the eternal blazing sun's pope, a title shared by many church leaders. Lumion had recently learned this after perusing the materials Aurora had procured. Valentine fell silent, evidently intrigued. Aurora shifted the focus to Ryan. Did you locate Sybil's husband, Jean Maury? Ryan glanced at Leah, prompting her to speak. Leah nodded and said, We infiltrated Jean Maury's residence and obtained one of his belongings. Using this item, I performed a dream divination. Dream divination? Aurora nodded, unsurprised. As Lumion recounted their exploration of the castle the day before, Aurora had already pieced together their pathways and approximate sequences based on the performance of the 3 official investigators. Clearly, Leah belonged to the more common seer pathway in Intis. Moreover, she wasn't a Sequence 9 seer or Sequence 8 clown, but at least a Sequence 7 magician. This could be inferred from her beyonder powers like paper figurine substitutes and damage transfer, as well as her skills in divination and acrobatics. Aurora wasn't certain if Leah had reached Sequence 6, as her knowledge of the pathway's subsequent stages was limited. Valentine belonged to one of the main pathways controlled by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The Sun likewise, he wasn't a Sequence 9 bard or Sequence 8 light suppliant. Aurora deduced from his holy light summoning, holy water creation, and sun halo that he was a Sequence 7 solar high priest. Furthermore, he likely hadn't reached Sequence 6 notary, as he hadn't displayed the corresponding abilities. Ryan's beyonder powers were uncommon in Intis. He was likely a warrior. This pathway was primarily controlled by the Church of the God of Combat from the Fasak Empire in the north. However, in the past 5 to 6 years, numerous beyonders and beyonder creatures of the warrior pathway had appeared in various countries. Several members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had either actively or passively chosen this pathway. According to Aurora's knowledge, this was also known as the Giant Pathway. Sequence 9 was Warrior, Sequence 8 was Pugilist, and Sequence 7 was Weapon Master. Sequence 6 was a level that experienced a qualitative shift compared to previous sequences. They were called Dawn Paladins, who possessed the strength of giants and could create sunrise gleam in a certain area to eliminate illusions and negative or evil energies. They could also condense full-body armor known as Dawn and weapons they were proficient with. Among them, the most potent was the two-handed broadsword, the Sword of Dawn. With the Sword of Dawn, they could unleash their sequence's most powerful attack, Hurricane of Light. This could annihilate the human body, exterminate vengeful spirits, and even wound evil spirits. Considering Ryan's performance, Aurora believed he was a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, though he probably hadn't become a Sequence 5 Guardian yet. Aurora had always felt that these 3 official investigators were on par with her. Now, she realized that each of them was stronger than the last. If she wasn't prepared, she wouldn't stand a chance in a one-on-one battle. It was well known that, in the official categorization, Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 were considered low-sequence beyonders. They had some unique abilities compared to ordinary people, but their flaws were apparent. Sequence 7 to Sequence 5 were mid-sequence, where they began to possess extraordinary powers. Sequence 4 and above belonged to the demigod domain, making them worthy of the title High-Sequence Beyonders. According to some members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society who had infiltrated official organizations, when dealing with ordinary beyonder matters, a team of 1 mid-sequence and 2 low-sequence beyonders would be assembled to carry out the first round of investigations. They would then deploy more high-level forces depending on the situation. This time, facing the anomalies in Cordu, the Intis officials had sent 3 mid-sequence beyonders. They weren't taking the situation lightly. However, even this joint investigation team didn't seem to be enough for Cordu. Aurora had shared all this information with Lumion, and the siblings listened intently as Leah continued. In the dream divination, I saw Shepherd Pierre Barry. He emerged with a few nails wrapped in hair and stuffed them into the hay. Leah described the scene in the simplest terms. Haystacks, nails and hair. Lumion instantly recalled his discovery under the guidance of the 3 sheep. He had also found some nails wrapped in hair in the haystack of the Barry's sheep pen. He frowned and said, "Are those Jean Maury's nails and hair? Was he killed by Shepherd Pierre Barry at the Barry's place?" Aurora nodded. Originally, the custom of hiding one's nails and hair outside the house was to prevent it from affecting one's family horoscope and luck. It was limited to family members with a bad reputation or who committed suicide, as well as those who were murdered by their relatives. But because Jean Maury was killed at the shepherd's house, Pierre Barry still carefully cut off the other party's nails and took some hair to hide in the haystack outside the house. No wonder it was there before. That must be from their previous victim. How many people have they killed in secret? Lumion scoffed under his breath. At this point, he's still worried about messing up his horoscope and luck? Imbecile! Valentine cursed aloud. They had been briefed by Lumion earlier and knew about the 3 sheep, the haystack, and the old folk customs they represented. After discussing for a while and confirming they wouldn't try anything else for now, Leah and the others bid Lumion and Aurora farewell and returned to Old Tavern. The siblings didn't mention their speculations at noon, afraid it might deter the official investigators from cracking this case open from the inside. After all, they could only be affected and might escape with outside help. After clearing the table and helping wipe it down, Lumion returned to his room and lay on the bed. With conflicting thoughts and many unanswered questions, sleep eluded him for a long time. He relied on some meditation techniques to slowly calm his mind and finally drifted off. In the room shrouded in faint gray fog, Lumion opened his eyes and sat up straight. He lowered his gaze and looked at his chest. His vision seemed to cut through the thin cotton shirt and flesh, allowing him to see the black thorn tattoo and the bluish-black pattern underneath. Is this the root cause of this endless loop? Lumion thought. The black thorn symbol was at the heart of the issue, and the bluish-black pattern brought protection from that ominous force, allowing Cordu to be salvaged. All of this could be traced back nearly 6 years. Lumion remembered clearly that he had still been a street rat at the time. He had barely survived by relying on seeming unthreatening due to his young age and extreme ruthlessness. Then, one day, he met a dying old man. Maybe it was because he had picked up some street smarts, or maybe because the old man reminded him of his only family, Pepe, who had raised him until his early teens but sadly passed on. Lumion chose to lend a hand. Though he ultimately failed to save the old man's life, Lumion still sent him to the crematorium and buried him in a public grave. He had found the bluish-black symbol on the old man's corpse during this. From then on, he often dreamed of the vast expanse of gray fog. His luck also turned sour, and he began struggling to scavenge enough food. Thankfully, he met Aurora not long after. Phew! Lumion exhaled steadily and reined in his racing thoughts. He slung his shotgun over his shoulder and clipped on his axe. Leaving the semi-subterranean 2-story building perched on the edge of the wild, he strode into the dream ruins. Tracking a familiar route through the dense forest, he crept deeper into the tangle of collapsed houses towards the hulking peak of crumbling red stone. Thick fog clung to the somber sky, weeds rasped at his feet. The whole world was darkened, bleak. Soon Lumion left familiar ground behind, plunging into the heart of the ruins. He scanned the ruins constantly, cataloging every trace, theorizing how each might be useful in a fight. Caution slowed his progress, but hunting taught caution and carefulness above all. Finally, a clue. Fresh footprints, seemingly human, tucked behind a jumble of rubble at the road's edge, cunningly concealed. This one knows how to move unseen, capable of eliminating traces to a certain extent. Lumion observed for a while and made a preliminary judgment. He suspected that it was something similar to the shotgun monster, perhaps bearing clues to Sequence 8 of the Hunter's Pathway. Experience and Aurora's speculation told him 3 types of monsters likely infested these ruins. The first bore no boons or beyonder characteristics like Noodle Man or the Mouth Orifice monster, probably under the sway of that hidden being called inevitability. The second displayed beyonder characteristics but no boons, typified by the shotgun monster. The black thorn on Lumion's chest would suppress them. It meant that they were tainted by some hidden corruption, resulting in them turning into monsters. The third showed no boons or beyonder characteristics, mere humans or creatures twisted into horrors like the skinless monster he first found. Whether monsters with both boons and beyonder characteristics existed, he and Aurora suspected so but lacked proof. Therefore, it was very likely that a monster with hunter traits possessed beyonder characteristics. Lumion tracked the footprints and discovered 2 lethal traps along the way, validating his hypothesis. Had he not tread carefully or lacked his hunter abilities, he might have become prey instead of predator. Soon, the footprints grew fresher. This meant a high probability of encountering his target if he pressed on. Rather than rushing to greet his target, Lumion circled around and located an ideal ambush spot. Then he began to dance. Amid the intangible melody, he stamped with powerful steps and spun in a gentle, graceful semicircle, reenacting Noodle Man's strange, mysterious sacrificial dance. His skills were rough and rusty, but with his dancer power, Lumion felt his chest heat up. After undoing his shirt and confirming the black thorn symbol's materialization, Lumion climbed into the collapsed house's center and settled into his chosen hiding place. He quickly glanced into the distance and spied a figure digging a trap. It was certainly a person, but its whole body was charred black, and crimson flames blazed on its surface endlessly. No way it's a pyromaniac, right? I've landed a big one. Lumion was both thrilled and vexed. He was thrilled that the primary ingredient matching a Sequence 8 provoker had appeared. What troubled him was that it was much stronger than the prey he had anticipated. Pyromaniac was a Sequence 7 of the Hunter pathway. According to Aurora, it was a sequence that had undergone a qualitative change. Its ancient name was Fire Mage. Lumion believed that with him being a hunter, a dancer, and possessing the black thorn symbol, as long as he wasn't careless, hunting a provoker monster shouldn't be an issue. However, he wasn't confident against a Sequence 7 pyromaniac. As long as the monster attacked him from afar, it might not be weakened by the black thorn symbol. After some thought, Lumion decided to retreat. He planned to devise an effective plan to handle the flaming monster after setting up a targeted trap. His initial idea was to head home and dance the dance that could summon the strange objects in the surrounding area and see what kind of adverse effects it would have on him when allowing the remnant spirit of the mouth orifice monster to possess him. If it wasn't severe and acceptable, he could borrow the other party's ability in the future, such as invisibility. Lumion wasn't too worried about the aftereffects of being possessed or whether the vengeful spirit would be willing to leave after successfully possessing him. In any case, he was in the dream ruins. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he could recover fully after returning to reality to rest. Just as Lumion made a move, the flaming monster suddenly raised its charred face and bulging eyes, looking right at him. Not good, Lumion thought. Instead of climbing, he jumped down from his hiding spot. Almost instantly, a massive fireball smashed into where he'd been, sending bricks and rocks flying, erupting in flames. Lumion staggered in a sorry state. When he crashed, he could barely control his body. All he could do was tumble and roll to cushion the impact. If not for Dancer's extraordinary flexibility, his muscles and ligaments would have torn from the twisted movement. By the time Lumion stood up again, the flaming monster had already materialized atop the collapsed building. Phantasmal fire ravens coalesced from flames around it. Upon seeing this, Lumion felt as if surrounded by soldiers with guns trained on him. Without hesitation, he bolted towards the collapsed building where the flaming monster stood. Faced with such a scene, he felt the only way to turn defeat into victory was by using the black thorn symbol on his chest. And this seemed to require closing the distance. Thud, thud, thud. As Lumion ran, half the fire ravens descended from the sky and detonated behind him, causing heat waves to surge and explosions to reverberate. The remaining illusory fire ravens banked and locked onto their running target. At that moment, Lumion arrived at the bottom of the collapsed building, no more than 5 meters from the flaming monster. In the next second, the charred monster enveloped in crimson flames froze. The remaining fire ravens around it were instantly snuffed out. It's working. Just as joy flooded Lumion's heart, the flaming monster pivoted and fled from the collapsed building in the opposite direction. Hey, don't run, Lumion blurted subconsciously. He circled around the ruins before him and chased after the flaming monster. Lumion chased it for 2 blocks. As the monster was too swift, he completely lost sight of it. At this moment, the searing sensation in Lumion's chest vanished. He had no choice but to stop and adjust his breathing, gearing himself up to track the footprints and watch out for traps. As he panted, Lumion's gaze swept around and suddenly froze. Not far away, a figure loomed in the doorway of a half-collapsed building. The figure wore a black robe with a hood. Aside from that, it seemed ordinary enough, except it had 3 faces on its head. The front face was an old man's. Milky eyes, scraggly brows, wrinkled as a prune. The left was in its prime, chiseled and stubbled, icy blue eyes gleaming. The right was a child's, one less than 5 years old, smooth and round, blue eyes wide with innocence and ignorance. The 3-faced monster. That 3-faced monster. Lumion was truly frightened. As he was chasing after the flaming monster, he'd wandered deep into the ruins and stumbled on the 3-faced monster. Despite mastering the mysterious sacrificial dance and activating the black thorn symbol, Lumion had no intention of using the 3-faced monster as target practice. His instincts screamed that this foe was lethal. According to the mysterious lady's words, even weakened by the black thorn symbol, the monster could easily slay a weak hunter. Lumion's plan was to steer clear of the 3-faced monster's territory and practice on other monsters. He wanted to test the black thorn mark's power against enemies of varying might before deciding whether to hunt the 3-faced monster. Unexpectedly, the monster left its domain and stumbled upon Lumion. Would a little dance of contrition perhaps appease you? Lumion thought, taking an involuntary step back. At the entrance of the crumbling building, the 3-faced monster in a black robe and hood retreated a step. Lumion spun around. The 3-faced monster mirrored him. Lumion bolted. The 3-faced monster fled as well. Lumion, who had meant to flee and try dancing, ran a few paces before sensing something amiss. He halted and glanced back. By chance, he saw the 3-faced monster retreating. Lumion stared, stunned. After a moment, Lumion vaguely grasped the situation. He touched his face and muttered, "Am I that scary?" The 3-faced monster's actions reminded him of their first encounter. Back then, Lumion stole a glance at the 3-faced monster and cowered in terror, praying to the eternal blazing sun to conceal him. Though the 3-faced monster clearly peered toward his hiding spot, it didn't seem to notice anything. Instead, it took the initiative to retreat further away. So it wasn't the eternal blazing sun that shielded me, nor was I very fortunate. Did the 3-faced monster sense my specialness and flee? Lumion nodded thoughtfully, hazarding a guess. In the dream ruins, can monsters of a certain level directly perceive my specialness, without me half-activating the black thorn symbol? Lumion broke the monsters in the dream ruins into 3 levels based on how the flaming monster and the 3-faced monster reacted when they encountered him. The lowest level ones acted on instinct alone. As soon as they saw him, they would attack. When he activated or partially activated the black thorn symbol on his chest, they would immediately give up and submit fully to his mercy. The higher level ones would hunt him down before he partially activated the black thorn symbol. After he finished the sacrificial dance, they would cunningly opt to escape. But they couldn't sense the existence of the black thorn symbol beyond 5 meters. The flaming monster likely only remained in fear and associated the corrupting aura from the seal with Lumion. At a certain level, Lumion didn't even need to activate or partially activate the black thorn symbol on his chest. Nor did they need to be within 5 meters of Lumion for them to obviously feel his specialness and show conspicuous dread. Were there any other levels above these 3? Lumion felt there should be at least 1, at most 3. For instance, the kind that wouldn't fear the partially activated black thorn symbol so much that they immediately fled. They would persist in attacking despite significant weakening. Or, for example, the kind that were so high in level that they wouldn't react to the black thorn symbol at all. Therefore, while Lumion was delighted that he could scare off the 3-faced monster and seemed capable of doing whatever he wanted in the dream ruins, he didn't dare to be careless. Disregarding terrifying beings that might be higher in level than the 3-faced monster, just the flaming monster could incinerate him to ashes without being impacted by the partially activated black thorn symbol with its powerful long-range attack. With this in mind, Lumion hesitated for a moment before stealthily delving deeper into the dream ruins along the 3-faced monster's escape route. He planned to scout the blood-colored peak and surrounding area today to gather information for the subsequent unlocking of the dream's secret. Along the way, he proceeded to a relatively concealed area less easily discovered, on guard against any monsters that might suddenly burst out. Perhaps because the three-faced monster had just passed by, frightening off the other monsters, Lumion didn't see a single person. He successfully passed collapsed buildings and gray gravel everywhere and arrived at the base of the blood-colored peak. There was still a circle of ruins, but unlike the outer layers, the buildings here hadn't collapsed, but seemed to have completed a warped reassembly as if they had a life of their own. They were interconnected, as if a strange thorny city wall had been built. The wall was dyed a faint grayish black. The windows and doors of the original buildings were embedded messily on its surface. Some were open, permitting one to see the shattered tables and chairs inside. Some were tightly shut, as if they couldn't be pulled open. Lumion scanned the area and gazed up at the blood-colored mountain behind the city wall. At this range, even with the heavy fog blanketing the sky and the dim light filtering into this realm, Lumion could see every detail of the mountain peak clearly. It was made of rocks and soil, no more than 30 meters tall, but it gave off a towering menace. The color on its surface was unnatural, neither the brownish red of the rocks nor the reddish brown of the soil. They seemed dyed at a later time, making it look sinister. According to Aurora's novels and paranormal magazines, this might be dyed red by human blood, Lumion thought. He raised his gaze higher and higher, glancing at the peak shrouded in thick fog. Suddenly, an unseen wind blew away some of the fog. The peak came into view. Sitting cross-legged was a giant 4 to 5 meters tall with 3 heads. He was naked and had 3 heads growing from his neck, one faced left, revealing anger, greed, and hatred. Extremely evil. One faced forward with a warped expression of pain and regret. The other faced right, wholly with pity in its eyes. The giant had 6 arms stretching out at odd angles. Its entire body, including the 3 heads, was made of flesh and organ fragments stitched together with pus flowing everywhere. Especially, transparent blood-like tears dripped from the head facing Lumion. Seeing the giant, Lumion's mind buzzed as he heard a terrifying voice seeming infinitely far yet right beside him. His head felt as if it had been split open with an axe, and intense agony occupied his mind, robbing him of all thoughts. Thick and thin blood vessels protruded from his body surface, so red that they were about to be ignited. When Lumion woke up from his near-death state, he realized that he was curled up on the ground, rolling back and forth, as if this wasn't enough to resolve the pain in his body. His vision was blurry, stained with blood, and everything he saw was misty. In this state, Lumion felt that even the skinless monster could easily kill him. However, perhaps because the black thorn symbol had been completely activated, no person dared to enter this area. As for the giant at the summit of the blood-colored mountain, it was unknown if it couldn't leave, or if it had been affected by the black thorn symbol and hadn't attacked Lumion, who had nearly lost control. After regaining his composure, Lumion stood up and noticed the linen shirt beneath his dark-colored jacket stained with blood and sweat. What the hell was that? The more he pondered it, the more dread crept in. With a mere glance, the black thorn symbol had flared to life and nearly overpowered him. It posed an even greater threat than wielding the dancer's might. He dared not recall the giant's visage, only deduce what he could from fractured impressions. An advanced variant of the 3-faced monster? Sheer corruptive influence? Aurora was right, there are sights not meant to be seen. It occupies the Crimson Mountaintop, the heart of this dreamscape in ruins. Does that signify it's integral to the dream's mysteries? As his thoughts raced, Lumion forced down the urge to gaze up at the mountain's summit. If he took another look, it would spell certain death. He resolved to withdraw for now and return to the real world to recover. He would resume his exploration at night. Lumion spun on his heel, ready to retrace his steps out of here, when a sudden clanging caught his ear. What's that? Curiosity seized him, and he devised a plan to sidle over for a peek. Of course, he would proceed judiciously, not hastily or rashly. He tucked himself into a half-collapsed building facing the city wall to recoup his spirituality. After a time, Lumion again performed the mysterious sacrificial dance. He seemed to morph into a high priest of the hidden existence, gratifying that existence with movements that could marshal the ambient forces of nature. When a burning sensation flared in his chest, Lumion halted and honed in on the intermittent clanging. Skirting the blood-hued mountain crest and dilapidated city wall, dancing anew, he spied an orange glimmer through a half-open brownish-red wooden door in the wall. A flickering orange flame shone behind a half-open wooden door. Clang, clang, clang. The figure in the room was reflected in a grimy, diagonal glass window above. It looked humanoid, but too spindly in the dim light. In that moment, the figure raised a hammer-like object and smashed it down with formidable might. Clang. Another metallic clash rang out, crisp and ominous. A blacksmith? There's a blacksmith in these ruins? Lumion guessed, relying on his knowledge, trusting that the thorn emblem on his chest hadn't vanished yet. He dropped into a crouch and darted to the glass. He turned and peered in. Though Lumion's eyes weren't healed, and his vision unclear, he could just make out the scene beyond the city wall. Shattered furniture and debris littered the space. In the center was a stove, its top half gone, housing a fire. On top, an iron plate cobbled together, mismatched. A pewter-black dirk lay on the plate, twice as long as a normal dagger, strange patterns coating its surface. Just looking at it made Lumion dizzy. Clang. The figure pounded the dirk like a skilled blacksmith, hammer blows ringing out in a steady beat. He wore a black robe, decay marring the side of its face visible to Lumion, even revealing bone in places. Another monster? Is it picking up where it left off when it was still human? That dirk isn't run-of-the-mill. It's a tad sinister. I wonder if it's a sealed artifact or a beyonder weapon, Lumion thought. He was less than 3 meters from the rotting blacksmith. But the other party didn't seem to detect the black thorn symbol on his chest. He kept pounding the dirk in silence. Given that the black thorn symbol was about to vanish, Lumion recoiled and tiptoed away from the window. He had only taken a few steps when the searing sensation in his chest disappeared. The next moment, a creaking sound came from behind him. Lumion whipped around and saw the mahogany door swing open. The black-robed blacksmith emerged. There were 4 or 5 putrid gashes on his face that bared its bones. Half of his left eyeball dangled from its eye socket. It looked like a corpse that had been dead for some time. He clutched the hammer in his right hand and the pewter-black dirk in his left. Lumion's reflection glinted in his lifeless eyes. Fuck! Lumion couldn't help cursing. He instantly grasped the situation. The blacksmith monster had clearly been influenced by the black thorn symbol. So, he had been quietly pounding the malicious dirk, feigning nonchalance. When the black thorn symbol disappeared, he immediately seized his weapon and emerged to hunt him. How cunning! As soon as Lumion confirmed the situation, he pivoted on his heel and bolted. He couldn't leverage the environment here, and he was clueless about the blacksmith monster's abilities. What choice did he have but to run? Once he escaped to the nearest natural trap and it was still in hot pursuit, he'd consider counterattacking. Thud, thud, thud. Lumion didn't run in a straight line but snaked left and right in an S-shape. He worried it might predict his trajectory and hurl a fireball or long-range weapon. The old Lumion could run on a curve, but he'd have to throttle back at points. Otherwise, his body couldn't take it and he'd eat dirt. Things were different now. He was extremely limber, far beyond ordinary humans. His muscles and tendons easily let him arch his body in a smooth semicircle. With this move, he felt that unless the blacksmith monster had special abilities, he should reach the ruins 7 to 8 meters away. Suddenly, dread gripped his heart with premonition. Without thinking, Lumion plunged forward, riding his momentum. Sizzling, sharp pain seared his back. The evil pewter-black dirk had sliced him, spurting bright red blood. The blacksmith monster had caught up in a single bound and swung its weapon. It seemed to have shortened over a dozen steps to one. Lumion endured the pain and rolled twice before finally touching a half-collapsed building. He vaulted in with a whoosh. Slithering through the walls and furnishings as cover, he bolted out the back entrance. Being back in this area was like a tiger returning to the deep mountains or a trout in a river. He adeptly wove through the ruins and buildings, at times circling around, other times going straight. Within 10 seconds, he arrived at a natural snare he had spotted earlier. He ducked behind the roof that had slid to the ground and held on for the blacksmith monster to turn up. He didn't try the sacrificial dance because he felt there wasn't enough time. The other side clearly had some distinctive tracking prowess. As time passed, Lumion didn't spot the blacksmith monster, nor did he catch any sound approaching. He didn't note any indistinct footprints around him. It didn't chase after me? Lumion couldn't help but frown. He was glad, but he also felt this situation was a bit odd. After some thought, he guessed the blacksmith monster couldn't leave the city wall, so the moment he went into the building ruins, it gave up chasing him. Considering he had already suffered 2 injuries and was drained, Lumion decided not to explore further. Leveraging his terrifying flexibility, he treated the wound on his back and headed toward the edge of the ruins. After walking a long time, he looked at the familiar collapsed buildings and suddenly felt something was off. It has already been more than enough time to finish a meal. The dream ruins aren't especially large. I should be able to walk out in a straight line. Why haven't I escaped yet? The more Lumion contemplated it, the more he sensed that something was amiss. His thoughts were becoming foggy and disjointed, as if severe exhaustion was overtaking him or he was about to drift off to sleep. He forced himself to focus, relying on his hunter abilities to locate the path, hoping to get out of these ruins immediately. However, as he walked, he couldn't help periodically slipping into a daze. Eventually, he didn't even know what he was doing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion's eyes abruptly reflected the flickering orange glow of a fire. He found himself back by the city wall and the chamber where the blacksmith monster was. Not good. I'm under its influence. No wonder. It didn't chase me. It seems I can't force my way out. I can only think of a solution. Starting with that monster, Lumion's thoughts slowed and fogged. As he approached the chamber involuntarily, he struggled to perform the mysterious sacrificial dance. Since he had to confront the blacksmith monster, his greatest reliance was the black thorn symbol on his chest. He had to activate it immediately. Amid the sonorous but intermittent noises from within, Lumion saw the door emitting orange flames open. The monster in a black robe holding a pewter-black dirk and hammer appeared in the doorway. Unlike before, much of the rotting marks on its face had vanished, and fresh flesh had grown over the wounds that exposed its bones. Its eyes lit up as it gazed at Lumion with undisguised greed and amusement. This made it appear more human than zombie. At the same time, Lumion saw himself reflected in the glass window. His face was pale and his eyes were dull. Some of his skin showed signs of decay. He looked more like a zombie than a human. Lumion instantly realized the truth. I will take its place. It will walk out as a human. Lumion, who didn't know what ability had affected him or when he had encountered the anomaly, only had one thought: giving it his all by finishing the sacrificial dance and partially activating the black thorn symbol on his chest. He slowly but firmly began his dance, but the blacksmith monster didn't seize the opportunity to attack. It seemed to be patiently waiting for the outcome, afraid that additional actions would impact its fate. As he edged closer and danced each step, Lumion's vision grew increasingly blurry. He only knew that the blacksmith monster's smile was becoming more and more human. After advancing some distance, Lumion's mind buzzed. He heard a terrifying sound that seemed to come from an infinite distance yet also seemed close at hand. This wasn't clear enough and was very illusory. It only caused some disorder in his mind, preventing him from experiencing a near-death experience. Amid his grogginess, Lumion's thoughts cleared, and his vision returned to normal. He felt a burning sensation in his chest and knew that the partially activated black thorn symbol meant trouble. Almost simultaneously, he saw the smile on the blacksmith monster's face freeze. Numerous silver and black warts protruded from the monster's face, head, and hands. The wicked dirk in its hand buzzed and vibrated violently, as if trembling in fear. Pa! Amidst a crisp metallic snap, a jagged fracture shot across the pewter-black dirk's demon-etched blade. The blacksmith monster crumbled into silver-black warts and warped maggots crawling across its black robe. The maggots and warts stopped moving, turning into lifeless gray flesh. Lumion gawked at the scene, dumbstruck. It was as if the enemy had suddenly committed suicide mid-battle while he stood by helpless. After over 10 seconds, he snorted at the fleshy lumps in bemused disbelief. "So you dragged me here to attend your own funeral? You should have said so earlier. No need for all this pomp and show. I'd have gladly shown up and applauded your swan song." He strode over to the chunks of flesh the blacksmith monster had crumbled into and scrutinized them intently. Nothing else seemed amiss, save that the slightly cracked pewter-black dirk still quivered minutely, like a wounded animal encountering its mortal foe. Lumion's heart raced as he looked down at his chest, sensing the black thorn symbol beneath his clothes. He realized the truth and grabbed the pewter-black dirk with his right hand. The evil dirk trembled vigorously but didn't struggle or resist. It was docile. As soon as he held it, the heat in his chest intensified. Something leaked out, resonating with the pewter-black dirk. Amidst the metallic hum, Lumion grasped a greater understanding of the sinister dirk in his grip. It was a corrupted beyonder weapon, gaining power and a semblance of life. In other words, Lumion hadn't encountered a blacksmith monster. The dirk was the true menace. The blacksmith monster was its puppet, or rather, wielder. It could gradually transform any living being who touched its cold steel and drew blood into a zombie, robbing them of will and reason. They would always clutch it and act on its desires. Those who were cut by it, spilling crimson, would have their destiny appropriated by its edge. When seizing one's fate, it could inflict no further harm. Just now, it had bartered the fate of the blacksmith monster, becoming a puppet to exchange for Lumion leaving the wilderness as a human. If there was nothing to trade, he had to kill the target completely to strip a portion of his fate from him and store it in the dirk. This ability came from the dancer's corresponding sequence 5, Fate Appropriator. Therefore, after the corruption in Lumion's body was half-activated, it resonated with the evil dirk through flesh and blood, letting some knowledge seep out. Otherwise, he could only get someone to use divination and figure out patterns to grasp the pewter-black dirk's abilities and characteristics. He could also rely on his repeated experiments to gather information. After sorting out the additional knowledge in his mind, Lumion looked at the evil dirk that was still trembling in his hand and chuckled. "Actually, I don't mind you appropriating some of my destiny, but you'll have to bear the consequences. If you can swap with my fate of being trapped in this time loop, I'll kneel and grovel before you 3 times. TSK. But randomly appropriating destinies will only hurt you." The pewter-black dirk merely trembled, not daring to respond. Lumion now understood why the dirk was so obedient. First, the half-activated black thorn symbol suppressed it. Second, encountering Lumion had traumatized the sentient weapon. Exhaling, Lumion said, "From today onward, your name is Fate Appropriator Dirk." "Got it." The dirk bobbed up and down twice, as if nodding. "Unfortunately, you're only a beyonder weapon. Your power will gradually fade. You could have lasted 2 years, but now, severely damaged from your foolishness, you'll only survive half a year," Lumion said regretfully. In fact, he could replenish Fate Appropriator by extracting power from the corruption in his body, but that required finding someone to repair the crack. No sooner had he spoken than the heat in his chest quickly vanished. The minute was up. Wasting no time, he hurled Fate Appropriator Dirk away as if it were red-hot coal. The pewter-black dirk clattered to the ground, bouncing a few times before coming to rest. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Without the protection of the half-activated black thorn symbol, this thing's a ticking time bomb." Luckily, he already knew how to avoid the sinister dirk's adverse effects. Lumion approached the grayish-white remains and picked up the black robe left behind by the monstrous blacksmith. He tore off several strips of cloth and wrapped them tightly around his right hand, as if applying a thorough bandage. Then, Lumion grasped the fate appropriator dirk. The pewter-black dirk remained unresponsive the entire time. Prepared to discard the item in his hand at any moment, Lumion relaxed and whispered, "I need to find a scabbard to carry it around safely. Do I have to permanently bandage my left or right hand just to have time to protect myself when I need to draw the blade in an emergency? This thing is dangerous, but it's also incredibly powerful. Besides its short lifespan, it outclasses all the Beyonder weapons Aurora mentioned. Many level 3 sealed artifacts might not even compare." While muttering to himself, Lumion swaddled the fate appropriator dirk in layers of black cloth. Once wrapped securely in 3 layers, he slid the evil dirk into his left belt with a sense of relief. Having done this, Lumion rubbed his temples and, despite his physical and mental exhaustion, entered the room from which the blacksmith monster had emerged. He searched the room meticulously. Aside from the smoldering furnace, he found nothing. Lumion's investigation concluded cautiously and carefully as he retraced his steps. Unhindered by fate, he successfully left the ruins, crossed the desolate wasteland, and entered his semi-subterranean 2-story building. Not in a rush to sleep, Lumion left the room, stowed the fate appropriator dirk, and rested briefly. Once his spirituality recovered and his needs were met, he performed the bizarre dance, alternating between madness and distortion, in his bedroom. He aimed to attract the peculiar creatures in the vicinity and let one of them possess him to test the negative effects. Having sensed the fear and reverence of the flaming monster, the 3-faced monster, and the fate appropriator dirk towards the black thorn symbol, he was no longer as terrified of allowing certain entities to possess him. His corruption was far more powerful. Moreover, he was quite exhausted and would soon fall asleep. When the time came, even if the strange being he harbored was reluctant to leave or caused severe negative effects, he would recover after resting in the real world for a day. Is this what Aurora often calls cheating and exploiting loopholes? Lumion mused as he danced. As the dance intensified, his spirituality expanded, merging with a certain force of nature that radiated in all directions. Gradually, Lumion, seemingly fused with his surroundings, sensed something entering the area. He lifted his leg, took a step, and spun around. Without activating his spirit vision, he saw 3 translucent figures materialize at the bedroom's glass window. They were the familiar skinless monster, shotgun monster, and mouth orifice monster. Seems like my spiritual perception isn't strong enough or my level is too low. I can only summon them. Lumion didn't mind. He drew the ritual silver dagger Aurora had given him and sliced a wound on the back of his left hand. A drop of crimson blood quickly welled up but didn't spread. On the spot, it congealed and took on a demonic hue. The 3 ghostly figures outside the window instantly stirred. Lumion deftly used the ritual silver dagger to pick up the congealed drop of blood. With a final flourish of his dance moves, he pointed the blade towards the mouth orifice monster. He was inviting the entity to latch onto him. The monster, bearing 3 black marks on its upper body, opened its vortex-shaped mouth as if responding to Lumion's call, but it hesitated to take further action. That's right. The window is still closed, and the monsters in the dream ruins don't dare enter my house. Lumion swiftly grasped the situation. In sync with his dance rhythm, he leapt, landing gracefully on the desk before the window. With his left hand, he slid the tightly shut glass window open. Then, he extended the ritual silver dagger, bloodied tip first, outside the house. Instead of devouring the drop of blood and entering Lumion's body through the ritual silver dagger, the maw-like creature retreated 7 or 8 meters, floating amidst the howling wind, still mesmerized by the dance. "Hey, come over!" Lumion, on the verge of completing his final dance step, couldn't help but urge anxiously. The 3 hazy, translucent figures outside the house drifted further away. As Lumion's dance came to a halt, they vanished entirely. Lumion stared at the scene, baffled by the mouth orifice monster's refusal to possess him. He carefully reviewed the dance and the bloodletting process, certain he had made no mistakes. Could it be that its fixation remembers that I killed it, so it's unwilling to attach itself to me? But the knowledge that came with Dancer didn't mention this. Logically, it should be more eager to possess me and take revenge. Lumion pondered. Recalling the three-faced monster's flight upon seeing him, he formulated a new hypothesis. I'm corrupted by an evil god and sealed by a greater being. Are these strange creatures terrified and unwilling to attach themselves to me? This was an extremely rare circumstance. It made sense that Dancer's corresponding mystical knowledge wouldn't cover such anomalies. The more Lumion considered it, the more he believed this was the cause, and the angrier he became. So you guys just watch me dance, but aren't willing to possess me? What's this called? In Aurora's words, freeloading. Lumion's disappointment grew as he realized that, before reaching Contract T, one of Dancer's abilities was rendered useless. He couldn't attract strange creatures and exploit their traits or powers. He consoled himself, hoping that only the Dream Ruins creatures behaved like this. After all, they were closely tied to the owner of the Blackthorn symbol. I wonder what I can attract in reality. Will they dare to attach themselves to me? Lumion mused, walking to his bed and lying down. His mood lifted as he glanced at the Fate Appropriator dirk, ensconced in layers of black cloth, on the cabinet beside him. This powerful Beyonder weapon would aid him in delving deeper into the Dream Ruins and uncovering their secrets. The only drawback was its inability to be brought into the real world. I wonder if that mysterious lady can help bring it out, just like how she brought the potion and ritual ingredients into the Dream Ruins. But the next time I explore the Dream Ruins, I'll have to trouble her to bring the Fate Appropriator dirk back in. She's definitely unwilling to keep providing help. She's clearly averse to hassle and prefers slacking off. With these thoughts, Lumion drifted into a deep sleep. When Lumion woke up, the sky was an unnatural shade of inky black. Only a smoldering crimson smear of sunset remained in the distance, filling him with a bleak melancholy as if the entire world had abandoned him. Adjusting his emotions, Lumion left the room and descended to the first floor. Aurora was busy cooking dinner. Are your eyes okay? Lumion went over to help. Pretty much. Aurora tucked a stray lock of blonde hair behind her ear and widened her eyes at him. Lumion peered into their light blue depths but saw nothing amiss beyond a hint of blood. Aurora continued frying the lamb chops and casually asked, "Discovered anything interesting in the Dream Ruins this time?" Lumion began chopping ingredients for the last dish, recounting his encounters. "That blade is powerful indeed." Seeing her brother was unharmed, Aurora stifled her concern with a laugh. "If it were me, I'd never call it Fate Appropriator dirk. Too straightforward, lacking charm." Lumion asked curiously, "What would you name it then?" Aurora smiled and said, "Fallen Mercury." "Fallen Mercury it is." Lumion nodded immediately. He had to use the name his sister gave. Aurora burst out laughing. "Actually, it's not the best name, but that's all I could think of on short notice." The monster's behavior confirms our theory. The black thorn symbol on your chest, or rather, the corruption in your body isn't simple. It can suppress something powerful to an extent and relates closely to that hidden existence. Perhaps the key to the loop lies with you. Yes, Lumion nodded. Let's see what secrets the Dream Ruins hold. Then we'll wait patiently for the 12th night. So far, they had investigated almost all abnormalities. Only the tomb where the owl was had not been explored. It was far too dangerous. Aurora didn't believe she, Lumion, and the three foreigners could face it. Her only hope was asking Madame Pualis for help, but she clearly didn't intend to interfere, merely waiting for the opportune moment. Lumion didn't hold much hope, recounting how the strange creatures his dance attracted were hindered by the two symbols on his body, preventing success. "Grande sir, any ideas to circumvent this restriction?" Aurora scooped up the lamb chops, pondering a moment. "Since it's impossible to invite a god to possess you, why not try giving an order?" "Order?" Lumion's eyes lit up. Aurora nodded slightly. "Since those strange creatures fear the corruption in your body and the seal of that great existence, Use their fear like a fox assuming the authority of a tiger. Order them to attach themselves to you. Right? Use ancient Hermes when you try. That's an idea. Lumion understood what his sister meant by a fox assuming the authority of a tiger. Aurora carried the plate of lamb chops to the table and said, I'm not sure if ordering them under those circumstances will work. After all, I'm not a dancer, and I don't have any relevant mysticism knowledge. However, you won't lose anything by trying. That's true. Lumion took over at the stove and said with a grin, It'll just be another wound while I bleed a little. I'll recover after a nap. What do you think the three-headed giant at the top of the mountain is? What does it have to do with the hidden existence and the corruption in my body? Aurora set the plates down and turned around. Don't you think you're overestimating me? I've never encountered or heard of such strange things. Without waiting for Lumion's response, she added thoughtfully, However, there are many similar concepts in the myths and legends of my hometown. They have 3 heads and 6 arms, gods or demons. She continued, and according to our guesses, the dream ruins are closely related to the corruption in your body. There's a high chance that the giant's image reflects some aspects of the hidden existence. You said that the honorific name or description of that person is different from the usual ones. Every segment contains 3 aspects and 3 forms that symbolize a certain authority. Therefore, it's very normal to correspond to 3 heads, just like how the 3-faced monster has faces that represent the 3 stages of humanity. As for why it has 6 arms and why it sits atop the blood-colored mountain, there's too little information. I can't guess. Focus on the circle of walls for the time being. I feel that we can find many useful clues. All right. Lumion followed his sister's instructions and placed the sliced shredded potatoes into the pot, stir-frying them with oil. Aurora ended the topic regarding the dream ruins and said to Lumion, When you went to bed in the afternoon, I thought about it seriously and decided to invite the 3 foreigners to stay with us. Why? Lumion was puzzled. Aurora watched her brother bustling around and sighed. We assumed the padre would react like a normal person, but we can't forget that some of his followers have already accepted a boon. In a way, they're corrupted. According to the mysterious lady, the boon's effects concentrate on the body and mind. So, besides gaining abilities, one's personality will shift. The more boons a person takes, the more severe the change will be, especially if they can't handle it. Right? Lumion recalled the mysterious lady's words. She warned that if the body couldn't endure such a massive boon, the recipient would either turn into a monster, become a puppet of an unknown entity, or transform into someone else who'd treat things they cherished in the past with indifference. Aurora concluded, Thus, Shepherd Pierre Barry and his followers, who've received the boons long ago, might disregard the Padre's plan and seek greater vengeance. If the 5 of us stick together and support each other, we can effectively improve our chances of survival until the 12th night. Lumion pondered her proposal and agreed, but he raised a logistical issue. So where do they stay? In the living room downstairs. It won't work as well if we're on separate floors. Aurora glanced at her brother, who approached with a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. You can move into my room, and we'll let the 3 foreigners use your bedroom and the study upstairs. They can divide the rooms among themselves. Ha! Lumion didn't expect such an arrangement. I'll share a bed with you? Aurora couldn't help but laugh. No big deal. Strong, independent women don't sweat the small stuff. Ha! Lumion didn't grasp his sister's last remark. Aurora chuckled, explaining, I'm saying that given our situation, let's not get hung up on trivial matters. Do you want to share a bed with Ryan and Valentine? Or should I sleep with Leah? True, I can't fully trust them. Lumion nodded. The 3 official investigators only cooperated with the siblings because they were trapped in a loop. Who knew if they'd secretly manipulate the situation while they slept together, planning to capture the 2 wild beyonders once the loop ended? Aurora chuckled and suggested, If they're concerned about us and decide to share a room, you can sleep in the other one. Better to stay in the same room. Lumion felt the walls offered little protection. Aurora said no more, only adding, Remind me to restock our food supply tomorrow. After Lent, the villagers will grow stranger. We might need to defend this place or hide in the nearest high mountain pasture. Then, she urged her brother to eat dinner. Before sunset, Lumion left the semi-subterranean two-story building, ready to invite Ryan and the others to move into his home. Upon seeing Old Tavern in sight, Lumion spotted a few familiar faces. Pons Benet was strolling down the village's main road with his 3 thugs. Almost instantly, the black-haired, blue-eyed, muscle-bound villain noticed Lumion. He couldn't help but clamp his legs together, as if recalling some excruciating agony. Eyeing Lumion, Pons Benet faced a dilemma. He craved revenge, but feared history would repeat itself with him and his men beaten to a pulp. As Pons Benet wavered, Lumion flashed a brilliant grin. "Hey, isn't this my rebellious son?" He strode towards the villain and his 3 thugs who had drowned Raimund, poised to pummel them. Pons Benet saw this and didn't hesitate. With his eyes, he signaled to the 3 brutes beside him, ordering them to charge. The 3 thugs immediately rushed at Lumion and pulled out short sticks, iron rods, and other weapons. Lumion sped up too. Just as he was about to collide with the 3 thugs, he abruptly leapt at one of the enemies. This unorthodox move caused the 3 thugs' attacks to miss. Lumion grabbed the target's shoulder and did a somersault. His back seemed to flex like a spring, helping him grab the enemy and build up enough force for the roll. In an agile, exaggerated forward somersault, Lumion hurled the enemy and smashed him into the ground. Bang! The thug's vision darkened. His whole body ached, and he couldn't rise for a moment. At that instant, Lumion landed behind the other 2, only 7 or 8 steps from Pons Benet. He crouched slightly and charged at the villain. As Pons Benet frantically dodged, he shouted, "Quick! Quick! Stop him!" The remaining 2 thugs hastily turned and chased after Lumion. Pons Benet composed himself and brazenly charged at the bastard, preparing to stall him before they surrounded him. Just as the 2 thugs were about to catch up to Lumion, who had deliberately not run at full speed, suddenly stopped and squatted. Amid grinding sounds, not only did the 2 thugs fail to hit their target's back, but because they couldn't halt in time, they lost their balance and collided with Pons Benet. Lumion pounced like a tiger and grabbed the 2 thugs' necks. He lifted their bodies and smashed their heads together. Bang! The 2 thugs' foreheads instantly swelled and they fainted on the spot. Immediately after, Lumion tossed away the burden and exerted strength with his feet. He twisted his body and slid behind Pons, who had just risen. He grabbed the other party's arms and bent them backward. With a cracking sound, Pons Benet let out an extremely pained scream. "How is it? Does it feel good?" Lumion asked Pons Benet with a smile as he hoisted him and marched out of the village. Before long, he arrived beside the river, grabbed the back of Pons Benet's head, and forced him underwater. As bubbles surfaced, Lumion lifted Pons Benet's head, turned his face, and asked with a smile, "Does it feel good to bully others?" Pons Benet's face was soaked, and he looked to be in extreme agony. Snot and saliva flowed out, making it impossible for him to answer. "Doesn't it feel great?" Lumion's voice suddenly intensified. He grabbed the villain's head and smashed his forehead into the water, hitting the cobblestones. Bright crimson liquid seeped out of the water. Pons Benet struggled uselessly with his legs, unable to lift his head. Gulp, gulp. As time dragged on, his struggles weakened. Only then did Lumion haul him up. He thrust out his left hand and smacked Pons across the face. "I'm asking you, does it feel good to bully others?" Pure terror filled Pons's eyes. He didn't know how to respond. Just then, a figure ambled over to the riverside. It was the hooded shepherd Pierre Barry. He glanced at the pathetic Pons and gently told Lumion, "We're all from the same village. Enough. You want to kill him?" Lumion immediately released Pons's head and stood up. He grinned at Pierre Barry, replying, "I'll listen to you. Make sure this jerk doesn't bully others again." Without waiting for Pierre's response, Lumion strode past the shepherd into the village. On the second floor of Old Tavern, in Ryan's room, Lumion relayed his sister's thoughts to the 3 official investigators. Ryan exchanged a look with Leah and Valentine and nodded. Smart thinking. In a situation like this, spreading ourselves too thin just makes us an easy target. We can move into your house now. As they headed to Lumion and Aurora's house with her luggage, Leah asked Lumion amidst her tinkling sounds, "So what's the plan for the tomb?" "The plan?" Lumion snorted. "You think we can just waltz in there?" Leah smiled, relieved. "Good, you're still being cautious." Ryan chimed in. "What we mean is if whatever's in that tomb really leads to the cycle's key, it'll show up during the 12th night ritual. And if it's got nothing to do with the source of the cycle, why take the risk going in?" "In short," Lumion said, catching on, "we just wait patiently for the 12th night?" Ryan nodded at Lumion's confirmation. "You can interpret it that way, but if there are any other abnormalities worth investigating, we can't ignore them." "All right." Lumion actually shared the same thought. He hadn't even planned on participating in Lent, just in case he couldn't resist attacking when he saw the performance at the celebration. The 4 of them rapidly reached Lumion's residence, where Aurora led them to the 2nd floor. Now dressed in a pure white cotton dress that accentuated her down-to-earth charm, Aurora pointed to Lumion's bedroom and study, offering the 3 official investigators a choice. "You can choose either room." Ryan glanced at Leah, seeking her opinion. After pondering for a few seconds, Leah raised her right hand, pointed at the study with a smile and said, "That recliner looks pretty good. I could sleep there." Ryan, "Bunk in that room with Valentine." While Aurora had the same question in mind, Lumion asked, "You trust us that much?" He assumed the 3 foreigners would opt to sleep in the same room on the floor, fearing an attack if they were separated. Leah grinned and answered Lumion's half-mocking, half-doubtful query. "My divination tells me the 2 of you can be trusted." As she spoke, she walked into the study. Accompanied by tinkling sounds, she lay on the recliner with a contented expression. Aurora found Leah intriguing and approachable. She smiled and advised, "A friend once told me that you can believe in divination, but not blindly. Divination is not all-powerful. My mentor said something similar, but we're all in the same situation. If I don't trust it, what else can we do?" Leah replied with a grin, snuggling into the recliner. Aurora didn't mind relinquishing her favorite seat. She pulled over a chair and sat down. Their study also served as a small living room. It occasionally hosted afternoon tea parties, so there was ample space and chairs. Ryan surveyed the corridor briefly before returning to the study. He said to Aurora and Lumion, "I have some suggestions." "Please go ahead." Aurora politely assumed an attentive posture. Ryan nodded and offered, "First, when you sleep at night, don't close any doors. Let everyone be in the same space. This way, no matter where an abnormality occurs, we can react promptly. Second, considering we've destroyed the altar, someone might attempt to deal with us before Lent. Starting tonight, everyone will take turns on night duty. Yes, from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The next morning, 2 hours per person. How professional, Aurora muttered almost silently. Lumion glanced at her, as if asking why she hadn't thought of it. Aurora spread her hands slightly, signaling her lack of experience in team operations. She then turned to Ryan and Valentine, stating confidently, "Lumion will cover the period between 10 p.m. and midnight." Leah and the others didn't object to this arrangement. From their perspective, it made sense. Among the 5 present, Lumion had the lowest sequence and least experience. He was most prone to mistakes on night duty, but from 10 p.m. to midnight, others would still be awake to cover for him. Lumion knew his sister's intentions extended beyond this. He had to explore the dream ruins undisturbed after falling asleep. After finalizing the first schedule, Valentine volunteered, "I'm used to sleeping and waking early. I'll take the 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. slot." "You get up early to welcome the sunrise?" Lumion teased instinctively. Valentine's gaze on him softened. "Yes, I want to greet the rising sun and praise the light." His eyes seemed to say, "As expected, Only a devout believer of the eternal blazing sun understands me. Hey! I'm mocking you, brother. Lumion felt slightly defeated by Valentine. In the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, brother was a term used among believers. The two mainstream organizations within it, the Order of Preachers and the Brotherhood Minor, employed the term. I'm not used to being woken up mid-sleep, Leah chimed in. I'll take the midnight to 2 a.m. slot. Aurora nodded. I like to wake up late. I can take 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. And don't wake me for breakfast tomorrow. I'll get up around noon. Leave the rest to me. Ryan claimed the worst period with satisfaction. He also entered the study and found a chair to sit on. A conversation flowed effortlessly. Aurora, though seldom venturing out, possessed a wealth of knowledge spanning from astronomy to geography. She had her finger on the pulse of the latest trends, scandals, and supernatural events in metropolises like Trier and Backlund. This left Leah, Ryan, and the others secretly in awe of her. As expected of the renowned author, Aurora Lee, Leah couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you can tackle any theme." Aurora inquired with genuine curiosity, "Have you read my novels?" Leah's eyes sparkled as she replied with a smile, "I've been reading your first novel since I was a young girl. By the way, I'd love your autograph." As she searched for papers and fountain pens, the silver bells on her veil and boots jingled. Are those sealed artifacts? Having heard Lumion mention Leah's performance with the 4 bells, Aurora couldn't resist asking. Leah produced a stack of post-it notes and a fountain pen, casually responding, "Yes, they can proactively warn me and enhance my divination abilities. The downside is they're rather noisy and not exactly discreet. Plus, the wearer must dress fashionably, with a dress being mandatory. It has to look good, or it'll be not only useless but also potentially misleading or even dangerous." Aurora chuckled. "I can't decide if these bells were originally a man or a woman." Lumion agreed. If they were from a woman, it was a remnant of her vanity. If a man, he was undoubtedly a pervert. Leah offered a faint smile. "That involves some confidentiality, so I can't say any more." She stood up, handing Aurora a post-it note and the fountain pen. Aurora signed and asked, "Which genre of my novels do you prefer?" "Romance," Leah replied without hesitation. "Your first novel, Eternal Love, left a deep impression on me." "I wrote that book too early," Aurora admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "I was young, and my writing skills were unpolished. I lacked experience. Many scenes felt rigid, and much of the dialogue was overly emotional and unrealistic." Lumion chimed in, "But it's sincere and original." Having read his sister's novel, he knew it dealt with a couple's separation through life and death, interwoven with adventure, misunderstandings, and terminal illness. It was a trailblazing piece in the Intis literary world. Naturally, this drew criticism from conservative authors and critics. They echoed Aurora's self-assessment and claimed it couldn't qualify as literature, deeming it a mere pedestrian novel. "That's right," Leah agreed, retrieving the paper and pen. She looked at Aurora and asked with a smile, "As author, would you consider becoming our informant at Bureau 8? Seeing Aurora's surprise, she continued, "Our primary objective in targeting wild beyonders is that they're unpredictable and may lose control or cause disaster at any moment. Otherwise, they can use their beyonder powers for all sorts of malicious purposes to satisfy their desires. Over the past few days in the village, I've carefully observed both of you and confirmed that you're orderly beyonders. Prior to arriving in Cordu, the information we gathered indicated that you haven't committed any wrongdoing on the surface. This meets our recruitment standards. Moreover, once you become our informants, you won't need to worry about being targeted by official beyonders." Aurora found the proposition enticing. She glanced at Lumion and gave a slight nod. "I'll think about it. I'll give you my answer when the cycle is over." Lumion immediately understood why his sister had looked his way. "I don't have a problem, but will a heavily corrupted guy like you bomb the test?" After chatting briefly, the siblings bid adieu to Leah and the others and headed back to Aurora's room. Aurora perched on the edge of the bed and glanced at the door. She hushed her voice and muttered, "Leah's socially adept." "What do you mean?" Lumion also sensed Leah had made the vibe harmonious in the study. Aurora smiled and said, "She took the initiative to bring up my novel and asked for my autograph to bond with me, so she could pitch recruiting me. The recruiting was to fix the distrust and barriers we have, easing teamwork the next few days. The whole process seemed natural, not off-putting or wary. That's a sign of high EQ. You should follow her lead." Lumion remembered the chat and said self-deprecatingly, "If it were me, I might have been booted by now." Amused, Aurora leaned back and said, "At least you know yourself." She ruffled her blonde hair and said, "I'll nap a bit. My eyes haven't fully healed, so I need more rest. Rouse me at 10 and I'll keep watch over you. It's your first night shift, so better safe than sorry." Lumion didn't object and agreed instantly. He watched his sister lie on the bed unhesitatingly, pull the blanket over her and close her eyes. The room instantly turned eerily silent. Lumion quietly switched off the electric lamp and drew the curtains. Then, he sat on the chair by the desk and quietly watched his sister sleeping peacefully under the crimson moonlight. His heart gradually calmed down. The wind outside rustled, almost silent. Lumion allowed his thoughts to wander in this tranquil state as instinctive questions ran through his mind. There's still light in the corridor. Leah must be awake still, reading Aurora's book collection. Pitch darkness blankets my bedroom. Valentine should be resting in bed. I wonder what Ryan's up to. Heh, they didn't bring any alcohol on their first visit. They've no clue about Dirige's customs. If the cycle lifts, Grande Sir can turn informant for Bureau 8. When the time comes, she won't fret over any investigation if she goes to try her. As for me, I needn't undergo any special tests as an informant, right? Now we've a full theory of the whole affair. The sole thing we can't be sure of is the owl and the dead warlock in the tomb's role. If they bewitched the Padre and company, causing the abnormality to achieve some goal with the 12th night ritual, why did they do nothing but monitor my progress exploring the dream ruins? Could it be that, like Madame Puali's, they await a specific time or the ritual on the 12th night, intending to complete the disrupted part? Is that why they want no changes to the loop, restarting it ahead of time? Their actions in turn prove the key to the loop lies with me. That's why they repeatedly try to confirm how far I've explored the dream ruins. If I unlock the dream's secret before the 12th night comes and master recycling the corruption, will they ignore the possibility of the cycle restarting ahead of time and attack me to hold me in custody? Yes, it's very likely they still have their memories. As all sorts of thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion suddenly heard faint commotion. Bah! It was a sheep's bleat, as if from afar. Lumion instantly thought of the 3 people turned sheep and shepherd Pierre Barry. Don't tell me he really wants to attack us dead of night? Lumion stood up and listened intently. Outside the window was but the wind's sound through leaves and branches. No bleeding. It seemed Lumion so engrossed in his thoughts was hallucinating. But he didn't think so because he felt slight heat in his left chest. The black thorn symbol seemed to have appeared again. This meant an invisible force closely tied to the hidden existence had quietly invaded the room. Lumion had no time to think. He rushed to the bed and shook Aurora. "Wake up! Wake up!" he shouted in a hushed voice. He instinctively worried Leah. Ryan and Valentine would sense something amiss with him. Aurora opened her eyes, her light blue eyes clearly dazed. "What time is it?" she asked in a weak voice. Obviously, she was still not fully awake. "There's a situation," Lumion said decisively before continuing. 9:30. They were one of the few families in the village with wall clocks. Aurora's eyes snapped open. She bolted upright, threw out her right hand, and massaged her temples. She had no time to consider what she might see that she shouldn't. If she couldn't pinpoint the anomaly and confirm the problem as soon as possible, she might not have to worry about seeing anything again. The dead had no need for eyes. Aurora scanned the room, her gaze darkening as if reflecting strange, indescribable lights and shadows. Lumion seized the chance to tell his sister about the sheep's bleat he'd heard in the distance and the triggered heat in the black thorn symbol on his chest. Aurora frowned. But I didn't detect anything. The burning in my chest remains, Lumion rumbled. He felt inexplicably terrified. The darkness around him was not simple. An indescribable danger lurked. Aurora scrutinized every corner of the room, trying to find the unknown. Silently, Lumion broke into a cold sweat, a stark contrast to the searing heat in his left chest. He deliberated for a moment and said, "Why not tell Ryan and the others? Maybe they can find something." Aurora pondered, then nodded. "Use your sudden sense of impending danger as an excuse. Right?" Lumion opened his mouth, about to yell outside, then froze. "What is it?" Aurora asked, alarmed. Lumion frowned. "The heat in my chest is dimming fast," meaning the black thorn symbol was fading rapidly. "The danger invading our room has left?" Aurora mused. "Because we prepared, it did nothing? Perhaps." Lumion turned to the corridor and bellowed, "Something's wrong." Ryan appeared in the doorway in the blink of an eye, followed by Leah, then Valentine, who looked jolted from sleep. Without waiting to be asked, Lumion recounted what had happened, using his sense of danger in place of the burning in his chest. Ryan listened intently, not doubting this was Lumion's hallucination. He sighed. "It's useful indeed to take turns on night watch. Mostly it's boredom, but if it saves everyone, it's almost life and death." As he spoke, he conjured pure sunrise gleam around him, circling every room on the second floor. Though he couldn't find the sinister power, he could at least sanctify the environment. Leah paced around, muttering under her breath. Her veil and boots jangled ominously, then fell silent just as abruptly. Finally, she said to Aurora and Lumion, "It was dicey just now. On top of that, whatever it was could block my sealed artifact from giving me any warning. I'm afraid these stupid bells will only go off once that thing really starts targeting someone. But now it has left." "Well, that's reassuring." Aurora sighed in relief. Maybe it wasn't a single creature. Lumion relaxed and grinned. Could have been more than one. Ryan and the others were silent. "That's even worse." Aurora lashed out at Lumion and told the investigators, "Now that the alarm's off, let's get back to our schedule." She didn't mention who might have snuck in to attack them. There were too many possibilities. Shepherd Pierre Barry, the unknown corpse in the tomb, or the shady deputy padre. Without solid clues, speculating would just waste time. Better to wait until daylight. For now, they just had to remember that nighttime held real danger. Someone was out to get them, so they'd need to stay on high alert. Once Leah and the others had gone to their rooms, Lumion glanced at the wall clock and asked Aurora, "Want to sleep in a bit more?" "No way, waking up and crashing this late sucks." Aurora stretched her arms overhead. "Ugh, just to handle emergencies. I got this dress with pockets for spell components and useful stuff. I didn't even dare roll over, scared I might stab myself. I slept like a board." As she spoke, she hopped off the bed and strode to the window. She yanked back the curtains and peered outside. Cordu was silent. Many houses were still lit up. "I thought that owl would come after us for sure, but there's no sign of it out there." Aurora surveyed the area and explained to Lumion. Lumion nodded. "That was my guess too." He then leaned in and whispered everything he had figured out to his sister. "Not bad," Aurora said with a smile. "You're getting better at analyzing situations. I've got nothing to add." She paused. "But we can't take matters into our own hands. That tomb is too dangerous." At this point, she exclaimed, "At dawn, we'll pay Madame Pualis a visit and tell her your theory. Let her know the warlock's and owl's motives might affect her escape from this time loop at that precise moment." "I'll go myself," Lumion said. He didn't want Aurora anywhere near Madame Pualis, who had designs on her. Aurora didn't argue. She only reminded him, "Watch your back. Don't piss her off, or else." She eyed his abdomen meaningfully. Aurora sighed and said, "Truth is, that mysterious lady at Old Tavern is clearly stronger. But she wants nothing to do with this time loop. No way she'll help us investigate that tomb." "Yeah," Lumion agreed. He then said, "Still, I'll drop by Old Tavern tomorrow to see if I can run into her. What if she changes her mind? Fair enough. Aurora didn't object. They chatted in hushed tones until midnight. After Lumion relieving his post with Leah in the study, he returned to Aurora's room. He lay beside his sister, inhaling her familiar scent and sinking into the soft mattress. Sleep eluded him. What's wrong? Aurora asked, noticing his tenseness. Just not used to this, Lumion said carefully. Aurora scoffed. What happened to the bold Lumion I know? Lumion didn't reply. Aurora exhaled slowly and smiled. Remember when you first started tailing me? You were scared I'd slip away and refused to sleep at night. You were super vigilant. Yeah, I do. Lumion drifted into the past. Back then, you'd hum me a lullaby and let me doze off to the sound of your voice. As soon as the words left his lips, a familiar melody reached his ears. Light and soothing, it calmed his body and mind. Leaning against the bed, Aurora gazed into the deep crimson dark before her. She hummed the lullaby from her hometown, soft and wistful. It was a song their mother had crooned when Aurora was just a kid, coaxing her to sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Lost in the gentle tune, Lumion gradually unwound and slipped under. Lumion woke up amidst the faint gray fog. He scoped the room and realized that he wasn't in his sister's room. He was still in his own room. Indeed, no matter where I fall asleep, I'll wake up here. Lumion tumbled out of bed and glimpsed at the fate appropriator Dirk beside him. No, fallen Mercury. He paced to the window in the faint gray fog. He planted his hands on the desk and cast his gaze at the blood-colored peak. At the summit of the mountain, the fog was dense and stratified, utterly masking the three-headed, six-armed colossus. I nearly lost control with just a glance the last time. I really have no idea what to do if I have to face it in the future. Lumion sighed in frustration. He didn't sink into such emotions for long and quickly broke free because he still had numerous things to do. Lumion contorted himself into a deranged dance within his bedroom, emitting a distorted spiritual pulse. Combined with the stirred forces of nature, he broadcasted himself in an unspecific direction. Before long, he sensed approaching entities and saw the translucent forms of the mouth orifice monster, the shotgun monster, and the skinless monster reflected in his glass window. Lumion was in no hurry. Following his dance, he withdrew a ritual silver dagger and stabbed the back of his left hand. A droplet of crimson swiftly surfaced and congealed into a bead atop his skin, guided by his spirituality and the forces of nature. The trio of creatures shifted but did not dare enter Lumion's abode or attach themselves to him. Lumion spun around, elevated his left hand and bellowed, "I!" Shouting in the ancient tongue of Hermes, it caused the room to rock faintly. Employing his ritual dagger, Lumion collected the droplet of blood and aimed it at the mouth orifice beast. "I command you, onto me!" Again in ancient Hermes, an imperceptible gust blew. The translucent form of the mouth orifice monster trembled visibly, as if seized and vigorously shaken by an invisible entity. Just as Lumion completed his dance, believing it would have no effect, the mouth orifice monster hurtled into the house and landed upon the ritual silver dagger, devouring the droplet of crimson. It then convulsed violently as it tunneled into Lumion's body through the silver dagger. Lumion could not help but gasp. His mind flooded with thoughts of so hungry, starving, starving. He hastily turned and stared at the full-length mirror on his wardrobe. He saw his visage was pallid and tinged cerulean. His maw gaped wildly, resembling a cadaver more than a living being. Success. Lumion exulted, gazing at his reflection as if regarding a stranger. Felt somewhat alien. He resisted his intense hunger and attempted to sense the mouth orifice monster possessing him. It was like acquiring an additional brain. Much of it brimmed with hunger, bloodlust, madness, and more. Instinctively, he had a proclivity to harness its characteristics. Lumion could utilize his will and spirituality to magnify one of those instincts. It equated to employing the mouth orifice monster's traits or abilities. Without a second thought, Lumion chose invisibility. In the blink of an eye, his reflection vanished from the full-length mirror. Everything from his body to his clothes to the ritual silver dagger had disappeared. Lumion took a few steps forward and back, but he couldn't spot any traces of himself in the mirror or glass. Of course, his footprints and scent remained. Lumion stuffed the silver dagger Aurora had given him, raised his arms, and punched the air a few times. With each whooshing punch, the full-body mirror stayed empty until Lumion swung a fist at its surface. The moment his knuckles connected with the mirror, his outline materialized. His face was pale with a tinge of blue, and his eyes glinted dangerously. Unbelievable. No matter what I do, the invisibility stays on, but I can't mute it. However, as long as I attack the mirror, I lose invisibility. I thought it was optical invisibility like Aurora said, but it seems to be a result of mysticism. Attacking something forms a bond with it, rendering me invisible to its gaze. Lumion hovered his right fist over the mirror. After verifying the effects and limits of invisibility, ravenous hunger overwhelmed him. He stomped downstairs into the cellar and found 2 steaks. If not for his rationality, he would have sunk his teeth into the dark meat. Lumion abandoned the ingredients and grabbed the cheese he had stockpiled, realizing he had to fry the steak medium rare with no fire set up. He didn't care if it was clean or delectable. Like a ghost starved to death, he shoved food into his mouth. After eating a few cheese slices, Lumion finally satiated his intense hunger. Looks like this is the downside of the mouth orifice monster, he evaluated seriously. Luckily, I can still control my body and haven't lost my mind. That thing is obsessed with revenge but overpowered by even greater fear. If I utter leave in ancient Hermes now, it'll bolt faster than anything. By now, Lumion was sure the mouth orifice monster's possession had acceptable side effects. Invisibility would become a potent weapon to explore and battle in the dream ruins. Coupled with fallen Mercury, he felt his combat ability had more than doubled. Lumion returned to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, patiently awaiting the possession's end. Soon, his spirituality nearly depleted. He didn't strain himself. He stood up and performed some seemingly insane moves. It was the same dance to attract monsters. Its purpose was to force the possessing creature out. Without Lumion's command in ancient Hermes, the mouth orifice monster's blurry and translucent figure flew out and vanished through the glass window on the first floor without glancing back. Lumion couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. "Don't run so fast. You're acting like I have a cesspit on me." He knew he could maintain possession for about 3 minutes given his spirituality. Once invisible, his consumption rate would double. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. In danger, he could strain himself to last longer. But that risked losing control, best avoided if possible. Though the mouth orifice monster had left, Lumion still felt ravenous. He lit the stove and fried the steak medium well. Then he picked up his knife and fork and quickly forked it, and put it into his mouth. He felt that the juice locked in the meat was delicious. Lumion devoured 2 steaks in under 10 minutes, sating his hunger. Looking at the empty plate, he sighed. 3 minutes of possession needs at least 2 hours to recover. This didn't only mean eradicating hunger, but a recovery of spirituality too. Lumion knew his current state wasn't fit for exploring. He found flour, sugar, and other bits, using the oven at home to bake biscuits. With cheese, this would be his main source of fuel in the ruins. Had he more time, he'd have gotten jerky 2 food shepherds often carried. As a Cordu resident, he knew how to make them. Busy with this, Lumion pondered his dream ruin plans. First, circle the city wall. Then hunt that flaming beast. Only by amping up my strength can I better explore and unravel the secrets of the dream. The flaming monster's strength was at least sequence 7, and there was a high chance it was from the hunter pathway. Its various abilities perfectly squashed Lumion. He hadn't planned on dealing with that dude anytime soon, hoping to first seek out prey that was weaker and on par with a provoker. But now, scoring fallen Mercury and invisibility gave him a certain level of hope. When his spirituality had mostly recovered, Lumion placed the baked biscuits and sliced cheese into a cloth pouch and slung it around his waist. Then, he seriously wrapped his left hand in layers of white bandages and grabbed the evil dirk called Fallen Mercury. Hauling his shotgun and axe, Lumion strode towards the door on the first floor with the other stuff he needed. Suddenly, he had the feeling that he was a fully armed hunter preparing for a dangerous hunt. Many thoughts surfaced in his mind. My first move is to track the flaming monster's movements. Then I'll use invisibility to sneak up on it and stab it with Fallen Mercury. Before that, I'll hunt a weak monster and steal its bad fate. Then swap that fate with the flaming monsters. I can't do the sacrificial dance while possessed and half-activate the black thorn symbol. Otherwise, the mouth orifice monster will bolt from my body immediately. So, how do I get away from the flaming monster after hurting it and wait for the fate swap to finish? It'll easily lock onto me through my traces. Invisibility alone won't cut it. Lumion hadn't figured out the last part yet. That depended on early intel. As he opened the door and went into the wilderness, he had an odd feeling. If I can successfully hunt the flaming monster, my hunter potion will be fully digested. In the area where he'd met the flaming monster before, Lumion held his pewter black dirk in his left hand. He carefully searched for any traces on high alert for sudden attacks. After circling cautiously for nearly 10 minutes, he finally found signs of the flaming monster. In a collapsed house's corner, there were black scorch marks on a stone unlike any around it. Where there's one, there's two. Lumion quickly tracked the flaming monster's location and slowly, cautiously followed its trail. When the marks were fresh, he stopped and began to dance. Lumion danced to lure in strange creatures. His objective: to use invisibility to slip closer and analyze the flaming monster's habits and movements, gathering intel for future hunts. Within a mere 30 to 40 seconds, he used Ancient Hermes to reattach the mouth orifice creature to himself. An overwhelming hunger consumed Lumion, compelling him to open his mouth. It was as if his mouth had sprouted vortex-shaped teeth. Swiftly, he stifled the ravenous and insane thoughts flooding his being, pulled out a small biscuit and a cube of cheese, and shoved them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Simultaneously, he strengthened the mouth orifice creature's invisibility, causing him to vanish from sight. Having quelled his hunger, Lumion tried hard to clamp his mouth shut to prevent the aroma of biscuit and cheese from escaping. He then trailed the flaming monster along the road's edge. Before long, Lumion spotted the charred monster, its every limb ablaze. It was constructing a new trap in the clearing from before. "You're already a monster, yet you're still so dedicated?" Lumion silently jeered. Naturally, he understood this was merely an expression of the monster's instinctive behavior. Lumion dared not approach too closely, halting beside a crumbling wall at the clearing's perimeter. He studied the flaming monster for a few moments before glancing back at the path he had traversed. He noticed that, although his footprints were faint and concealed in less conspicuous areas, they still existed. Lumion eyed his current position and hatched a plan. Closely monitoring the monster's movements, he seized a larger rock and hurled it to the side. As it flew, he pressed his right hand against the decaying wall and vaulted up, landing securely atop the wall. Crash! Lumion's actions were flawlessly masked by the sound of the rock striking the ground. After changing his vantage point, Lumion felt much more at ease. Monitoring his dwindling spirituality, he intently observed the flaming monster. He discerned that the flaming monster's traps were neither concealed nor challenging to detect. They didn't exploit any logical vulnerabilities or inertia-driven movement. They were simple and exposed. The most elementary example was the flaming monster stretching a rope slightly above one's ankle between two ruined buildings across the clearing. Any human or monster with normal vision could easily discover this trap. At first, Lumion didn't grasp its purpose, but after placing himself in the monster's position, he gradually discerned its potential significance. The intent of such traps was not to directly harm or ensnare enemies, but to forge an environment that enabled hunters to exhibit their full potential. In the heat of battle, One struggled to observe the environment and maintain situational awareness. Constantly distracted by these limitations, they occasionally had to slow down or alter their stance to evade traps. Hunters possessed the unique ability to remain alert to their surroundings at all times and exploit the environment to their advantage. This disparity widened the gulf between their strengths. An open conspiracy. Lumion nodded in understanding, recalling Aurora's words. Suddenly, he perceived the flaming monster as a stern instructor imparting valuable lessons about hunters to him. Simultaneously, he remembered the content of Aurora's novel. Stealing from a master is punishable by death. Eventually, the flaming monster ceased its activity. Its charred face instinctively scanned the vicinity. Then, it strode towards the edge of the clearing near Lumion, flames dancing from its body. Following a predetermined route to the next location, Lumion mused to himself, his excitement mounting. For hunters, discerning a quarry's path was invaluable. Most traps lay hidden along such routes. As the flaming monster ambled, it scrutinized its surroundings and examined the ground, remaining vigilant. This caused Lumion to furrow his brow. He realized that a higher sequence hunter wouldn't be easily handled. The most effective counter to Beyonders was often individuals or objects of a higher sequence from the same pathway, even if the gap was only 1 or 2 sequences. I'm better at your strengths than you are. You may lack what I possess. If not for his dancer-related abilities and the fallen Mercury dirk, Lumion wouldn't have dared to entertain any designs on the flaming monster. 7 to 8 seconds later, the flaming monster reached the edge of the clearing, approximately 5 to 6 meters from the crumbling wall. As before, the flaming monster's gaze instinctively roved. It paused, as if observing footprints near the wall's edge that appeared to have been left by someone. Thump, thump. Lumion's heart pounded involuntarily. He wasn't prepared to hunt the flaming monster just yet. Despite the 5 to 6 meters between them, Lumion hesitated to kill the enemy with fallen Mercury, knowing the latter hadn't stored an exchangeable fate. If a fight erupted, he'd be hunted before he could activate the black thorn symbol. Lumion struggled to control his heartbeat and breathing. His right hand hovered over the black cloth covering fallen Mercury's blade, ready to tear it away at any moment. If he leaped with full force from his current position, he might reach the flaming monster and avoid a long-range battle that favored his opponent. 2 or 3 seconds ticked by. The flaming monster averted its gaze and moved on. It didn't seem to have noticed Lumion's footprints. After covering another 10 meters, the flaming monster suddenly spun around. Flames erupted from its body, condensing into a massive, searing white fireball. The fireball rocketed like a cannonball toward the spot where Lumion had been perched at the edge of the crumbling wall. Following his instincts, Lumion, who was crouching on the wall, leaped down to the other side, where the flaming monster had laid its trap. Boom! A fiery blast erupted, causing the already unstable wall to collapse. Upon landing, Lumion rolled twice to avoid falling debris and the shockwave laced with flames. He immediately sprang back up, maintaining his invisibility, as he sped through the traps left by the flaming monster and headed toward another exit in the clearing. The flaming monster couldn't detect its enemy right away, so it focused on searching for clues. Finally, it spotted a series of faint footprints. By then, Lumion had reached the rope stretched between 2 collapsed buildings, easily jumping over it and fleeing the clearing. He dashed to a natural trap and shook off his pursuer. Having deactivated his invisibility, Lumion cursed in pain. Too treacherous. Too treacherous. One of these monsters' heads is worth 2 of Ponza's. After finding my footprints, it pretended not to see them and deliberately increased the distance between us, fearing it might be defeated. As Lumion cursed, he felt like he had learned something new. Of course, there were drawbacks to this approach. The increased distance gave Lumion room to escape. Furthermore, his invisibility meant the flaming monster couldn't lock onto him right away. His chances of escaping were high. After catching his breath and restoring some energy, Lumion mused while eating biscuits and cheese. Based on what just happened, as long as I plan carefully and strike at the right moment, I can rely on invisibility to create distance and escape to a safe location. waiting for the fate exchange to complete. Lumien's invisibility would break upon attacking, but as long as he avoided contact, he could use it again. This valuable insight emerged from his reconnaissance. However, he also realized a problem. As a hunter, I didn't bring water when I went hunting in the mountains. I'm so thirsty. Both cheese and biscuits required water. The jerky Lumien intended to make in the future fell into this category too. After resting briefly, he resolved to hunt Noodle Man, strip its bad fate, and store it in fallen mercury. He couldn't risk being defenseless in an emergency again. A puppet's fate also belonged to fallen mercury and could be exchanged. But Lumien wasn't a wielder. He couldn't swap his fate with others. If he could, he'd gladly give away the bomb on him. About 30 minutes later, Lumien tracked down Noodle Man, the grotesque hodgepodge of limbs and features. Having completed the ritualistic dance in advance, Lumien strode towards Noodle Man openly. As expected, he found Noodle Man prostrate on the fetid ground, trembling uncontrollably. Very obedient, Lumien praised, gripping an iron-black axe in his right hand and the pewter-black fallen mercury dirk in his left. Though fallen mercury dirk's malignant aura seeped into Lumien's skin even without contact, he had long grown immune to its corrupting influence. What might drive ordinary beyonders to losing control was nothing to him. Lumien glowered at the pathetic Noodle Man cowering before him, retracting his gaze from the gnashing maw on its forehead. According to Aurora, death is a mercy for your kind. The sooner you expire, the sooner your suffering will end. As he spoke, Lumien crouched and plunged the pewter-black dirk deep into the back of Noodle Man's neck. Noodle Man spasmed, but did not resist or struggle. Lumien wrenched the dirk free and gripped his axe, swinging the weapon down with fluid grace. The axe head cleaved through flesh and bone, sending Noodle Man's head tumbling across the ground with fallen mercury's swipe. Blood erupted from the severed neck, splattering everywhere. Noodle Man's twitching remains soon fell still, lifeless at last. Lumien strode over to the head and retrieved fallen mercury with his left hand. In the fleeting second between breaths, an illusory river shimmered before his eyes. The river appeared to be constructed from intricate mercury symbols, and each symbol seemed formed by the river itself. At once, the river's branches disappeared, leaving only the primary current. It fractured midway and kinked as if wanting to double back to its source but for now could not prevail. Lumien couldn't grasp the meaning of the illusory river he saw or sensed. All he could surmise was that it symbolized fate. Guided by fallen mercury's instincts, he lifted the blade's tip and aimed it at a mercury symbol within the river. As soon as he made contact with the mercury river, a series of scenes flashed through Lumien's mind. Noodle Man performing an enigmatic sacrificial dance. Noodle Man cowering before the blackthorn symbol and prostrating itself. Noodle Man gathering the scattered flesh and blood throughout the dream ruins to satiate its hunger. Noodle Man attempting to approach the city wall circle, but retreating each time as if afraid of something. Noodle Man's head severed by an axe. Is this its entire existence since the loop began? Lumien realized this as he tried to stab the tip of fallen mercury at the mercury symbol representing Noodle Man's demise, the end of the illusory river. It was too immense and heavy for him to succeed. At that moment, the mercury symbol started to dissipate, and the illusory river gradually faded. The images in Lumien's mind grew hazy. There's a time limit? Lumien didn't dare to dawdle. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he aimed the dark pewter dirk at Noodle Man's fate of succumbing to the blackthorn symbol. The mercury symbol, seemingly formed by the river's entanglement, was pried open, condensing into a droplet that seeped into the blade of fallen mercury. In the next instant, the illusory river vanished entirely, preventing Lumien from witnessing Noodle Man's fate again. He glanced down at fallen mercury and noticed the heretic symbols on the pewter-black blade undulating gently like water, as though infused with some vital force. They had been mesmerizing from the start, but now they appeared even more sinister. Success! Lumien whispered to himself in relief. Fallen mercury was now complete. In the future, As long as he could wound the flaming monster with this heretic dirk in battle, he could swap the monster's fate of cowering before the black thorn symbol with the former. Lumion wrapped the blade of fallen Mercury in black cloth and sheathed it in his belt. He dealt with Noodle Man's corpse briefly, moving it into a half-collapsed building. He destroyed the building's last support, allowing rubble and wood to fall, burying everything inside. After this, Lumion circled back to where the flaming monster had appeared. This time, he didn't approach for observation. Instead, he searched for footprints and other traces, taking time to identify which ones the target left while deliberately circling around. After nearly 2 hours, Lumion gradually deciphered the flaming monster's habits and patterns. A mental hunting map emerged. He spent some time surveying the predetermined battlefields, seeking natural traps to exploit. Eventually, Lumion rubbed his forehead and decided to delve deeper into the ruins while he still had energy, gathering information for future explorations. He remained vigilant and performed the sacrificial dance again, partially triggering the black thorn symbol. With the amulet in hand, Lumion quickly followed the same path as before. He encountered monsters along the way, but they either fled before attacking or vanished from sight at a distance. The deeper he went, the more similar situations occurred. Finally, when the burning sensation in his chest from the second sacrificial dance subsided, Lumion spotted the city wall, composed of twisted houses once more. He rested a while, waiting for his spirituality to recover before performing the sacrificial dance again. After the dance, sometimes forceful, sometimes graceful, Lumion headed in the direction where he found fallen Mercury. The black thorn symbol activated. After passing through the room where the flames had been extinguished, he slowed his pace, wary of a sudden assault. After walking a while, Lumion noticed the light ahead had dimmed considerably. It was as if a massive creature high in the sky blocked the light, or the sun was obscured by something. Lumion instinctively looked up, but saw only thick fog. Unable to determine the cause, he could only draw fallen Mercury and cautiously proceed. In a moment, it felt as if he had transitioned from day to night. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Lumion thought it more accurate to liken the foggy weather to a place shrouded in dark clouds. Almost simultaneously, he yawned involuntarily, his exhaustion intensifying. "No, I can't sleep." Lumion forced himself to keep his eyes open as he retreated from the shadowy base of the mountain. His mental state improved significantly. Although still tired, he could endure it. You fall asleep the moment you enter. The deeper you go, the sleepier you become. Lumion mused silently. He turned and walked in another direction. After another sacrificial dance, he arrived at an unfamiliar area. To his right were walls stacked with doors and windows. To his left lay a wasteland connected to the circle of building ruins, and ahead stood brown trees. In the desolate ruins, the trees seemed incredibly resilient. They intertwined and embraced each other, forming a wooden wall 5 to 6 meters tall. This wooden wall had numerous green leaves and branches, a stark contrast to the deathly silence and desolation surrounding it. If it hadn't blocked the path to the back of the city wall, Lumion might have praised its tenacious vitality. But now, he could only express his dissatisfaction with the crude gesture of raising 2 middle fingers. He could have chosen to take a detour and enter from the other side of the dream ruins, but he wasn't familiar with that area. His spirituality was nearly depleted, so there was no need to take the risk. Lumion yawned unabashedly, his chest still burning as he retraced his steps. As Lumion awoke, the first light of dawn had already crept through the thick curtains, casting an outline of the desk, chair, wardrobe, and other furnishings within the room. Still early, he thought, glancing over at Aurora beside him. Aurora's blonde hair lay strewn across the white pillow, her eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Her right hand gripped the edge of the blanket, occasionally attempting to turn over but stopping instinctively. Her brow furrowed before gradually smoothing out. Lumion had a good idea why his sister reacted this way. She had hidden numerous bottles within her nightgown as a precaution. Sleeping on her side or stomach would undoubtedly cause her harm. How exhausting, Lumion sighed inwardly. his expression tender and his heart at ease. After a moment, he carefully slid out of bed and left the bedroom. He moved toward a side balcony that led to the rooftop. Facing the distant crimson sky, he stretched his body. Within a minute, Valentine emerged from his room and stood in the corridor. "Are you also greeting the sun?" he asked, his usual cold demeanor replaced with warmth and approval. "Can I say no?" Lumion smiled. "That's right." Satisfied, Valentine stepped onto the balcony and stood tall, facing the rising sun. He spread his arms wide, lifted his face toward the sky, and whispered, "Praise the sun!" With no other choice, Lumion mimicked the gesture. "Praise the sun." Valentine lowered his arms and crossed them over his chest. After a moment of silent prayer, he opened his eyes and said to Lumion, "If the loop is successfully resolved, I'll introduce you to the Bishop of Daryaji. Or would you prefer Bigor?" "I prefer Trier," Lumion answered, smiling. "But where I go isn't up to me. It's up to my sister." Valentine nodded and dropped the subject. He turned back toward the corridor and began patrolling. Nothing happened until 8 o'clock. The pair then went downstairs and prepared breakfast together. Soon after, Ryan joined them to help. Leah woke up just before 9, leaving Aurora still asleep. Ryan bit into his toast and asked Lumion, "Do you have any plans for today?" Lumion hesitated before responding, "We should leave someone at home. Aurora can't be left to face a potential attack alone. The remaining 2 will accompany me to stock up on food and fetch some water. We must hold out until the 12th night." Cordu lacked a proper water supply. Aurora had installed a water tank on the roof during her renovations. As long as it was regularly filled and disinfected, it was as good as having running water. "Yes, we need to do all this before Lent," Ryan agreed. Lumion smiled brightly. "By the way, we should visit Madame Pualis and ask if she can help us investigate the dead warlock and the owl in the tomb." As expected, Valentine frowned, and Ryan's smile stiffened. Leah sipped her water and offered a smile. "I'll stay with Aurora." "No problem," Lumion agreed on behalf of Ryan and Valentine. With no other choice, the 2 men acquiesced to visit the administrator's residence that morning. Following breakfast, the trio exited the semi-subterranean 2-story building and made their way toward Old Tavern. They passed Shepherd Pierre Barry's home along the way. Lumion's heart raced as he suggested to Ryan and Valentine, "Let's check on the 3 sheep." He recalled the bleating he had heard the night before. Understanding his meaning, Ryan and Valentine offered no objection. They circled around to the rear of the Barry's home, only to find an empty sheep pen. The 3 sheep were gone. Gazing at the empty sheep pen littered with hay and dung, Ryan furrowed his brow and said, "Did they really fix the underground altar so quickly?" He suspected the 3 missing sheep had been taken for sacrifice. "Maybe these heretics have some special powers," Valentine replied with disdain. As Lumion listened to their conversation, he suddenly remembered the faint sound of a sheep's bleating he heard the night before. Could it have been one of the sheep being sacrificed? Puzzled, he shared his suspicion with Ryan and Valentine. "That seems unlikely," Ryan dismissed, shaking his head. "The cathedral is hundreds of meters from your house, and the altar is underground." What he meant was that even with a hunter's enhanced hearing, it would be impossible to hear anything from the cathedral's underground. Lumion shared that doubt, but couldn't explain why he heard the bleating. Simultaneously, a distinct burning sensation appeared in his chest as the black thorn symbol partially activated. There was no way to fake this. Burning sensation. Lumion's heart raced, recalling something the mysterious woman had said. "Pray to yourself." The principle of proximity. Thinking back to the ritual that invoked Dancer's power and the black thorn symbol, he formed a new hypothesis. He heard the sheep bleating during the sacrifice because of mysticism. In simpler terms, when the padre and his group performed their ritual and prayed to the hidden being, the principle of proximity also targeted the corruption in Lumion's body, partially triggering the black thorn symbol. As a result, Lumion could faintly hear the sheep's cries from afar. Him being unable to respond or knowing how, with the corruption now sealed by the owner of the bluish-black pattern. The Padre's ritual ultimately contacted the hidden entity. After the ritual, the burning sensation in Lumien's chest faded. It seems no invisible, strange power had invaded Aurora's room last night. The anomaly in my body was just half-activated by the Padre's ritual. Lumien roughly understood how events had unfolded. At that moment, Ryan warned his companions. It appears our investigation of the cathedral's underground has alarmed the Padre and his people. They found a way to repair the altar and pray for strength ahead of time. From now on, we need to be extra vigilant. Don't assume things will only turn dangerous as Lent approaches. If I weren't worried about restarting the loop, I'd have dealt with them already. Valentine spat hatefully. Then he added gloomily, "Can you stop calling that servant of the evil god a padre? He's not worthy. Why was he a padre if he wasn't worthy?" Lumien dared not voice his thoughts. He wasn't afraid to voice his thoughts, but wanting to maintain his image in Valentine's eyes, he kept silent. After all, he might need to persuade this fanatic to do something later, like using his suicide to verify the essence of the cycle. Ryan nodded. "Let's visit Madame Puali's as soon as possible to replenish our supplies. We should stay inside as much as we can in the future." Lumien said nothing more, leaving Shepherd Pierre Barry's house through the back door and heading towards the castle on the hill. Passing through the vibrant garden, the trio approached the partially open door and informed the red-coated, white-panted manservant. "We need to see Madame Puali's." "Wait a moment." The valet glanced at Ryan and Valentine before swiftly turning and vanishing through the door. Soon after, the pale-faced midwife in a grayish-white dress emerged. Compared to last time, her face was even paler, and her eyes were so blank that it made one's heart turn cold. Had Lumien not informed Ryan and Valentine beforehand that the midwife wasn't dead, they would have been shocked. They had seen plenty of dead people turn into zombies. The Solar High Priest specialized in such matters. Valentine had purified dozens of similar cases, but it was beyond their understanding how a person diced into pieces could revert to their original appearance and seem more alive than dead. The midwife spoke in a monotone. "Madam doesn't want to see you. Please leave." "We have urgent matters," Lumien insisted. "Isn't Madame Puali's concerned that the person underground will disrupt her plans?" The midwife maintained her tone. "Madame says it won't affect her." Hearing this, a chill ran down Lumien's spine. It meant they would have a hard time getting Madame Puali's help again. Lumien smiled without displaying frustration or disappointment. Looking at the midwife, he said, "But we might explore the tomb." He implied that during the exploration, either side could encounter trouble, triggering the loop to restart prematurely. Unfazed, the midwife remained stiff and blank. "You can try, but you'll only be disappointed." "What does she mean?" Lumien couldn't grasp Madame Puali's message. Does she mean they could explore all they wanted, and she would offer some help at crucial moments but they wouldn't find any valuable clues? The more Lumien pondered, the more he doubted that was her intended meaning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused their meeting request through the midwife. Before Lumien could consider other possibilities, Ryan thoughtfully asked, "Is Madame Puali's trying to tell us that the person in the tomb can easily control us and prevent our investigation without triggering the loop?" "Yes." The midwife nodded slowly, turned, and retreated deeper into the castle. Lumien, Valentine, and Ryan exchanged glances and left, feeling helpless. Their next stop was Old Tavern, where they could purchase plenty of provisions and barrels of cheap wine. Compared to potable water that spoiled easily, wine was more stable. As long as its alcohol content wasn't too high, it could substitute for water. Entering Old Tavern, Lumien scanned the room but didn't spot the mysterious woman. Disappointed, he focused on the bar counter, telling tavern owner Maurice Benet what they needed. After Ryan and Valentine hauled out wine barrels, Lumien lowered his voice and inquired, "Where's the other lady?" Maurice Benet shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe she's in her room somewhere else in the village or even in Liège. She rented the room until the 9th. She's free to do as she pleases." "The 9th? The 12th night?" Lumion nodded thoughtfully. April 9th was the so-called 12th night that he and Aurora had deduced. This also confirmed that March 29th was indeed the loop's first day. If Ryan and the two other foreigners hadn't happened to enter Cordu on a particular cycle's first day, the loop would immediately restart and commence on March 29th whenever outsiders invaded the area. Damn! Lumion slapped his forehead and told the tavern owner, Maurice Benet. My stomach's acting up. I need the restroom. Tell them to wait for me. Maurice Benet's expression seemed to say, What are you up to now? Don't mess with me. The downside of having a bad reputation rears its ugly head once more. Lumion chuckled. Don't worry. I'm really just using the restroom. As he spoke, he waved and sprinted toward the staircase. He did want to use the restroom, but he was heading for the one upstairs. Maurice Benet glanced at his retreating figure and muttered, Spring is here, and this scoundrel's hormones are raging. His voice barely reached Lumion's ears. Upon reaching the second floor, Lumion approached the restroom and positioned himself in front of the mysterious lady's room. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. No answer. Noticing the absence of a do not disturb sign on the handle, Lumion knocked twice more, each time louder than before. Unfortunately, the mysterious lady never showed. Lumion pondered for a moment before producing a slim wire and jiggling it in the keyhole. The door creaked open, revealing an empty room. The bed's blanket lay neatly folded, as though no one had occupied the space recently. Lumion exhaled quietly and closed the door without venturing inside. In the afternoon, the siblings congregated in Aurora's bedroom under the guise of instructing Lumion in the art of Hermes to swiftly enhance his strength. Lumion kept his voice low as he recounted his excursion into the dream ruins the previous night. At last, he inquired, Anything to add? About hunting the flaming monster. Though he was armed with fallen mercury and invisibility, his confidence in hunting the flaming beast remained low. It was a sequence of the hunter pathway that had experienced a qualitative transformation. Aurora chuckled. You've covered all the bases. The only thing I can add is... She lifted her hands, formed fists, and shook them gently. Break a leg. Lumion felt defeated by his sister's jest. However, the tension in his chest subsided. Aurora then said, What remains are some cliched words. Be careful. Be careful. Be very careful. She sighed. It's a shame the mysterious lady isn't here. Otherwise, I could have crafted some simple, supplementary talismans, along with the integrity brooch, and had them brought into your dream. That's true. While Lumion felt disappointed, he wasn't disheartened. He had no intention of giving up. At 9:50 p.m., Lumion slid out of Aurora's bedroom and stalked down the hallway towards the washroom. He intended to relieve himself before beginning his night watch. Bathed in the crimson glow of the moon, the washroom was shrouded in darkness. Only the toilet was faintly visible. Lumion bent over and unfastened his belt. Behind him, the shadow on the wall abruptly writhed and morphed into a silhouette brandishing an axe high above its head. Lumion's eyes were narrowed, his body tensing as he sensed the pores on his skin open. An overwhelming premonition of danger washed over him. In the dream ruins, he'd had no shortage of similar experiences. Instantly, he halted and tumbled to the side, like a boneless sack of flesh. A whistling wind filled his ears as a razor-sharp axe grazed his body, slicing through the air. Lumion hit the ground with a thud, attempting to roll to his feet. But pale white and pitch black, eerie arms extended from the surrounding shadows, grabbing his clothes and coiling around his body. The cold sensation and stiffness seeped into Lumion's flesh. Twisting wildly, trying to escape the restraints with his powerful agility, he shouted, "Help!" Two malicious, bumpy palms smothered his mouth, stifling his voice abruptly, leaving only a whimper. Simultaneously, Lumion glimpsed an elongated humanoid shadow on the wall, raising the axe at him. Clang! A two-handed broadsword of pure light blocked the axe's slash. Ryan was the first to rush over, not bothering with his dawn armor, and simply summoned a sword of dawn. The shadowy axe took on a heavy, sharp, and dark appearance the moment it detached from the wall. The second person to arrive at the washroom door was Leah, who had been in the opposite study. The silver bells on her veil and boots tinkled softly. Leah raised her right palm and aimed her silver revolver at the strange arms grabbing Lumion. They tightened, as if trying to drag Lumion into the shadows. Blue blood vessels bulged from Lumion's neck, forehead, and hands, straining with all his might. Yet, he couldn't fend off the pale white and pitch-black arms. His body dissolved into the shadows piece by piece. Bang! Leah fired, and a golden bullet wrapped in blazing flames struck a pitch-black arm that seemed to drip ink. The arm ignited, quickly releasing Lumion's neck and retreating into the shadowy corner. Aurora arrived at the washroom to find such a scene. Seeing a third of her brother's body thinned and darkened into a shadow, his expression growing increasingly rigid, Aurora wasted no time. She pulled iron-black materials from her hidden pocket and sprinkled the powder at Lumion, her light blue eyes darkening. Lumion felt an invisible hand grasp him and pull him toward Aurora. He recalled his sister using a similar spell before, but it had pushed him away. This time, she yanked him closer. The colossal hand's strength equaled that of the sinister arms, stopping Lumion's slide into the shadows. Clang, clang, clang. Ryan drove the figure with the sharp axe back into the wall. The next second, Valentine appeared behind Leah and Aurora. Witnessing Lumion's state, he spread his arms wide. Golden illusory flames materialized around Lumion, incinerating countless wicked arms. The pitch-black or pale-white arms either melted like candles or evaporated into black wisps of smoke. Within seconds, 4/5 of the strange arms grabbing Lumion vanished. The remaining arms struggled to resist the invisible hand and Lumion's efforts, releasing him one after another. Feeling the grip on him loosen, Lumion was pulled by the invisible hand, half flying and half pouncing toward Aurora. As the pitch-black and pale-white arms retracted, the axe-wielding figure froze on the wall, merging with the surrounding shadows, leaving no trace. Lumion stood and surveyed the area, sneering. "Is that it? Aren't you looking down on us by only sending one person?" Aurora glared at him. "Don't speak." How could he utter such ill-omened words at a time like this? As Aurora's voice echoed in the corridor, a black, spiked vine, abnormally thick as if from the abyss, descended from the study's ceiling. At its top bloomed a massive, blood-red flower with a foul odor. The flower expanded, as if stretching its mouth to the limit. It suddenly engulfed Leah's head and writhed frantically. As it chewed, the object in its mouth turned into a thin piece of paper and was shredded. Immediately after, the radiant broadsword of light flew from the washroom, impaling the massive evil flower to the wall. Streams of bright red blood oozed from the sword, evaporating into mist. Simultaneously, tendrils of black vines cascaded from the ceiling of the Lumion residence, enveloping the walls and sealing the windows with enormous red blossoms. Aurora swiftly produced a pearl-like powder and tossed it into the air, mingling it with summoned natural forces. An unseen warm breeze blew, causing the black vines to wither and lose their vigor, no longer able to support the vivid red flowers suspended in midair. The wilted vines dangled lifelessly from the second floor. Not a bad result, Aurora mused to herself. She had obtained the spell from a member of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society. Intended as a gardening spell for weeding, Aurora had acquired it at a bargain price, thinking it would be useful someday. Typically, it was used to clear weeds from building walls, but today it proved invaluable. Nonetheless, the abyssal black vines were unnaturally resilient. They merely withered and didn't perish instantly. This bought time for Valentine, who summoned the golden and illusory fire of light to incinerate the vile creatures in the corridor and rooms. Ryan then flooded the area with the pure sunrise gleam, banishing all evil and obliterating all illusions. Confronted with this situation he was powerless in, Hunter Lumion stifled his urge to perform the enigmatic dance. He observed his sister and the three outsiders collaborate to eradicate the anomaly that had invaded the second floor. Soon, The black vines and red flowers disintegrated into smoke. But Leah's veil and the silver bells on her boots continued to jingle, signaling that danger still lurked. Lumion swiftly surveyed the scene and sniffed. The air doesn't smell right. A faint, sweet scent lingered. I feel a little dizzy and want to sleep, Leah confessed her unease. The fumes from the burning vines and flowers contain an anesthetic? How sinister. Aurora, possessing extensive mysticism knowledge, acted promptly. She produced a handful of transparent powder and scattered it forward. A fierce wind materialized from nowhere, gusting through every corner of the second floor. Ryan, Lumion, Valentine, and Leah dashed into separate rooms, throwing open the windows that had been sealed by the black vines. As the innocuous wind subsided, Aurora turned to Lumion and inquired, "And now?" Lumion sniffed cautiously. "Don't smell it anymore." "I feel better too," Leah chimed in. At that moment, the silver bells on her veil and boots ceased their movement. The crisis was averted. A probing attack from the Padre and company? Aurora speculated. Lumion glanced at Valentine, who appeared troubled. Could be Guillaume Binet, who just received a boon, or the already powerful shepherd Pierre Barry. Valentine's expression softened at Lumion's choice of words. Ryan surveyed the area and declared in a deep voice, "Whichever the case, we must heighten our vigilance. From now on, let's split into 2 groups for shifts. We'll alternate between resting and standing guard, day or night." A single guard risked being ambushed without timely assistance. "No problem." Aurora and Lumion exchanged glances before adding, "I'll be in the same group as my brother." Ryan and the others didn't object. Over the next few days, the 2 groups maintained a watchful eye in 6-hour rotations. Although nothing transpired, as Lent drew near, they all felt the impending danger, anticipating relentless waves of peril. During this period, Lumion continued exploring the dream while resting. He didn't immediately hunt the flaming monster. Instead, he suppressed his impatience and sought to understand the creature's patterns. With his invisibility, long-range tracking, daily observation, and ample patience, Lumion finally gleaned the information he desired. The flaming monster would set traps in the dream clearing each morning, practicing techniques it had mastered for 45 to 90 minutes. It would then follow a fixed route into a flesh-strewn area to replenish its energy. Its afternoon activities were unpredictable, mainly patrolling its territory via different paths. Lumion had yet to discern its criteria for choosing routes. In the evening, it would retrace the fixed route and re-enter the hunting zone. Lumion remained ignorant of its nocturnal activities. He had only spent a maximum of 6 hours in the dream ruins and never ventured there at night. The night before Lent, Lumion jolted awake in the hazy gray fog of the dreamscape bedroom. He glanced at fallen Mercury beside him and his mind snapped into sharp focus. This was the night. He would hunt down the flaming monster. Lumion meticulously wrapped his left hand in layers of white bandages. He gathered his supplies. Fallen Mercury, his iron-black axe, gray-amber perfume, biscuits, cheese, bloodied mutton chops, rope for traps, and a bag of cooled boiled water. Slipping his shotgun over his shoulder, he left his semi-subterranean dwelling. Through the thin gray fog, he ventured into a barren wasteland, riddled with cracks. He entered the dreamlike ruins and strode toward the clearing where the flaming monster often lurked. Hearing a distant noise, Lumion veered towards a path he anticipated the creature would take, arriving at a natural trap he discovered earlier. A deep pit lay beside the road, with collapsed walls to the front and left. Stacked rocks bordered the right side, and behind it, a mostly collapsed house loomed. Such a trap was difficult to spot. Lumion had found it only after scouring the area multiple times. He crouched behind the pit, tossing in a few sharpened wooden stakes. He covered it with a rope net he'd woven earlier and camouflaged it with soil. With the simple trap set, he placed his bait. 2 blood-soaked lamb chops, half on solid ground and half suspended above the pit. Lumion stepped back, assessing the precarious balance. He retreated into the mostly collapsed house, perching himself on the remains of an outer wall. He adjusted his position to watch the trap without being seen by passing monsters. Next, he took out the gray amber perfume and sprayed it on the wall. A delicate, sweet scent wafted through the air, carried by sporadic gusts of wind that blew through the ruins. The fragrance clung to the wall and to Lumion. Without hesitation, he leaped away, looping back to the path where the flaming monster would appear, positioning himself closer to its hunting grounds. Once more, he changed direction, crossing the path and entering the ruins of a building opposite. Reaching the rear of the crumbling structure, he stopped, leaned against the wall, and waited. As with his strategy against the shotgun monster, Lumion never expected his trap to fool the flaming monster or wound it severely. These decoys and alarms targeted the creature's keen senses, observation, and behavior. Only a hunter knew how to exploit a hunter's strengths. Of course, all this relied on the target operating primarily on instinct, its intelligence limited to combat. Leaning against the wall, Lumion gripped fallen Mercury in his bandaged left hand, tearing off the pitch-black cloth shrouding its surface. He couldn't know how long it would take for the flaming monster to arrive. All he could do was be patient. Patience was his strong suit, a remnant from his vagrant days. Time crawled by. Unseen by Lumion, a charred, flame-tinged monster entered the path. After walking over 20 meters, its nose twitched. It detected the faint scent of blood. The monster didn't immediately turn. As it continued, it surreptitiously scanned the source of the smell. Passing the collapsed wall, the bloody lamb chops caught its eye. Tempting food, but the flaming monster resisted its instincts, not devouring the bait. Pressed on, slowing its pace. Soon, an unusual fragrance filled its nostrils. It instantly deduced the meat was a trap and a hunter lay in ambush nearby. This hunter seemed different from the one who had previously observed it while invisible. It lacked sufficient knowledge of hunters and hadn't masked its scent beforehand. Taking a few more steps, the flaming monster used the fragrance and subtle footprints to pinpoint the enemy hiding on the outer wall of the building behind the trap. Feigning ignorance, it increased its distance by another 7 to 8 meters. Suddenly, it whirled around, its scarlet flames rapidly condensing into a fireball tinged with white. Boom! With a flick of its right palm, the fireball hurtled towards Lumion's ambush location, collapsing the outer wall and causing the house to shudder. Hearing the explosion from a distance, Lumion abandoned his hiding spot, darting into the clearing, his movements a wild, distorted dance. The explosion was like a signal flare, a stark reminder for him to swiftly ready the second phase of the trap. Lumion and Aurora had devised this intricate plan, luring their prey into sending out their own signal flares. In the midst of his mesmerizing dance, Lumion detected the hazy forms of the mouth orifice monster, the shotgun monster, and the skinless monster. By then, the flaming monster had already approached the collapsed wall, searching for any trace of its enemy. Lumion danced for another 10 to 20 seconds, his movements growing more intense. He drew out the ritual silver dagger with his right hand, making a small incision on his left wrist. A single drop of blood emerged, congealing into a tiny sphere. Lumion stepped forward, pivoted, and snatched up the blood droplet, aiming it at the mouth orifice monster. "I!" He uttered the word in ancient Hermes, his voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, the flaming monster had discovered the faint footprints Lumion had left behind. Catching a whiff of a subtle scent, it started tracking him. Quickly shouting his follow-up command, Lumion watched as the mouth orifice monster swallowed the blood droplet from the tip of the silver dagger and entered his body. A wave of madness, bloodlust, cruel intent, and ravenous hunger washed over him. Lumion fought back the discomfort, hastily bandaging his insignificant wound with a white strip he'd brought along. Next, he popped a piece of cheese into his mouth, chewing and swallowing to make sure the residual gray amber scent on his body would mask any other mingled odors. Throughout this process, Lumion sprinted to the edge of the road and halted at an inconspicuous spot. He clenched his jaw tight and spun around, carefully retracing his steps along his previous path. Relying on a hunter's observation skills and dancer's exaggerated flexibility, Lumion made sure to leave only faint footprints and no additional marks. It wasn't long before he reached the center of the road and stopped. Maintaining his invisibility, Lumion remained in plain sight on the road. He waited, using shallow cogitation and constant suspension to suppress any thoughts of attacking the flaming monster, a rudimentary way to disrupt its danger premonition. His inspiration came from a hunter's keen self-awareness. Aurora had once written about the tactic of retracing one's footsteps to lie in ambush mid-road in a novel. After 7 or 8 seconds, the flaming monster's pitch-black form appeared in Lumion's sight. Utilizing his uncanny flexibility, he twisted his body to observe the approaching target. The flaming monster followed the faint footprints and scent left behind by its enemy. Uninterrupted, it continued its pursuit. Once back on the main road, it sniffed the air, unsurprised to detect a mild fragrance. It instinctively lowered its head and found the inconspicuous footprints. But it found no trace of traps in the vicinity. Without hesitation, the flaming monster tracked the footprints to the other side of the road. The charred face and displaced eyeballs loomed larger and clearer in Lumion's sight. Holding his breath, Lumion didn't disrupt his cogitation again, striving to empty his mind. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He lunged at the target, raising the fallen Mercury in his left hand for a swift slash. He didn't wait to close the gap further, fearing that it would trigger the prey's danger sense and prompt evasive maneuvers. The flaming monster suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Without thinking, it leaped to the side. Simultaneously, its vision captured Lumion's figure, attacking with a pewter-black dirk in his bandaged left hand. They were so close that despite the flaming monster's reaction, evasion was impossible. Lumion collided with it. With a tearing sound, fallen Mercury's sharp blade sank into the flaming monster's right chest. The fate extracted from Noodle Man infiltrated the target's body as an illusory mercury bead. Meanwhile, a river of countless intricate mercury symbols briefly surfaced. Some of the destinies rapidly converged towards the pewter-black blade. Lumion didn't bother selecting the destiny to exchange, letting fallen Mercury do as it wished. Boom! The monster's flames erupted. The forceful shockwave hurled Lumion and his fallen Mercury away. Crimson flames ignited his clothes and scorched his facial skin. Lumion bore the searing pain, twisting his waist midair to alter his trajectory. As soon as he landed, he sprang to his feet and fled. However, unable to re-enter the invisibility state until the flames were extinguished, he remained visible. Boom! Despite his serpentine sprint, Lumion was still knocked off his feet by the fireball's aftershock. His back throbbed with numbing pain. He struggled to his feet, scrambling away from the path and into the ruins where he had been hiding before. The flaming monster pursued Lumion, who was unable to turn invisible once more. The flaming monster pursued relentlessly, hurling crimson fireballs that blasted craters in the earth. Lumion was thrown off balance multiple times. Flames licked at the charred logs that littered the desolate landscape, casting flickering red light in every direction. Lumion barely spared a thought for the fire still consuming his clothes. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he was sent sprawling by the shock waves of detonation after detonation. He staggered to his feet and careened wildly towards his destination, veering left, then right, arcing and darting straight ahead. Mercifully, he didn't have far to go based on his plan. Just as he felt the taste of blood in his mouth and his body threatened to give out, a dilapidated building loomed before him. Boom! Lumion contorted his body mid-stride, narrowly avoiding a fireball. The scarlet projectile exploded just ahead, unleashing a hellish maelstrom of flames. Seizing the moment, Lumion dropped to the ground and rolled beneath the worst of the conflagration. With the momentum, he tumbled into the partially collapsed structure. The flaming monster halted and hesitated, wary of pursuing its prey into a potential death trap. It watched as Lumion rolled deeper into the building, summoning a swarm of red fire ravens around it. Their screeches filled the air as they took flight. Half of them dove towards the building's support beams, while the others bore down on Lumion from all sides. These avian flames were unerring, constantly adjusting their trajectories to match Lumion's movements. In that instant, the flaming monster could almost see its enemy's charred remains. Fire ravens were far more difficult to dodge than mere fireballs. And then, Lumion disappeared from the monster's view. He had rolled into a well-preserved basement. Bang! Lumion slammed the wooden door shut and leaped aside, using the force of the impact. Swoosh! 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 The scarlet fire ravens slammed into the door. Boom! The heavy door disintegrated into flaming splinters. Rumble! The remaining fire ravens struck their intended targets, bringing down the decaying structure in a torrent of debris. Stone, wood, and dust engulfed the area, entombing the basement. Lumion had already taken refuge in a corner, using the accumulated dirt to smother the flames that clung to him. But he was still badly burned, his internal organs battered by the force of the explosions. Without swift medical attention, he wouldn't last another day. The flaming monster's attack had been devastating, even more potent than Ryan Sands' his hurricane of light. Lumion had intended to use invisibility to elude the flaming monster, slipping into the basement to perform his enigmatic sacrificial dance, activating the black thorn symbol on his chest to terrify his foe. He'd planned to bide his time for fallen Mercury to complete the exchange of fate. But the persistent fire had thwarted his invisibility, nearly costing him his life. The one consolation was that he had a backup plan in the event he couldn't escape the monster's pursuit, nor could he perform his sacrificial dance in peace. He'd even considered collapsing the building to bury the basement and buy time, but the flaming monster had done the job for him. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Lumion sat cross-legged. He retrieved the bottle of gray amber perfume from Aurora, unscrewed the cap, and placed it before him. Outside the demolished building, the flaming monster's gaze cut through the swirling dust, searching for any trace of its quarry. It was certain that the cunning intruder wouldn't have been buried alive so easily. Given the complexity of the traps he'd laid and his intimate knowledge of the ruins, he must have left himself an escape route. The flaming monster wasn't particularly intelligent, but its hunter's instincts led it to circle the collapsed building. In less than 10 seconds, it discovered a hidden cave entrance angling downward. The opening was concealed by debris from the fallen structure, sheltered from the ensuing collapse. It was difficult to spot and tucked away in a discreet location. The monster raised its right hand, conjuring a fist-sized white fireball in its palm. With a sudden lunge, it hurled the fireball down the passageway. The flames streaked through the air, penetrated the basement, and collided with the far wall. Boom! The blast wave didn't affect Lumion, who was deliberately hiding in another corner. It only overturned the bottle of gray amber perfume in front of him and quaked the entire basement. The gurgle of liquid flowed from the open bottle, its elegant and sweet fragrance intensifying instantly. Lumion leaned against the wall, eyes closed, lost in cogitation. His mind conjured a crimson sun, holding it steady for a few seconds. Suddenly, a terrifying sound reached Lumion's ears, as if from an infinite distance yet unervingly close. Blue veins bulged across his face, hands, and neck, quickly turning red. Simultaneously, silver-black spots seeped from his skin. He opened his mouth to scream, but collapsed and curled up before a sound could escape. Fallen Mercury slipped from Lumion's left palm, but it dared not make a move. It didn't even attempt to approach his exposed face or right hand to create a marionette through contact. It just quivered there, violently. Outside the basement, the monster poised to conjure a fireball froze beside the entrance Lumion had excavated. Couldn't help but shudder. A few seconds later, it fled, abandoning the hunt. Lumion plunged into a darkness teeming with flickering flames. His mind was overwhelmed with excruciating pain and malevolent thoughts. In that moment, death seemed preferable. He sensed something deep within him rapidly growing and taking form. It appeared to be a trauma, composed of all negative personalities and a particular will. Once assembled into human shape, it would utterly supplant the original him. Amid the unending darkness of despair and pain, Lumion caught a whiff of a scent, elegant and sweet. It was Aurora's fragrance, a familiar aroma. Aurora, grande sir. Lumion slowly regained his composure, as if hearing the comforting melody once more. I want to live. The loop hasn't ended yet. A rush of thoughts flooded back to him. Lumion finally vanquished the pitch-black will and the agony-laced darkness within his heart and opened his eyes. The first thing in his sight was the toppled bottle of gray amber perfume on the ground. It toppled? Lumion's heart ached as he reached out his right hand. Initially, he'd only intended to mimic Aurora's use of incense to control his symptoms and rely on the natural perfume as a wake-up call. Unexpectedly, more than half the bottle had spilled. In the next instant, his body quivered. He saw the charred, blood-stained back of his hand and the silver-black circular spots that had yet to fade. Without needing a reminder, Lumion could smell the unfamiliar, hair-raising scent on himself. If he crossed paths with Valentine now, he'd be purified by his holy light summoning without revealing a thing. Lumion scooped up the remaining half of the gray amber perfume, tightened the cap and stowed it away. He then picked up Fallen Mercury, still trembling violently, and asked in Hermes, "Is the fate exchange over?" Fallen Mercury swiftly shook left and right, signaling it wasn't. Lumion exhaled in relief. He feared that by the time he awoke, the fate exchange would have been completed. The shock would last no more than a minute. If he couldn't locate the flaming monster in time, his recent torment would be futile. Breathe in, breathe out. Lumion adjusted his dreadful condition and mustered his remaining strength before crawling out of the basement through the hole he had dug earlier. Each motion tugged at various wounds, making him wince in pain. Upon exiting the basement, Lumion searched for the flaming monster's tracks and sighed inwardly. Using cogitation in such a state and fully activating the thorn symbol on my chest is downright suicidal. I haven't done it since becoming a hunter, barely repressing the symptoms with gray amber's scent. Had I done it a few times before, my body might have mutated slightly, turning me into a monster. I can't risk this for a while unless I have a death wish. He opted for cogitation to fully activate the black thorn symbol on his chest rather than the sacrificial dance's partial activation, as time was of the essence and he couldn't perform the dance. With cogitation, he could frighten off the flaming monster in 5 or 6 seconds. The enigmatic sacrificial dance, however, took 30 to 40 seconds, even with his familiarity. In Lumion's hunting strategy, this was his last resort. If he couldn't evade the flaming monster's pursuit by other means, he'd attempt cogitation. Lumion hadn't anticipated that cogitation would leave him gravely injured from the start and on the brink of losing control, turning into a monster. Before long, Lumion discovered the flaming monster's tracks and pursued them. A few minutes later, the prince appeared fresher, so he slowed his pace. Soon after, Fallen Mercury shuddered on its own, notifying Lumion that the fate exchange was complete. Without hesitation, Lumion brandished the iron-black axe and charged forward, following the flaming monster's footprints. In under 20 seconds, he spotted the scorched and smoldering prey. Cowered in a rock-encircled corner, quaking, Lumion dashed over, cast aside Fallen Mercury, and seized the axe with both hands, cleaving down with all his might. With a dull thud, the flaming monster's head and body separated. Bright red blood spurted out violently, igniting into scarlet flame clusters on the ground. Lumion, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed to the ground with his axe. Lumion slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He could barely muster the strength to move a finger. Silently, he observed the crimson flames flickering on the ground, their intensity gradually diminishing until they snuffed out. During this time, Lumion managed to lean forward and grab the Fallen Mercury with his left hand, while his right hand tightly gripped the iron-black axe, ready for any unexpected threats. His focus was unwavering, and he remained on high alert. Inwardly, he prayed to the eternal blazing sun and the unknown, great being, hoping they would shield him from harm. In his current state, even a mundane foe like the skinless monster could easily take him down. let alone the possibility of the flaming creature reviving itself unexpectedly. As time ticked by, Lumien's spirituality and stamina gradually improved, but his injuries only worsened, leaving him disoriented and unfocused. Hunters need to be cautious, level-headed, and patient-capable of using their environment to their advantage. Above all, they require courage. Courage to confront the unexpected, to persevere in the face of crisis, to steel oneself when escape seems impossible, and to find a path out of the jaws of death. Distracted by these thoughts, Lumien suddenly felt as if the hunter potion coursing through him had been fully absorbed. It was as if a barrier had shattered, and a tiny spark had merged with every fiber of his being. All traces of Lumien's loss of control vanished, and his condition immediately improved. Slowly, he rose to his feet and heaved a quiet sigh. I've actually digested it. This meant he was ready for the next potion. Lumien, clutching the pewter-black dirk in his bandaged left hand, scanned his surroundings. Occasionally, he fixated on the flaming monster's remains, patiently awaiting the appearance of the Beyonder characteristics. Unlike the shotgun monster's swift transformation, Lumien waited for half an hour. He wondered if the flaming monster still lived and whether he should strike it a few more times. Finally, on the verge of collapsing from his injuries, red sparks burst forth from the monster's body. Like fireflies, they swarmed around the corpse before gradually coalescing into a scarlet object resembling a heart. The heart pulsed, its surface pocked with countless tiny holes, from which indistinct flames seeped. Is this the main ingredient for the pyromaniac potion? Lumien mused, reaching down to pick it up. A searing pain radiated from his palm straight to his mind, making him instinctively want to fling the heart away to escape the agony. Luckily, Lumien's skin had been numbed by the flaming monster's burns, allowing him to barely tolerate the relatively minor pain. He tried wrapping the heart in a strip of cloth, but it instantly incinerated the fabric, reducing it to ashes. After a moment's thought, Lumien set the Beyonder ingredient on the ground, wrapped the fallen mercury in the remaining black cloth, and secured it at his waist. Next, he emptied the contents of the cloth bag containing the lead bullets into his pocket. He then filled the bag halfway with soil from the area before tossing in the flame-wreathed heart. But Lumien didn't stop there. He continued shoveling soil into the bag until the heart was entirely encased in layers of inflammable earth. Exhaling, he carried the bag to the edge of the ruins, pondering a newly discovered problem. I'm only a sequence 9, and this is the main ingredient for the corresponding sequence 7 pyromaniac. I can't just advance to sequence 7, can I? This will make me lose control. I initially thought the flaming monster would yield a pyromaniac, provoker, and hunter Beyonder characteristic, but it's all mixed together. Uncertain of what to do, Lumien stumbled away. Miraculously, he didn't encounter a single monster on his way back. In his weakened state, any confrontation would have spelled disaster. His only hope was to rely on his keen observation and sharp senses to detect danger early and avoid it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumien exited the dream ruins and traversed the barren wilderness, arriving back at his semi-subterranean 2-story dwelling. Laboriously, he climbed to the second floor and removed the fallen mercury, the cloth bag with the pyromaniac ingredient, and the iron-black axe. He placed them on the bedside table or tossed them to the floor before staggering to the full-length mirror embedded in the wardrobe. In the mirror, Lumien saw his ghostly pale face, marred by flame scars and faint silver-black patches on his skin. His blue eyes flickered with an illusory silvery hue, entwined with darkness. This was a sign that he had sustained severe injuries and nearly lost control. If not for his home field advantage in the dream ruins or the acquisition of fallen mercury and invisibility, Lumien would have had no chance of defeating the flaming monster. Munching on jerky and cheese to stave off the intense hunger left by his possession, he collapsed onto the bed. He desperately needed to return to reality and rest for a while, allowing his body to recover swiftly. Sunlight pierced through the curtains, casting the bedroom in a soft glow that highlighted Aurora's desk, cluttered with reference materials, reading notebooks, and stacks of manuscripts. It also illuminated a wardrobe filled with dresses and an exquisite full-body mirror. Lumion opened his eyes to meet his sister's light blue gaze. Aurora watched him stir, her voice laced with concern. How was it? Is everything all right? She knew that her brother had ventured into the dream ruins to hunt the flaming monster this time. I succeeded. Lumion sat up, his head feeling foggy. His skin tingled, and his bones threatened to snap. But compared to the excruciating pain that had nearly killed him in the dream, this was nothing. He lowered his gaze to examine his body. Red, swollen patches covered his skin, as if he were suffering from an allergic reaction. That's good. Aurora sighed with relief. An hour ago, you twitched all over and kicked me awake. Lumion laughed, self-deprecating. It was indeed dangerous back then. I almost lost control. I was hesitant to wake you up, but you quickly calmed down and didn't scare me anymore, Aurora said, visibly relieved. Lumion's heart stirred. And you just kept looking at me? That's right. Aurora nodded calmly. If anything happens, I have to shake you awake and bring you back to reality. You can't die in your dreams. Lumion suddenly felt the pain, struggle, and fear of nearly dying in his dream dissipate, replaced by a warm current surging from the depths of his heart. He asked, almost without thinking, You didn't wake up because I kicked you, did you? You haven't slept at all, have you? Aurora smiled and said, That was my original plan, but considering how long you'd have to wait for that monster, and how I just finished my night duty, if I didn't catch up on sleep, I'd definitely be in a daze later. It'd be easy for me to make a mistake and not wake you up in time. So, I decided to put my hand on you and take the chance to catch some shut-eye. This way, I'd be able to sense any movement and wake up quickly. Heh. I was indeed kicked by you. As she spoke, she pointed at her right calf, where a visible bruise had formed. Before Lumion could respond, she asked, Tell me the details. Suppressing his voice, Lumion recounted his ordeal, describing how he set up the trap, ambushed the monster, and how his clothes caught fire. Unable to turn invisible, he had no choice but to flee into the basement and fully activate the black thorn symbol with cogitation. Aurora listened intently, her expression occasionally betraying her worry for her brother's perilous situation. She was the kind of person who easily immersed herself in stories. As the tale drew to a close, Lumion raised a question. How do I separate Provoker from the pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic? He didn't know where to find the potion formula. Aurora thought for a moment and said, I don't know how to separate them. I've only heard that you might need the help of a high-level Beyonder for such a situation. A demigod? Lumion guessed. There were probably only 3 people he knew who had reached sequence 4. The enigmatic lady, Madame Pualis, and the one lying in the coffin in the tomb. Aurora nodded. I think so. Actually, you don't have to worry. I suspect the mysterious lady will come to you soon and provide some help. She always appears at critical points in your growth. This time should be no exception. After all, the loop hasn't been resolved and the secret of the dream ruins remains locked away. Go to Old Tavern to find her? Lumion frowned. Their agreement with Ryan and the others was to avoid going out as much as possible. Aurora tersely acknowledged his words. Let's wait a while. She might visit us directly. Aurora sighed and said, For ordinary Beyonders, the potion formula isn't a problem, but you're different. There's corruption sealed in your body, and you can lose control if there's the slightest issue. You still need a complete and correct Provoker potion formula. Why don't ordinary Beyonders need potion formulas? Lumion asked, surprised. Aurora explained, It's not that they don't need them, but anyone below sequence 7 can advance just by consuming the main ingredient. Doesn't that risk losing control? Lumion asked, astonished. Aurora acknowledged tersely. Years ago, there was a high chance of losing control. But recently, sequence 9 and sequence 8 Beyonder characteristics can indeed be consumed directly. However, it's about 20 to 30% more dangerous than concocting a potion. Right? That's the conclusion reached by our president, Gandalf. Why? Just as Lumion was about to ask, A familiar song echoed from outside the house. The siblings exchanged solemn glances. Lent had begun, and the spring elf entourage had reached them. A group of young men encircled Ava, singing and dancing as they arrived outside the Lumian residence. Guillaume Jr. of the Barry family strode to the door and slammed at it. He was a friend of Lumian, Raimund, and Ava. With curly brown hair and prominent freckles, his blue eyes appeared smaller than average, as if perpetually narrowed. With a creak, Aurora appeared before them. Her blonde hair tied up, she wore a formal flounce-lined, light-collared dress. Aurora exuded energy, her face radiant. Impossible to tell she hadn't slept well the night before. Ava, donning a laurel crown woven from tree branches and flowers, stepped forward and sang, "I'm the elf of spring," with a sweet face and a joyful ring. "Come and sing, come and dance, for this is the only way to obtain a harvest that will stay." Aurora listened quietly, took the leaf, and handed Ava a small pottery jar containing animal fat. "Bumper harvest! Bumper harvest!" The young men cheered. As the spring elf entourage set off for the next location, Guillaume Jr. deliberately lagged behind and asked Aurora, "Where's Lumian? I haven't seen him in the past 2 days. Is he not participating in the Lent celebration?" Aurora laughed and replied, "He's sick. Sick." Guillaume Jr. was slightly surprised. He gets sick too? In his mind, Lumian was always brimming with energy. At most, he'd suffer minor injuries from a prank gone awry. "I'll be worried if he never gets sick," Aurora replied jokingly. "All humans fall sick." Guillaume Jr. hurriedly waved at Aurora as the spring elf entourage moved further away. "Tell Lumian I'll visit him after Lent." Aurora nodded slightly, watching Guillaume Jr. sprint towards the entourage that had stopped in front of the next building. "How was it?" Lumian stuck his head out beside his sister. Aurora thought for a moment and said, "They're still normal, but I wonder what will happen at the end of the celebration." Lumian recalled the bloody scene of Ava's beheading at the celebration's end and the strange mood that agitated the young people. They had either gone mad sending off the spring elf or succumbed to mental and physical breakdown, collapsing to the ground. No one was spared. Silently, he glanced at Ava singing in front of the neighbor's house and Guillaume Jr. and company surrounding her. He slowly withdrew his gaze. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine also arrived on the first floor and looked out through the window. "We have to be very careful from now on," Ryan said in a deep voice after the spring elf entourage left the area. Aurora nodded and said, "Yeah." Before the celebration ended, they quickly prepared lunch and filled their stomachs. Clang, clang, clang. The classic wall clock on the first floor chimed, signifying noon. Lumian and the others, having tidied up the dining room, exchanged tense glances. If the Lent celebration had gone smoothly, it would have ended by now. And if the ritual to send the spring elf off was completed, who knew what Cordu would become? In their semi-subterranean building, Lumian needed to raise his head slightly to see the situation outside the window. The sky was a brilliant azure, filled with white clouds. The sun shone brightly, and there were no dark clouds, fog, or dim light as he had imagined. Leah paced around the stove, the small silver bells on her veil and boots tinkling non-stop. It was neither intense nor soothing. Seeing Aurora looking at her, she explained, "We're already in danger, and it's been an extended period of danger, but it's manageable at the moment." Aurora acknowledged and didn't inquire further. Ryan, on the other hand, sighed and said, "By the 12th night, it would be great if it was always at this level." Aurora blinked, embarrassed to tell this Dawn Paladin of the machinery hive mind not to jinx it. Although Lumian's heart was heavy, he still smiled and replied to Ryan, "There's a proverb in our Darige region that says, 'Good and bad are all predestined.' Regardless of how worried we are, we can't change what happens next." What he didn't say was, the only thing they could do was muster up the courage to face it. In the intermittent conversation that followed, the 5 of them were on guard against any abnormalities. However, be it the weather or the birds, everything was so normal that it only instilled greater fear in them. After almost 30 minutes, they found themselves staring at the door simultaneously. Footsteps drew near. Soon after, Aurora's doorbell rang, the sound reverberating through the first floor. Exchanging a glance with his sister, Lumion cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. The man who had rung the doorbell was their neighbor, Louis Beto. "What's going on?" Lumion cracked the door open, smiling. Louis Beto had black hair and blue eyes. He was in his 40s and had been injured while harvesting wheat in the fields when he was young. He had only 3 fingers on his left hand. Clad in a grayish-blue blazer and dark pants, he said timidly, "I need to borrow your oven. It's Lent. We must bake some fresh bread for the kids." As he spoke, he lifted the flour bag and nudged the bag of inferior coal beside him. Lumion hesitated for a moment before turning to Aurora. Aurora nodded, signaling him to let Louis Beto in. She had already discussed it with Ryan and the others in hushed tones, intending to observe the changes in the villagers who had participated in the Lent celebration up close. "Just baking bread? I thought you'd make some bacon for your kids." Lumion stepped aside and teased Louis Beto with a grin. Louis Beto replied cautiously, "If we have a bumper harvest this year, there should be plenty of bacon." His eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if he was certain of a bountiful harvest. Once inside, Louis Beto greeted Aurora and headed to the oven, busying himself. The more Lumion and his companions observed, the stranger they found him. Louis Beto didn't even glance at Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, as if they were invisible. It was like a person who had already turned into a monster trying their best to pretend to be normal. However, as long as they encountered something that exceeded their original memories, they would display obvious abnormalities or ignore it. Lumion instantly thought of the deputy padre, Michel Garriga. Initially, he appeared fine, but recently, all that remained were his daily activities of eating, sleeping, and urging others to pray. He ignored everything else. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 foreigners, Louis Beto baked his bread mechanically, occasionally conversing with Lumion and Aurora. It was very normal, yet very abnormal. After Louis Beto left with the baked bread, Aurora looked at Ryan and the others, smiling wryly. Everyone who participated in the Lent celebration must have become like this. "It's like being replaced by a monster bit by bit," Leah exclaimed sincerely. She no longer forced a smile on her face. Lumion had already regained his composure and posed a question. "How can we save someone like this if we want to?" "The only thing I can think of is purification," Valentine replied with a sigh. "But if the abnormality is already closely integrated with humans, the final outcome might be purification together." At that moment, 2 more villagers passed by the window. One of them was a regular customer of Old Tavern and Pierre Guillaume, who had scrounged Ryan's absinthe in a previous cycle. He was happily chatting with his companion, seemingly discussing the excitement of the Lent celebration. As they passed Lumion's door, they simultaneously turned their heads to look inside the house, their expressions eerily grim. After an instant, they withdrew their gazes and resumed their conversation, smiles plastered on their faces. If Lumion and his companions hadn't been watching the outside whenever someone passed by, they wouldn't have noticed the fleeting change in their expressions. The louder the laughter outside, the more suffocated they felt. Silence took over the conversation. Eventually, the 2 villagers left, and Aurora sighed, saying, "This isn't just being replaced by monsters bit by bit. I suspect that the entire village is filled with monsters wearing human skin, except for us. Is this the complete Lent celebration?" Lumion couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ryan sternly warned, "It's going to get tougher every day. Everyone, hang in there." From noon to night, they kept vigil against mutated villagers attacking the house. But apart from the occasional passerby who gazed inside with a sullen or cold expression, nothing happened. The situation weighed heavily on Aurora and the others. Ryan surveyed the room and said gently, "There are still a few days until the 12th night. Don't be so tense. After dinner, we'll split into 2 groups and take turns resting. We must maintain a good mental state." With such an experienced beyonder with a calm demeanor, both Aurora and Lumion felt more at ease. At midnight, Aurora and Lumion woke Leah and the others, then retreated to their bedroom. Lumion glanced at the door and lowered his voice. That mysterious woman hasn't appeared. Should I find an opportunity to go out tomorrow and take a look at Old Tavern? Everyone in the village might be a monster now. It'll be very dangerous if you go out. Aurora disagreed. She pondered for a moment and said, "Let's wait a little longer. If the mysterious woman doesn't appear tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to Old Tavern in the afternoon." Lumion hesitated for a moment before nodding. He planned to discuss with his sister tomorrow morning if they should ask Ryan and the others for help. The five of them could act together. In the bedroom filled with a faint gray fog, Lumion opened his eyes. He sat up and checked his body, realizing that his severe injuries had completely healed. Just as he was about to marvel at the fact, he suddenly heard the sound of a doorbell ringing. Someone's ringing the doorbell? The thought instinctively flashed through Lumion's mind. He habitually prepared to go down to the first floor to see who was visiting. He had just taken a step when his entire body froze. This was the dream ruins. How could anyone visit? Instantly, Lumion tensed up. He spun around and returned to the bed, scooping up fallen mercury with his bandaged left hand. Grabbing his shotgun, he strode to the bedroom window while the doorbell continued to ring. He scrutinized the entrance. There was no one there. In that moment, Lumion's heart felt like it was about to seize. He intended to activate his spirit vision for a better look. Since he would hear the maddening and terrifying sound and show signs of losing control after entering cogitation for a few seconds in the dream ruins, he couldn't use this ability smoothly. It took him a while to complete the corresponding operation. However, even with his spirit vision activated, he still didn't notice anyone at the door. Yet the doorbell rang incessantly. As his thoughts raced, Lumion seriously considered returning to bed, forcing himself to sleep and escape the dream. But he felt that even if he returned to reality, he might not be able to evade the subsequent attack, considering the unknown danger that could invade his semi-subterranean two-story building at any moment. Two scenarios. If the person ringing the doorbell can enter, going to bed is as good as surrendering. If they can't enter, I'll be safe as long as I don't open the door myself. Regardless, I must go downstairs and take a look. Lumion made up his mind quickly. He sheathed fallen mercury at his waist, clipped his axe, and hoisted his shotgun. He stepped out of the room and cautiously descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, a figure came into view. At the six-person dining table sat the enigmatic woman Lumion had been searching for. She wore a white blouse with a large bow at the collar and loose pearl gray pants. Her casual attire was deceptively elegant. She sipped a pale golden drink, a short black hat beside her. Lumion relaxed and approached the mysterious woman with brown hair and blue eyes. He set the shotgun and axe aside, pulled out a chair opposite the dining table, and sat down. He asked, "You can enter here?" The woman set her glass down and smiled. "How else do you think those materials were delivered to your room?" As she spoke, the jingling sound ceased. Lumion glanced at the door, puzzled. "Since you're already inside, why were you still ringing the doorbell?" She smiled and replied, "That's basic courtesy. Courtesy that can scare people to death?" Lumion dared only to mutter inwardly. He got straight to the point. "I've obtained the pyromaniac Beyonder ingredient. It should be pyromaniac." The woman nodded gently. "I know. That's why I came to see you. Are you willing to help me separate the provoker Beyonder characteristics and give me the corresponding potion formula?" Lumion suppressed his sudden joy and asked, "I was planning on finding you at Old Tavern." As for the price he would have to pay, he no longer cared. The lady smiled and said, "With Cordu's current situation, it's very dangerous for you to go out, so I came here directly. I can indeed provide the help you want, but it won't be free this time." Lumion noticed that indecipherable emotion in the woman's eyes again, but the notion that it was no longer free reassured him. The unknown was even more terrifying. "What is the price I need to pay?" he asked without hesitation. She replied calmly, The separated pyromaniac and hunter beyonder characteristics belong to me. That simple? Lumion was surprised. He didn't even think of it as a price. After all, he wouldn't be able to use the pyromaniac beyonder characteristics for a long time. She continued, in addition to the help I originally provided, if there's any more in the future, if there's a future for you, you have to do something for me. Lumion sensed the inscrutable emotion in her eyes intensify. He probed, what if I don't? She laughed. Isn't it common for investments to fail? Didn't your sister lose some money buying stocks with divination? What do you need me to do? Lumion asked without hesitation. She sighed softly. Let's talk about it if you can survive. All right. Give me the beyonder characteristic you obtained. Lumion rose and headed for the stairs leading to the second floor. He barely restrained himself from sprinting up the staircase. When she could no longer see him, he dashed. Soon, Lumion returned to the first floor with the cloth bag containing the pyromaniac beyonder characteristic and approached the dining table. The woman raised her glass again and sipped the pale gold liquid. What's this? Lumion asked casually. She explained simply, it's an aperitif from Trier called Black Polka. It's brewed from ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves soaked in sweet wine for a long time. It tastes pretty good. Having raised the topic merely to build rapport, Lumion didn't pry further. He opened the cloth bag and extracted the burning heart from the soil. A scorching sensation seared his palm. Enduring the mild pain, he leaned forward and handed the beyonder characteristic to the woman across the dining table. She extended her left palm and let the heart hover in midair. She glanced at Lumion and chuckled. When storing beyonder characteristics in the future, remember to change their environment every once in a while. If such a thing comes into contact with something for too long, it's very likely to fuse with it and become a mystical item that needs to be sealed. Is that so? Lumion asked. How often do I need to make a change? Normally, it takes 2 to 3 days, the woman said nonchalantly. But accidents do happen. I recommend switching environments every 24 hours. With proper sealing and preservation, it could last months or even years. Also, if you've already mixed beyonder ingredients into a potion, drink it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the liquid might merge with the bottle. As she spoke, a sudden flash enveloped her body, and the burning heart transformed into countless red fireflies. The fireflies danced and swirled, coalescing into 3 distinct objects. One was a dark red, springy textured object. Another was a shrunken version of the burning heart, now missing numerous holes. The last was a black stone with a liquid-like surface and a potent odor. The woman's right palm caressed the 3 objects, causing 2 to vanish into thin air. All that remained on the dining table was the dark rock, about half the size of a fist. Is this the provoker beyonder characteristic? Lumion asked eagerly. The woman produced a post-it note and a silver fountain pen, scribbling down the potion formula, then reminded him, you still lack mystical knowledge. After killing the monster, you only took the beyonder characteristic. Such beyonder creatures are rich in spirituality. Many of their parts can be used to make charms, lotions, and ingredients for certain spells and rituals. For example, its blood is a supplementary ingredient for the pyromaniac potion. Although the pyromaniac potion requires fire salamander blood, the monster's blood will do. It's essentially the same, and the effects might even be better. The more Lumion listened, the more regretful he became. Although Aurora's adventure novels included scenes of hunting monsters and harvesting parts, he hadn't connected this to reality. He believed the flaming monster's only value was its beyonder characteristic. And now, retrieving it was impossible. The blood would have dried by now. The woman ignored his reaction, tearing off the top note and letting it float toward Lumion. Lumion grabbed it and read the words eagerly. Provoker Potion Formula. Main ingredient. 1 Provoker Beyonder characteristic. Supplementary ingredients. 50 milliliters of distilled liquor, 10 drops of honeysuckle extract, 5 grams of grapevine powder, 10 grams of fern powder. Usage. Drink it directly. After finishing, Lumion asked, puzzled, There aren't any materials rich in spirituality, like the fire salamander's blood. She smiled and replied, different potions have different requirements. Yours mainly relies on symbolic mysticism. For example, ferns symbolize being easily influenced by others. This aligns with the essence of a provoker. So, a provoker needs to sway others with their words? Lumion tucked the note away, pondering where he might find the supplementary ingredients. Distilled liquor was available at home. Aurora used it in certain dishes. Grapevines and ferns were abundant in Dirige, though venturing out might be risky. The only item left was honeysuckle. He'd have to ask Aurora if she had any among her spellcasting supplies. When Lumion looked up again, the woman across from him, along with the black short hat and the black polka aperitif, had disappeared. He hadn't even noticed when she'd left. This despite the fact that his spirit vision hadn't been deactivated the entire time. Phew! Lumion exhaled and headed back to the bedroom, clutching the provoker beyond her characteristic and the potion formula, anticipation swelling within him. He quickly lay down on the bed, intending to return to reality and consult Aurora, hoping to gather the additional ingredients by nightfall. He didn't care that his spirit vision was still active. It would deactivate on its own once he fell asleep. In the dead of night, Lumion opened his eyes and glanced over at Aurora. He couldn't wait to share the news of acquiring the Provoker Potion formula with his sister. Yet, almost simultaneously, he spotted Aurora's mouth open slightly, a hazy, translucent figure emerging. It was a bizarre, lizard-like creature. Lumion's gaze locked in place. As the ethereal lizard surveyed its surroundings, he instinctively shut his eyes. The lizard darted its gaze around before quickly scurrying away from Aurora's mouth and exiting the room. Lumion reopened his eyes, staring at his sister in bewilderment. Aurora's face was shrouded in darkness. Her mouth hung slightly open as she slumbered peacefully. Lumion observed her motionless, as if he'd become a statue. In the thick of night, his heart sank further into despair. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of the wall clock echoed through the dark room. After what felt like an eternity, Lumion finally shook off his nightmare. He hastily reached over, gripping Aurora's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. "Wake up! Wake up!" He stifled his voice, careful not to alert the 3 official investigators on night duty. Aurora's eyes remained tightly shut, her mouth slightly agape. No matter how much Lumion shook her, she didn't respond. She appeared like a living corpse, devoid of a soul. Lumion's shaking gradually slowed, then ceased altogether. He gazed at the sleeping Aurora, frozen in place for a long while. He couldn't comprehend what was happening or when the issue had begun. The fear he felt mirrored the night he'd witnessed his grandfather's death. From that day on, he'd embarked on his nomadic existence. Lumion's fists clenched tighter, his body quivering slightly. Abruptly, he spun around to face the window. The translucent, ghostly lizard had returned to the room. Lumion leaped off the bed, lunging with his right hand to grab the stunned creature as it caught sight of him awakening. In the next instant, he jammed the lizard into his mouth, snarling with a twisted expression. "You like to worm your way into people's mouths? Huh? Fine. I'll give you a chance." As he crammed the lizard into his mouth, he tore at it ferociously, his eyes bloodshot. The lizard appeared too petrified to resist. Just then, a voice sounded behind Lumion. "What are you doing?" It was Aurora's voice. Lumion froze and slowly turned to look at the bed. At some point, Aurora had woken up, her blonde hair disheveled. She sat up with her light blue eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Subconsciously, Lumion glanced down and realized that the lizard he had captured had long vanished. For a moment, he didn't know if what he had just seen was a nightmare or reality. "What's wrong?" Aurora frowned. Lumion forced a smile. "You kicked me off the bed while having a nightmare. Is that so?" Aurora eyed her brother suspiciously, feeling like he was playing a prank. She thought for a moment and said, "I had a nightmare. I dreamt that I was grabbed by a huge monster and stuffed into its mouth. I was so frightened that I struggled with all my might and finally woke up. As Lumion listened, a chill ran through his body, as if he had been submerged in an icy lake that hadn't completely thawed. Probably, I really kicked you. Aurora was a little embarrassed. Lumion closed his eyes and smiled. I'm just kidding. I woke up because of something else. He then lowered his voice and said, that mysterious lady appeared in the dream ruins and helped me separate the provoker beyond her characteristic and gave me the correct potion formula. So, you woke up in joy and wanted to ask me if I had the corresponding supplementary ingredients? Aurora deduced. Lumion said with a smile, that's right. By the way, do you have honeysuckle extract, grapevine powder, and fern powder? His smile was much more natural than before, but there seemed to be a flickering glint in his eyes. Aurora mulled it over for a moment before responding. I have both grapevine and fern. One is a ritual ingredient, and the other is a spell medium. Honeysuckle flowers. We always have them at home. Don't you know that I soak them in water for drinking? As she spoke, she rummaged through the hidden pocket of her long dress. That's honeysuckle? Lumion looked at his busy sister and deliberately smiled. Why didn't you ask if I was given free help this time? Aurora took out a short grapevine and said with a smile, you grind it into powder yourself. She didn't seem to hear Lumion's question. All right. Lumion pretended not to have asked. He then said to his sister, the provoker potion still requires distilled liquor. I'll head to the cellar to retrieve it and strive to advance to sequence 8 tonight. It will take some time to make extracts from honeysuckle flowers, Aurora said with a frown. However, the supplementary ingredients for low-sequence Beyonders potions aren't that strict. You can use the entire honeysuckle flower as a substitute. You can consume them as long as the Beyonder characteristics can eventually dissolve. She then looked at the open door and asked in a low voice, aren't you afraid that Ryan and the others will be suspicious if you go to get distilled liquor in the middle of the night? Seeing his sister's reaction, Lumion forced his smile from being too stiff. As a regular at Old Tavern, waking up in the middle of the night and suddenly wanting to drink is very normal. Although alcohol has many disadvantages, it can at least relax my mind to a certain extent. What he meant was to use the excuse that the Lent celebration had ended and he was under too much stress. He had trouble sleeping and needed hard liquor to relax. Sure, Aurora agreed. Lumion turned around and walked to the door, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. He clenched his fists tightly from beginning to end. After exiting the door and arriving at the corridor, Lumion saw Ryan standing diagonally opposite him in a brown tweed shirt and pale yellow pants. Leah and Valentine were at opposite ends of the corridor. Not sleeping anymore? Ryan raised the kerosene lamp and looked at Lumion. Lumion grinned. I'm heading to the cellar to get some liquor. How about it? Do you want a sip to relax? I don't need it. Ryan nodded. You haven't experienced anything like this before. You're tense and under a lot of stress. It's understandable. Alcohol can indeed help. As he spoke, he walked towards the staircase with the flickering kerosene lamp. I'll go with you. You shouldn't move alone at a time like this. All right. Lumion didn't object. As the two entered the stairs, Leah took the initiative to approach Aurora's bedroom and stand guard at the door. 1 step, 2 steps. Lumion and Ryan descended to the shadowy first floor in silence. As the faint light cast a glow over half the stove, Ryan asked casually, did something happen upstairs? I heard some commotion. Lumion opened his mouth and said with difficulty, Aurora. Something's wrong with Aurora. His intention in suggesting they get alcohol from the cellar wasn't to advance tonight. The 2-story building in the dream ruins also had a cellar and the distilled liquor. His main goal was to avoid Aurora and communicate with Ryan and the others about what had just happened. However, when the words reached his lips, he almost couldn't bring himself to say them. He felt that the unsaid words were even more choking than the strongest liquor. Ryan's expression turned serious. What's the matter? Lumion took a few deep breaths before saying, Aurora, like the deputy padre, had a lizard that looked like a mini elf coming out of her mouth. It was as if all his strength had been drained when he said this. After 7 to 8 seconds, he recounted the entire incident. Instead of waking up willingly, he explained it as happening to wake up and seeing it. Ryan listened quietly and didn't rush him. After he finished, he said gently, "You handled it well. We can't let her know that something's amiss. I'm worried that it will worsen the situation. Continue pretending that nothing happened. At dawn, I'll use the excuse that Cordu has been corrupted and that we need to undergo a purification every day to prevent ourselves from being affected. I'll get Valentine to try and exorcise the lizard." "All right," Lumion replied weakly. He felt that the lizard had already fused deeply with his sister's soul. It wasn't that easy to exorcise and purify. Ryan glanced at him and patted his shoulder gently. "I can understand how you feel. If something similar happened to my family, I wouldn't be able to stay calm. But you have to remember that impatience can't solve anything. I know Valentine's purification might not be effective, but we have to give it a try to confirm that it won't work. Yes, that abnormality is most likely related to Cordu's loop. As long as we can finally break the loop, your sister should be able to recover." "That's right. This is equivalent to corruption. As long as I can remove all the corruption when the loop is lifted, Aurora will definitely be fine." Lumion's eyes gradually lit up as he regained his motivation. Ryan was rather satisfied with his reaction and said gently, "I need to remind you that you have to adapt to your sister's changes in the next few days. It's very likely that she'll be like the deputy padre, gradually losing herself to instincts. She'll act differently, following her memories and strongest emotions without reacting to anything else." Lumion fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'll adapt." His voice became softer and softer until it trailed off. After getting the distilled liquor from the cellar, the two of them returned to the second floor as if nothing had happened. Upon entering the bedroom, Lumion smiled again. He shook the bottle in his hand at Aurora and whispered, "It worked." Aurora smiled and pointed at the desk. "The honeysuckle, grapevine, and fern are all there." Lumion nodded and placed the bottle on the desk. Then, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes under the pretext of trying to fall asleep and advance in his dreams as soon as possible. He couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He couldn't figure out when his sister had been corrupted and had the lizard enter her body. During this period, the two of them had been together every second. Even if Aurora went to the washroom, Leah would accompany her and vice versa. How could there be a problem? If it happened during our sleeping hours, why didn't anything happen to me? Lumion tried his best to recall, hoping to find the source. It would help resolve the abnormality. Suddenly, he remembered something. In the previous cycle, Padre Guillaume Benet had remarked that the church didn't want to kill all the adults here and harvest a ruin. He said that he had other means even if Aurora really wanted to deal with them. At that time, he was still an ordinary person. Lumion initially believed that he was relying on Shepherd Pierre Barry. But with the current situation, he had a guess. A crazy guess. Perhaps from the beginning, most people in the village had been parasitized by those strange lizard-like creatures, including Aurora. As the 12th night approached, the corresponding abnormality would become more and more obvious, and some people would show signs earlier. The reason why he was spared was because he had the bluish-black symbol on him. Recalling Aurora's lack of commitment in many matters in the second half of the previous cycle, Lumion felt that his guess might be correct. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. At this moment, Ryan was patrolling the corridor with a kerosene lamp. On the wall beside him, the shadow suddenly lengthened. Almost at the same time, the small silver bells on Leah's veil and boots rang. She felt her shoulders turn abnormally cold. The sound of tinkling bells sent a shiver down Leah's spine. Unable to pinpoint the danger, she instinctively used her paper figurine substitutes. Her body rapidly shrank and thinned, morphing into a carefully trimmed paper figurine. The paper figure darkened, turning yellow and brittle as if it had aged a decade in an instant. Silently, the withered yellow paper disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. Leah reappeared at the top of the stairs, clutching the kerosene lamp. But in the next moment, she felt the chill on her shoulders. Her thoughts raced as she raised her right hand and pinched the bridge of her nose. Activating her spirit vision, she glanced at the room across from her and the glass window. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the washroom's glass reflected Leah's upper body. Transparent, ghostly infants perched on each of her shoulders. Their faces were round and chubby, their skin a ghastly blue-white, their expressions twisted in malevolence. The spectral infants leaned down, pressing their mouths to Leah's neck as if feeding on her essence. Rather than panic, Leah breathed a sigh of relief. Identifying the source of the threat was far better than being in the dark. Now she could assess the situation and make informed decisions. Just like this, Leah drew her exquisite silver revolver, aimed at the eerie infant on her left shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A golden bullet, wreathed in illusory flames, burst from the barrel. The infant wailed as it was flung from Leah's shoulder, consumed by the golden fire. Bang! Leah fired again, this time at the infant above her other shoulder. The second ghostly child, ablaze with the same intense fire, cried out as it followed its companion down the corridor. A woman's figure materialized. Her eyes were a piercing blue, her features delicate, her round face framed by disheveled black hair. She was the Padre's mistress, Sybil Barry, sister to Shepherd Pierre Barry. Her skin was coated in a sickly blue hue, and on both sides of her neck, grotesque growths protruded. The spectral infants returned to her, latching onto the corresponding growths to feed. As they nursed, the golden flames that engulfed them gradually dissipated. But Leah would not stand idly by. She aimed at Sybil Barry and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the golden bullet traversed mere meters before striking Sybil squarely in the forehead. For some reason, Sybil made no attempt to dodge. A bloody hole bore through her skull. Within the wound, white and red mixed as illusory golden flames devoured them both. Clang! Sybil fell lifeless to the floor. The ghostly infants, their pale faces contorted in anguish, vanished. That's it? Leah couldn't believe it. The silver bells on her veil and boots continued to tinkle, growing more intense by the second. In the blink of an eye, Leah felt a cold, malevolent force growing within her. Frantically, she glanced at the washroom and the glass window. Her skin had taken on a bluish hue at some point. In the next instant, her body reverted to a paper figurine. The paper figure crumpled into a ball, hitting the floor with a thud. Leah reappeared in the bathroom, the icy sensation still growing inside her. Almost simultaneously, a gentle voice whispered in her ear. I made a pact with a strange spirit world creature and gained one of its abilities. Whoever kills me, I can be reborn within their body and take control. You're very beautiful. I like it very much. The Padre should like you very much too. Without hesitation, Leah bolted from the bathroom, silver revolver and kerosene lamp in hand. She had to find Valentine. Exorcism was one of the Sun Domain's specialties. They were particularly effective against such threats. Valentine found himself cornered near the balcony. The area was choked by pitch black, thorn-covered vines hanging from the ceiling. Blood-red, putrid-smelling flowers bloomed all around. Valentine spread his arms, summoning golden flames from thin air to incinerate the monstrous flora. Just then, a figure materialized in midair. He wore a white robe adorned with golden threads. His black hair was short, his blue eyes solemn, and his nose slightly hooked. He was Guillaume Benet, the Padre of Cordoue. No longer invisible, he floated in the air and gazed down at Valentine. In ancient Hermes, he bellowed, Valentine! Dark energy flickered within the Padre's robes. This was an ability Guillaume Benet had obtained through a contract with a spirit world creature. By invoking the target's true name, he could affect their soul body, causing disorientation. The closer the language was to nature and the spirit world, and the better the understanding of the target, the stronger the effect. If his spirit body was far superior to the target's, he could even extract their spirit, leaving them disoriented and defenseless. Valentine's head spun as he heard the Padres shout. He suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't think straight. However, he quickly regained control and shook off the disorientation. Ever since entering Cordu, he had never revealed his full name. The Padre's ability had limited effect on him. Guillaume Binet hadn't expected success either. Before Valentine could completely shake off the dizziness, the Padre hurled a human bone he had prepared earlier. As the bone hit the ground, the airborne Padre rapidly recited in Hermes, "Blind, deaf, unwakeable." It was a curse and an ability Guillaume Binet had gained through a contract. He cast bones symbolizing death to render the target like the dead, blind and deaf, with unresponsive eyes. Valentine wasn't asleep, so the curse couldn't render him unconscious. However, the lingering dizziness intensified, blurring his vision and causing his ears to ring. He struggled to see beyond 3 meters or hear anything further away. Seizing the opportunity, the Padre extended his right palm. His blue eyes took on a hazy, almost ethereal quality. Complex mercury symbols, reminiscent of tiny rivers, swirled around Valentine. They formed a grand illusory river shimmering with light. Countless tributaries branched off downstream. As the main river surged forward, most were swallowed up, leaving only one. Guillaume Binet observed for a few seconds and snatched one of the mercury symbols just before Valentine broke free from the cursed blindness and deafness. He intended to amplify the corresponding tributary and make Valentine's fate of being paralyzed by the abyssal demon flowers a reality. Ryan barely managed to dodge the shadow's axe as it slashed down towards him. He quickly discarded the kerosene lamp he had been carrying and donned his silver-white armor. In his hand, a broadsword condensed from light appeared. Clang, clang, clang. Ryan slashed continuously, forcing the shadow back against the wall. The specks of sunrise gleam he released covered the surroundings, exorcising the shadows in the area. The pitch-black, pale-white, evil, or terrifying arms that were about to reach out from behind the shadow were pushed away, making it hard for them to grab Ryan's body. With a clang, the shadow shrank back into the wall and reverted to normal. It disappeared under the illumination of sunrise gleam. Not far away, a remnant shadow enlarged, and Shepherd Pierre Barry, dressed in a long hooded coat, walked out. He bent down slightly and charged at Ryan with his axe, accumulating powers in his body with every step. After a few steps, Pierre Barry seemed to have the posture and strength of a giant. Ryan loomed over his opponent, gripping the Sword of Dawn with both hands as he prepared to strike the enemy charging at him like a rampaging bull. Clang! The broadsword and axe clashed, sending a shower of sparks in every direction. Both Pierre Barry and Ryan recoiled simultaneously. One stumbled back 3 steps to regain balance while the other only needed one. Ryan halted his retreat, one leg stretched back, and seized the moment before Pierre Barry could steady himself. He lunged forward, slashing at his adversary. Just then, Pierre Barry's mouth gaped open. His tongue bizarrely morphed into a peculiar chameleon. The chameleon's head was tucked between its legs, a front foot stuffed into its mouth. The instant Ryan's gaze fell upon the chameleon, he was racked by a searing pain in his head, so intense that his attack faltered, failing to land. Headache curse. Shepherd Pierre Barry had gained this ability through a pact with an enigmatic spirit body that had reveled in studying all manner of curses during its life. Capitalizing on the opportunity to inflict a debilitating headache on Ryan, Pierre Barry summoned the receding shadow back and unleashed a ferocious assault. Amid the cacophony of clanging metal, Ryan found himself forced to retreat. Amid the chaos outside, Lumion bolted upright and urgently told Aurora, "Something's not right. We have to regroup with Ryan and the others." Ryan had drilled this principle into their heads time and time again. In the face of an attack, they had to strive to stay together. A united team was far more effective than 5 individuals battling solo. "Okay." Aurora leaped out of bed and sprinted for the door, reaching into the concealed pocket of her flowing gown. As Lumion neared the open doorway, he caught sight of a figure. Deputy Padre Michel Garriga stood before him, garbed in a white robe adorned with gold thread. The striking, Curly-haired youth's eyes were eerily vacant as he offered Lumian a smile. "Do you want to pray?" With a swift motion, Lumian yanked his axe free and aimed for Michelle's neck. Michelle's head lolled, but only a trickle of blood escaped. Glancing at Lumian from the corner of his eye, he inquired with a radiant smile, as if nothing had transpired, "Do you want to pray?" As Lumian prepared to raise his axe and sever the man's neck, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Relying on his dancer's uncanny agility, he abruptly spun around and swung the axe behind his back. In the next second, his gaze froze. He saw Aurora. Aurora's light blue eyes had inexplicably grown vacant. She hurled a handful of powder, ground from some kind of tree, at Lumian. Gazing upon his sister's familiar visage, Lumian's axe strike decelerated until it came to a halt. He even forgot to evade. A crackling noise erupted as a sphere of silver lightning struck Lumian's head. He fainted. Darkness swallowed his vision. Clang, clang, clang. Ryan retreated, barely managing to parry Shepherd Pierre Barry's relentless onslaught. Pierre Barry's eyes were bloodshot, the gentleness gone, replaced by a ferocious rage. As sinister arms, either pitch black or ghostly white, reached from the shadows to ensnare Ryan, Pierre Barry swung his axe at Ryan's head. This time, Ryan didn't parry or retreat. He didn't even raise the Sword of Dawn. Instead, he twisted his body, allowing the eerie arms to grasp his legs and Pierre Barry's axe to strike his shoulder. Clang! Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the silver pauldron, light flaking off and dissipating. Grimacing in pain, Ryan genuflected, plunging the Sword of Dawn into the floor. He knew he'd been separated from his allies for too long. He needed to regroup at any cost. The strength of a team surpassed that of any individual. In a split second, the light-infused two-handed broadsword detonated. It shattered into countless light fragments, morphing into a hurricane that barreled towards Pierre Barry. Panic flickered in Pierre Barry's eyes at the devastating blow. Ignoring the malevolent arms, he retreated into his own shadow. A fierce storm of pure light engulfed the area, slicing shadows and evil into shreds. As an area of effect attack, Hurricane of Light inevitably impacted Ryan's surroundings, despite his best efforts to direct it towards his enemy. Silently, the walls of Lumian's and Aurora's bedrooms crumbled, reduced to tiny fragments in the terrifying storm. Near the balcony, pitch-black vines hanging from the roof writhed like tortured weeds. Even Padre Guillaume Benet, suspended in midair, had no choice but to hastily dodge. Bloodied scratches marred his body as he fled Aurora's house. Rumble. Half the roof had been obliterated, the second floor pockmarked with gaping holes. In many places, the stove below was visible. Leah was also caught in the storm of light, her figure rapidly withering and shrinking, transforming into a paper figurine. When the tempest subsided, she reappeared in the study, barely intact. Ryan knew she had paper figurine substitutes, allowing him to unleash such a brutal attack on Pierre Barry in a confined space. As for Aurora, Lumian, and Valentine, their positions offered some protection from the attack. Ryan had tried to control the storm's direction, with limited success. After assessing the situation, he decided to use this decisive attack. Crimson moonlight and faint starlight streamed through the ruined roof. Ryan scanned the area but saw no sign of Aurora or Lumian. Leah, pale-faced, was rushing towards him. Valentine lay unconscious on the balcony, numerous wounds from the hurricane of light, but none lethal. Seeing his battered allies, Ryan stopped searching. He grabbed Leah's shoulder and leaped to the balcony. With one hand, the warrior hoisted Valentine and jumped from the Lumian residence. Relying on his not-yet-shattered dawn armor to withstand further ambushes, he raced towards the edge of Corda village, fleeing to the nearest mountain pasture. They had a plan. If they couldn't defend Aurora and Lumian's homes, they'd retreat to the pasture. There, they could use the terrain to their advantage, escape by leaping off the cliff, and trigger the cycle. Padre Guillaume Benet hovered above, unable to match the Dawn Paladin's top speed. Beneath him, Shepherd Pierre Barry emerged from the shadows at the edge of the house. His dark robe was shredded, the hood long gone. His face, chest, and legs bore deep gashes, blood oozing relentlessly. It was a chilling sight, had he not swapped his shadow with that of a villager at the crucial moment. He'd be dead with his body torn to shreds. The villager who had served as his pawn was now undoubtedly a mangled heap of flesh and blood. As Ryan obliterated the abyss demon flower with his hurricane of light, Valentine's paralysis waned. He regained consciousness before they left Corda village. "What's the situation?" he inquired, his voice muffled by the wind. Ryan, running at full speed, couldn't elaborate. He replied tersely, "Help Leah first." Valentine glanced at Leah, cradled in Ryan's other arm, and noticed her pallid, ashen face. Without a moment's hesitation, he stretched out his hand with great effort and placed his palm on Leah's shoulder. "Son!" he cried out in ancient Hermes. Glistening golden droplets materialized out of nowhere, raining down on Leah. Her expression contorted, and steam rose from her body. Within seconds, Sybil's ethereal figure was expelled, her face filled with shock and terror. She couldn't fathom how she'd been ejected from Leah's body. Immediately after, ghostly golden flames erupted from the void, engulfing the bizarre spirit like a candle, reducing it to liquid droplets. Sybil shrieked and cursed, but couldn't evade her fate of being purified. This time, she failed to reincarnate in Valentine's body. "Vile creature," Valentine muttered under his breath. Shepherd Pierre Barry looked up at Guillaume Benet, who hovered above, and asked, "Should we chase them?" Despite his injuries, he refused to surrender. Guillaume Benet pondered for a moment and responded, "No need. Our priority lies here. They won't make any moves in the short term. They'll only observe and assess the situation. That's enough for us." As he finished speaking, he furrowed his brow and whispered, "Sybil's dead. Can't she be reborn?" Pierre Barry asked, surprised. He wasn't particularly distraught over his sister's demise. Guillaume Benet couldn't help but curse. "I warned her not to use rebirth in front of the 3 official Beyonders. Rebirth at this level is inherently countered by the power of the Sun pathway. But she didn't listen. Imbecile! What a waste of the Lord's gift." Lumien's eyes snapped open, taking in the wispy gray fog and the familiar ceiling above. He had awoken within the dream ruins after losing consciousness. Gasping for breath, Lumien struggled to sit up straight. As Aurora's attack struck him, he had been filled with despair, thinking it was better to just surrender. She could reclaim the beautiful life she had granted him, along with the 5 years she had given him. Phew! Lumien exhaled sharply as 2 realizations pierced his thoughts. That wasn't Aurora. She was possessed by a monster. To give up now would be to abandon her to the creature and snuff out her last hope. Lumien rose to his feet, his resolve stealing within him. He glanced toward the window and spotted a bottle of liquor, a honeysuckle flower, some grapevines, and fern powder. Had that woman sent these materials? Had she witnessed the attack? Why hadn't she? Lumien shook his head, dispelling his intrusive thoughts. In this dire circumstance, he could only rely on himself and his allies. No matter how powerful others may be, they were useless to him now. Wasting no more time, Lumien retrieved the instruments he'd used to brew the hunter potion and poured 50 milliliters of liquor into a beer mug. He added the honeysuckle flower, grapevine powder, and fern powder, one after the other. Lastly, the repulsive stone, with its dark, flowing liquid surface. A sizzling sound accompanied the dissolution of the provoker beyonder characteristic, and the honeysuckle flower vanished. The colorless liquor in the mug turned a deep black, becoming viscous. The mere sight of the potion made Lumien want to hurl it away and stomp it into oblivion. He steadied himself, using shallow cogitation to calm his nerves and focus. Moments later, Lumien snatched up the beer mug without hesitation, gulping down the foul, pungent provoker potion. Setting the mug down, he immediately felt his insides grow heavy, as if plummeting. Drawing on his experience, Lumien sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, bracing for the next transformation. His breaths became heated, his emotions veering wildly between anger, sorrow, frustration, and exhilaration. Simultaneously, a voice, infinitely distant yet intimately close, assailed his ears, drilling into his temples like an iron spike. Familiar, searing pain engulfed Lumien's mind, but he couldn't shake certain thoughts. I must succeed. I must unlock the secret of the dream. I must save Aurora. I must shatter the loop in Cordu. Enduring the scorching, tearing sensation and the illusion of losing control, Lumien didn't open his eyes or alter his posture. He felt like a tiny vessel in a tempest, battered by waves and gales, powerless, but not yet submerged. After what felt like an eternity, the pain began to ebb as the bloodthirsty, insane thoughts receded from Lumien's consciousness. He opened his eyes, knowing he had ascended to a Sequence 8 provoker. A dense white fog hung heavy in the sky, swallowing most of the light and casting the dream ruins into a perpetual twilight. Lumien stood, stretching his limbs and surveying the blood-streaked mountain peak as he assessed his condition. In comparison to Hunter, the provoker's strength, reflexes, speed, and agility had improved, albeit modestly. Lumien identified 3 primary changes. First, his body had grown more robust and his recuperative abilities had seemingly improved. Second, his spirituality had increased to a certain extent. He could now maintain his possession state for 4 minutes, up from just 3. Lastly, he had gained a beyonder power called provocation. This ability induced a permanent state change while also requiring active activation to achieve its desired effect. Lumien's observation skills had experienced a qualitative transformation, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. He could now effectively discern which words, actions, and situations would most easily trigger his target's sensitivities and provoke agitation. When provocation was employed, it merged insults and humiliation, causing the target to lose their composure. The more tailored the taunts and humiliation, the more effective the provocation. However, even a single word like "dog's hit" could still incite anger to some degree. Against an uncommunicative opponent, provocation allowed Lumien to exude a repugnant aura. This ability was well suited to the traps and ambushes hunters excelled in, but it held little meaning for Lumien in his present state. He no longer had time for hunting. His sole focus was exploring the wall surrounding the blood-stained peak and uncovering the secret of the dream ruins. In contrast, the enhancements to his spirituality and physical resilience pleased him. At the very least, he could now delve further into the dark area that once lulled him to sleep. With the potion's boost, Lumien massaged his temples. This time, activating his spirit vision was seamless. He finally had the capacity to easily invoke his spirit vision. Without hesitation, Lumien changed his clothes and gathered his gear. Fallen Mercury, the iron-black axe, a cloth bag of cheese and biscuits. He slung his shotgun over his back and exited the 2-story semi-subterranean building. Amidst the muted gray fog, he traversed the wilderness and entered the ruins. He followed a familiar path, avoiding areas where monsters might lurk, and proceeded cautiously. Upon reaching the area where he had encountered the 3-faced monster, Lumien danced, partially triggering the black thorn symbol. With the amulet, he navigated increasingly treacherous terrain and repelled several horrifying creatures. At last, he arrived at the thorny wall formed by an array of houses. After a moment's consideration, Lumien chose a direction. He resolved to enter the area that seemed to be shrouded in night, a place that instantly plunged him into a drowsy haze. His intuition suggested that something significant lay beyond the towering wall of twisted trees. However, the area resembling the onset of night held a greater likelihood of harboring the secret of the dream ruins. After all, night, slumber, and dream were often related terms. In due course, Lumien, having performed another ritual dance, found himself in a place noticeably dimmer than its surroundings. He exhaled slowly and stepped forward with determination. Almost immediately, Lumien felt as though he had transitioned from a foggy day to a cloudy evening. Shadows enveloped the objects around him. Clutching fallen Mercury, He yawned and pressed on. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. Lumion urged himself forward. As he proceeded, Lumion remained vigilant, scrutinizing the buildings that formed the city wall. Yet, the secrets of the dream ruins eluded him. Gold coins and other trinkets held no interest for him. Delving deeper, he trudged dozens of meters, his willpower alone keeping his eyes open against the overwhelming drowsiness that engulfed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for retreat. He would investigate the area behind the wooden wall and enter the sleep-inducing zone from another angle. Perhaps that would grant him access to previously unreachable locations. Lumion pivoted and retraced his steps, but the drowsiness persisted, growing in intensity with each passing moment. At last, his resolve crumbled. His eyes slid shut, and he slumped to the ground. Darkness consumed his vision once more. Lumion was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to curl up and open his eyes. First, he saw a dazzling mural with a curved dome, followed by the stern visage of the padre along with his slightly hooked nose, and Pons Benet's right fist, which he withdrew with a sinister grin. I've been captured and brought to the cathedral? Lumion recognized the scene overhead and instinctively scanned his surroundings. He saw Raimond's father, Pierre Greg, Ava's father, Guillaume Lizier, his neighbor Louis Beto, and nearly all the villagers. The altar had transformed beyond recognition, now adorned with lilacs, tulips, and other symbols of that hidden entity instead of sunflowers. The sun's sacred emblem had vanished, replaced by an unnaturally twisted thorn ring, seemingly oozing black liquid. Spotting the familiar symbol, Lumion felt a wave of dizziness as heat surged in his chest. He knew this was a sign that the corruption within him had been stirred but remained trapped within the bluish-black symbol. The padre and his followers have turned the cathedral into an altar for the hidden entity? Poor Saint Sith. Lumion imagined Valentine would go berserk upon seeing this. Bound tightly, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find the stained glass and murals depicting the great eternal blazing sun and Saint Sith's preaching unscathed. It seems the alterations were hastily made. Lumion deduced the cathedral's current state. The villagers stood eerily silent, like wax figures. After observing Lumion for a moment, the padre scolded Pons Benet. How could you let him sleep? You should have woken him up as soon as you brought him back to the cathedral. Understood? Pons Benet replied, his gaze unusually deferential, as if the padre were his deity or ruler. Leaning against a pillar, Lumion glanced up at Guillaume Benet. Where's Aurora? The padre smiled cryptically. You'll find out soon enough. What about the 3 foreigners? Lumion frantically devised an escape plan while trying to maintain the conversation. Guillaume Benet gazed through the stained glass, his expression relaxed. They've escaped. They should be at the nearest alpine pasture by now. But don't expect them to rescue you and Aurora tonight. Knowing the officials, they'll stall and merely observe. They'll only act after confirming the situation. Sometimes they'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. That's how they wasted a decade of mine. Lumion conceded the padre's point, but he knew that wasn't why Ryan and the others were waiting. Without understanding why the evil god's followers had captured him and Aurora, Ryan's group wouldn't take drastic measures, like triggering the loop's reboot by leaving Cordu. They wanted to wait until the 12th night to uncover the cause of the disturbance here, laying a solid foundation for escaping the predicament in the future. Lumion's silence caused the padre's grin to widen. In a matter-of-fact tone, he announced, I plan to complete the ritual tonight. What? Lumion was baffled. In high spirits, Guillaume Benet patiently elaborated. I intend to move the April 9th ritual to tonight. The 3 foreigners won't have a chance to interfere. What? The 12th night can be moved up? Lumion was shocked, speechless, and inexplicably terrified. At that moment, Guillaume Benet turned to Pons Benet and instructed. Before taking him to the altar, ensure he stays awake. You may use any method, just don't kill him. Pons Benet asked eagerly, What if I kill him? We'll die together. The padre glared at his dim-witted brother. Send me to the altar and start the ritual again? Could the bluish-black symbol on me be useful again? Lumien's nerves steadied as he listened to the Benet brothers' conversation. The padre redirected his gaze to Lumien and leaned down. Don't worry, you're not the vessel. We have a better choice. A better choice? Lumien's alarm grew as he followed the padre's gaze to the original altar. Aurora had appeared there at some point in time, dressed in a plain white robe, her golden hair unadorned and her light blue eyes vacant. Aurora! Lumien cried out. Aurora remained statue-like, unresponsive. The padre smiled and nodded. Yes, your sister is the superior vessel. Your role in the ritual is to help us expedite the timeline. We needn't wait for that exact moment or the shift in the constellations. Lumien was terrified and bewildered. Why can I help bring forward the 12th night's ritual? The padre leaned in once more, a smile of anticipation on his face. Because most of the boons we prayed for are within you. What? How does he know? Lumien's eyes widened, straining to scrutinize Guillaume Benet's face more closely. Guillaume Benet leaned in and whispered into Lumien's ear. Did you really think you and Pualis were the only ones able to retain memories in the loop? Upon seeing Lumien's blatant shock, Guillaume Benet straightened up with satisfaction and said to Pons Benet, Keep an eye on him. With that, the padre strode towards the altar. As he left, the villagers around them seemed to come alive, engaging in animated conversations. The horoscope is about to change. Our good fortune is coming. It won't be long before we're wealthy. When the time comes, I'll drink a bottle of wine every day and eat a pound of meat every meal. I want to find a beautiful woman. I'm going to watch a play. Lumien's mind was a whirlwind, and he barely noticed when Guillaume Benet departed. The padre's words were like a boulder tossed into a placid lake, sending ripples through Lumien's thoughts. How is that possible? In the previous cycle, I killed him because he didn't understand what made me special. Back then, I didn't even know what was so special about myself. It was natural for him not to know. After that battle, he didn't have any conflicts with me in the subsequent cycles until Aurora began acting strangely, but he didn't seem to know about the loop at all. The cursing he did when I led the rest to catch him in the adulterous act, him being knocked out by Leah after we infiltrated the cathedral, and being spied upon by Aurora using white paper didn't seem fake at all. If he was putting on an act, his level of restraint would be bone-chilling. Moreover, he knows that Madame Pualis retains her memories in the loop and might know something about the abnormalities in the castle. Yet he still had an affair with Madame Pualis at the beginning of each loop, allowing no one to suspect him. If it were me, I wouldn't even have desires after finding out what Madame Pualis had done, let alone sleep with her. The more Lumien pondered, the more he found the padre terrifying. This fear was unlike the terror he felt from Madame Pualis. Questions swarmed his mind. Why didn't the padre with his memories sacrifice the 3 sheep from the beginning and obtain the corresponding boon to take full control of Cordu? Why didn't he complete the 12th night ritual on the first day? This could have prevented any accidents. What was he waiting for? The sacrificial ritual only takes place near Lent every time. Does that ritual have a date and time requirement? The Lent celebration is an integral part of the 12th night's ritual. So, the padre will only have a chance to advance the subsequent ritual after Lent is over? But he could just control everyone from the beginning and wait for Lent to arrive. Also, didn't the hidden existence find it odd that they prayed for a boon twice across 3 cycles? Yes, he might have done something like helping the padre recover his memories. No, if their sacrificial ritual had truly been completed, the 3 sheep wouldn't have entered the loop again. Their spirits and beyonder characteristics should have gone to the hidden existence. Could it be that, like Raimund, the spirits gathered around the altar and didn't escape the loop? Who were the padre and the others praying to, and who bestowed their power? As Lumien considered this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He instinctively curled up, but the ropes binding him prevented the motion. Pons Benet pulled his foot back from between Lumien's legs, smirking as beads of cold sweat formed on the young man's forehead. Lumien couldn't even make a sound. He squatted down, raised his right hand, and slapped Lumien. Did you enjoy that? Tell me, did you enjoy it? Without waiting for Lumien's response, he swung his arm and slapped the right side of his face, causing his ears to ring. Lumien felt like his head might fly off. Seeing Lumien being beaten by Pons Benet, Raimund's father, Pierre Greg, approached and squatted down. He sighed and said, "Bear with it. Just endure it for a while. Our fortunes are about to change. Good luck is on its way. If you leave now, you'll miss the opportunity." Ignoring Lumien's reaction, he repeated the same words, trying to persuade and console him. Lumien paid no attention to Pierre Greg. He gazed at Pons Benet without anger, as if he were looking at empty air. He completely disregarded him, ignoring the pain and humiliation this villain had inflicted upon him. Only one thought occupied his mind. The situation is dire. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine are unlikely to trigger the loop and restart everything prematurely before confirming the Padres' intentions. Besides, they just fought. Who knows when they'll recover? They probably won't sneak back to the village until tomorrow or the day after. This way, no one can stop the Padre from conducting the ritual in advance tonight. Slap, slap, slap. Pons Benet continued slapping Lumien's face and kicking his lower body, intensifying the pain he endured. Lumien's thoughts were repeatedly interrupted by pain as he stubbornly tried to focus, refusing to waste even a second on Pons Benet. This only infuriated Pons Benet further, causing him to strike even harder. "My specialness has already been discovered and targeted. They won't give me a chance to disrupt the ritual. What should I do? What can I do?" Lumien endured the pain and searched for a way to escape his current predicament. Pons grew tired from beating him up. He stopped and panted. "If Z Padre hadn't forbidden me from killing you, I would have sliced off your flesh piece by piece, including what's down below." Hearing this, Lumien was taken aback as an idea flashed through his mind. "Kill me? Kill me." He suddenly raised his head and glared at Pons Benet, his face contorted into a twisted smile born of pain. "Is that all you've got? Are you using that pathetic little knife of yours to pick lice for me?" He fully embraced his role as a Sequence 8 provoker. In the alpine meadow nearest to Cordu, Ryan, clad in tattered armor, stood guard at the entrance and asked Valentine and Leah, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Valentine responded immediately. Leah added, "My spirituality has almost recovered." Ryan nodded and dissolved the dawn armor. "After I rest and recover a bit, we'll return to Cordu." "Now?" Leah sounded surprised. They hadn't been gone from Cordu for long. Ryan exhaled slowly and said, "We need to find out as soon as possible why Guillaume Benet's group attacked us tonight and not on the 12th night. Besides, they captured Lumien and Aurora, but they didn't pursue us. Experience tell me that something's off." Leah nodded slowly. "But we're not in the best shape. After all, they had just fought a massive battle. That's why Guillaume Benet doesn't expect us to return to Cordu tonight," Ryan explained. "Also, we left that item at Lumien and Aurora's house. We have to retrieve it as soon as possible. We can't let Guillaume Benet and the others get their hands on it." Valentine and Leah's expressions turned grave at the mention of that item. They agreed to Ryan's plan. Pons Benet slapped Lumien's face again, making his nose throb. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed down to his mouth, bringing with them a foul and salty taste. "How about this?" Pons Benet asked with a smile. Lumien studied his expression and actions, realizing that his words hadn't had the desired effect. He sniffed his blood-filled nose and replied with a smile, "Any other woman could hurt me more than you. Is that so?" Pons Benet's expression darkened. With a slap, he struck Lumien's mouth, sending 2 of his teeth flying with blood. Relying on Provoker's insight and his experience at pranking, Lumien acutely sensed that Pons Benet's reaction was different this time. Familiar with all sorts of scandals and rumors in Cordu, Lumien vaguely thought of something and grinned. "You don't seem to have a mistress." His mouth was swollen from the slap, and 2 of his teeth were missing. His words came out slightly muffled. Hearing the word mistress, Pons Benet's expression shifted subtly as he kicked Lumien's groin. Lumian nearly blacked out from the pain. He couldn't speak for a few seconds. Forcing a smile, he said with a boisterous laugh, "And the Padre's mistresses are all over the village. Can't get it up." Pons Benet's expression instantly darkened. Lumian knew he had guessed right. He endured the pain, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't dared use provocation earlier, fearing that he would be discovered if he used it too often. Now was the time. Lumian laughed out loud. "Did the Padre sleep with your wife too? Are all your children his?" Pons Benet's eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lumian's neck, yelling with all his might, "Why don't you just die?" Lumian heard a cracking sound from his neck and found it difficult to breathe. Yet he wasn't afraid. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up as he calmly awaited the excruciating pain and inevitable death. He had done his best to enrage Pons Benet so that he would kill him. Once he died, the loop would be triggered, and everything would restart immediately. Everything would return to the beginning, leaving room for recovery. Not only had Lumian considered provoking Valentine to commit suicide to verify the nature of the loop, but he had also thought of sacrificing his own life in an emergency. Compared to the current situation, what was there to fear? He gazed at Pons Benet, whose expression was vicious, and his purple lips quivered as if to say, "Please, kill me quickly." Pons Benet's grip tightened relentlessly, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. If it hadn't been for the fact that Lumian couldn't speak or that his vision had started to fade to black, he would have thanked him. Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere, grasping Pons Benet's hair at the back of his head, trying to forcibly pry him off Lumian. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? Have you lost your damn mind?" Pierre Barry growled in a deep voice as he intervened, stopping Pons Benet. But Pons Benet wouldn't listen. His crimson eyes locked onto Lumian, his mind consumed by fury and murderous intent. All he could think of was killing this bastard. Whack! Pierre Barry swung his right leg up, striking Pons Benet's groin with his brand-new leather shoe. Pons Benet reflexively let go, clutching his crotch, squeezing his thighs together, and collapsing to the ground. He whimpered involuntarily, his face contorted in agony, like a rooster being strangled by the neck. Pierre Barry glanced at him coolly and said, "Once you've recovered, bring Lumian to the altar. The ritual is about to begin." He shifted his gaze, bending down to assess Lumian's condition. As Lumian's senses returned and he slowly opened his eyes, he straightened up and nodded. His darkening vision restored to clarity. The pain in his neck became more apparent. Lumian was disheartened to find that his view was not of the familiar ceiling of his bedroom, but of Pierre Barry's bloodied face. "Am I still alive?" He wondered subconsciously as he turned his head and spotted Pons Benet curled up on the ground. "Pathetic!" Lumian spat contemptuously. "If you can't satisfy women and can't even kill a man, what's the point of living?" Pons Benet felt a wave of rage surge through his head. If it weren't for the lingering pain in his groin and Pierre Barry's watchful eye, he would have snapped once more. Lumian and Aurora's house lay in ruins, more than half its roof missing. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine crept back under the moon and starlight. Once they confirmed the area was clear, Ryan turned to Leah and said, "Tonight's situation is worse than we thought. Perform divination." As they traveled from Corda village to Lumian's house, they noticed that every house was empty. They had no idea where everyone had gone. This was a shocking anomaly. "All right," Leah nodded. Before she could take out a pen and paper to write a divination statement, Ryan reminded her, "Be cautious. Choose the direction of the divination carefully. Don't attempt it if it feels too risky." Understood. Leah was well-versed in this area. She knew that Cordu was a place filled with danger and abnormalities. A minor error in the divination direction could lead to severe injuries or loss of control. After a few moments of contemplation, she entered Aurora's bedroom, which now lacked a wall along the corridor, and found a manuscript to use as a medium. As Leah wrote the divination statement, Ryan and Valentine entered Lumian's room where they had been sleeping. Ryan's brownish-yellow suitcase sat beside the desk near the window, concealed by the curtain. Seeing that the item was still there, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Valentine, "Make the preparations." As he spoke, he pulled the suitcase out, placed it on the ground, and undid the brass-like metal buckle. Valentine opened his arms slightly, and illusory golden flames emerged from the void, illuminating the room. With sunlight, Ryan finally dared to open his suitcase with a grave expression. Inside, there were no clothes, books, or coins, just a strange, folded scarecrow lying quietly. The scarecrow's eyes were covered with thick black cloth strips. Its face, neck, palms, feet, and calves were made of brownish-green straw, but its arms, chest, and thighs were covered in real, slightly pale white skin. This was a mystical item that the Joint Investigation Team had acquired from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Riston Diocese before their departure. Teams at their level could request sealed artifacts to handle abnormalities. Ryan closed his eyes, and information about the mystical item before him naturally surfaced in his mind. Number 217. Name: Tanago Scarecrow. Danger Grade 2. Dangerous. Use with care and moderation. Can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security clearance requires a diocesan bishop. Security classification: bishop, team captain, or above. Description: this scarecrow was first discovered in the Tanago region of Riston province, near the remnants of a village annihilated by a cult's worship ritual. 2 purifiers, 10 police officers, and 76 farmers vanished after passing by the farm where the scarecrow was placed, never to be seen again. Research suggests that those who enter a 30-meter radius of the scarecrow and lock eyes with it will lose self-awareness and be drawn towards it uncontrollably. Within moments, they disappear, leaving behind only their possessions and garments. At the zenith of sunlight, the scarecrow loses its power. Touching it or meeting its gaze has no effect. A farmer from a neighboring village claims the scarecrow was once ordinary, indistinguishable from others until the village farmland it protected was decimated. With each disappearance, flesh and skin appear on a small portion of the scarecrow. Its ultimate transformation remains a mystery, but revival seems a likely outcome. The scarecrow already displays signs of life, moving at night and attempting to break free from its containment. Sealing method: blindfold it with a thick, black cloth and enclose it in a confined, dark space. Usage process: remove the scarecrow only under sunlight and unbind the black cloth from its eyes. Appendix 1. Avoid its gaze at all costs. Even under the protection of sunlight, you risk enduring lasting nightmares and mental debilitation. 2. Limit interaction with the scarecrow to no more than 2 minutes per session. Excessive use intensifies its determination to escape and resist. 3. Warning: permanently seal the scarecrow before it acquires enough flesh. As Ryan and Valentine investigated the sealed artifact's possible loss or escape, Leah entered a dream divination state. Whispering the divination incantation to locate Aurora, she sat at her desk, reclined in her chair, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted into slumber. Guided by her 4 silver bells, Leah glimpsed Aurora, clad in a simple white robe, in a surreal, distorted world. She recognized an altar, nearby villagers, and the distant stained glass and golden walls of a cathedral. Leah's eyes flew open, and she bolted from the room. Breathlessly, she informed Ryan and Valentine. They're all at the cathedral, performing a ritual. Inside the Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Pons Benet carried the disappointed Lumion toward the altar adorned with lilacs and tulips. Pierre Barry, keeping a watchful eye, accompanied them. Glancing at his sister Aurora, her eyes vacant, Lumion turned to Pierre Barry and sneered. "You're nothing but a coward and a piece of trash." The shepherd shot him a glance but remained silent, his expression unchanging. Undeterred, Lumion continued, grinning. "Your woman died of illness, yet you did nothing. You just put your faith in a malevolent god." Didn't she die because the factory owner overworked her and paid her next to nothing? If I were you, I'd have hunted down that boss and hung his whole family from the factory chimney. But you didn't. You were too scared. Scared you'd die too. Trash, coward. As Lumion studied Pierre Barry's subtle reactions, he slyly added provocation to his final words. Pierre Barry's expression contorted. His gentle gaze slowly morphed into a menacing glare, as if a hidden seal had been broken, unleashing the demon within. Padre Guillaume Benet, at the altar, barked sternly, "Control yourself." Pierre Barry shuddered and came to his senses. In retaliation, he ripped a piece of cloth from his ragged attire, crumpled it into a ball, and shoved it into Lumion's mouth. Fuck! Lumion struggled fiercely, but to no avail. He kept cursing and adding provocation, but time was against him. His mouth was fully gagged by the cloth, and he could no longer speak. Panic and despair welled up in Lumion's heart, threatening to overwhelm him. He desperately reined in his emotions, warding off any thoughts of surrender. Carried to the altar, Lumion's mind raced, searching for alternative ways to end his life. Soon, he was presented before the Padre, the massive black thorn symbol separating him from Aurora. Guillaume Benet motioned for Pierre Barry to help Lumion to his feet, then scrutinized the young man's face and smiled. "You're tougher than I thought, but you're still lacking. The world is so hard a man must have two fathers to look after him, yet you have none. No one to teach you the ways of life. The world is so hard a man must have two fathers to look after him," was a popular saying in Intis. It referred to both a biological father and a societal father, often known as a godfather. This was why the people of Intis often acknowledged godfathers and godmothers. The Padre taunted Lumion for being an orphan, with neither a godfather nor a father. In response, Lumion wished he could retort, mocking the Padre about his own child having for fathers, the Padre himself, his godfather, his mother's lover. If the gag hadn't held tight, Lumion would definitely have taunted the Padre enough to make him lose his mind, killing him on the spot. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. "Should we begin the ritual now?" Pierre Barry inquired of Guillaume Benet. The Padre shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer." "What for?" Pierre Barry asked, puzzled. The Padre offered no answer, but Lumion was already devising a new suicide plan. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Enter a deep cogitation state and submit to the scrutiny of the two entities. Eagerly, he sought the enigmatic and horrifying voice, hoping to provoke his own breakdown and loss of control. Lumion glanced at Aurora, her face blank and her eyes empty, but otherwise unchanged. He closed his eyes. First, he envisioned the crimson sun. Once calm, he transformed it into the orb adorned with eyes and a cross. Silently, Lumion saw the faint gray fog once more. He saw the chaos of overlapping colors and indescribable, non-existent things. Yet this time, he didn't sense the gaze of an entity lurking within the fog or looming high above. Why is it different? Lumion's eyes snapped open in surprise. Just then, a figure entered through the cathedral doors. Clad in a black robe and a wide hood, the man's face was obscured by shadows. He stood tall, around 1.8 meters in height. As the mysterious figure approached the altar, the Padre stepped aside deferentially, his demeanor humble and reverent. "Who is that? The one behind the Padre?" Lumion puzzled, peering closer. The more he studied the man, the more familiar he seemed, as though Lumion had encountered him before. Suddenly, it clicked. This was the figure lurking in the corner of the warlock's tomb. The black-robed man ascended the altar and stood before Lumion. Leaning forward slightly, he stifled a chuckle. "Did you realize that cogitation is useless?" "What? How does he know?" Lumion stared at him, shocked and bewildered. At this proximity, even with the hood concealing his features, Lumion could discern the black-robed man's face. He was a young man in his late teens, his limbs long and lean, his hair short and jet black, his eyes a light blue, and his features sharply chiseled. He was strikingly handsome. "What?" Lumion's gaze locked onto the man. He knew this face all too well. He saw it every day when he looked in the mirror. It was himself. Lumion noticed that the black-robed man's face was nearly identical to his own, save for a few subtle differences. The depths of the stranger's light blue eyes held a faint silver-black hue. It was unclear whether the shadow of the hood affected the man's complexion or if his skin was naturally a shade darker. "Who are you?" Lumion blurted out in shock, his words muffled by the cloth in his mouth, leaving only indistinct movements. The black-robed man smiled without introducing himself, turning and walking towards the padre. Lumion strained to follow, desperate to learn the man's identity, his purpose, and why he had appeared in the dead warlock's tomb. This was crucial to him. Although the padre's ability to retain memories within the loop was surprising, it wasn't inexplicable. Lumion's theories about the nature of the loop could account for such an anomaly. After all, Madame Puali's was a prime example. However, the black-robed man's sudden appearance was entirely unexpected. It wasn't his presence that was startling. Lumion had always suspected another individual, apart from the owl and the occupant of the coffin, to be the mastermind behind Cordu's abnormalities. What truly shocked him was the striking resemblance between the black-robed man and himself. It suggested the man could be another version of Lumion. His theories about the loop's nature failed to explain this baffling revelation. Something's not right. Lumion struggled to lean forward, but the ropes held him fast, causing him to crash onto the altar with a thud. His nose, which had ceased bleeding, began to flow anew, and the red, swollen wounds grew more prominent. Undeterred, Lumion pressed on. Unable to use his limbs, he relied on Dancer's incredible flexibility, slithering towards the black-robed man with great difficulty. His mind raced with thoughts. "I have to find out who this black-robed man is and why he's here. This must be a manifestation of the loop's essence." Unraveling this secret could provide hope of using the loop to escape the current predicament and ultimately resolve the anomalies plaguing Cordu. Drip, drip. Blood from Lumion's face stained the ground a vibrant red. His body smeared the crimson hue in all directions as he writhed in his struggle. The scene was chaotic and reeked of blood. He strained to reach the black-robed man, but couldn't utter a sound. His face, contorted by pain and anxiety, was a horrifying sight. The black-robed man, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lumion, glanced down and instructed the padre, Guillaume Benet, "Begin the ritual." "All right," Guillaume Benet told Pierre Barry at the edge of the altar. "Bring Lumion to the altar." Pierre Barry strode over, gripped Lumion under his arm, and hoisted him up. "No." Lumion thrashed with all his might, like a fish freshly yanked from the water. Pierre Barry nearly lost his grip due to Lumion's slipperiness. The gentleness in Pierre's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a ferocious and brutal glint. His strength surged as he forcefully restrained Lumion and flung him onto the altar. Afterward, Pierre Barry glanced at Lumion and chuckled. "You better hope you die during the ritual rather than live through it. You'll regret it, I promise." Is this a response to my earlier provocation? Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he saw Aurora, clad in a simple white robe, approach his side. She leaned against the altar adorned with lilacs and tulips, her gaze vacant as she stared at her brother. The cathedral's villagers swarmed forward, forming a semicircle around the altar. The padre retrieved 2 grayish-white candles, positioning them at the corresponding locations of Aurora and Lumion. Next, he placed a candle beneath his feet, creating a pattern on the altar with 2 candles above and 1 below. After a few moments, the padre ignited the 3 candles in sequence, from top to bottom and left to right, using his spirituality. A faint sweetness wafted into Lumion's nostrils, leaving him disoriented. The scene felt inexplicably familiar. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine stealthily approached the side of the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral, clutching a brownish-yellow suitcase. Hidden in the shadows, they peered through the stained glass to see the Eternal Blazing Sun's altar transformed. They spotted Lumion bound on the left and Aurora standing on the right. They saw the padre facing the siblings, a lit grayish-white candle beneath his feet. flanked by the enigmatic black-robed man and Pierre Barry. Valentine's fists clenched as a golden light flickered in his eyes. Leah cast a sidelong glance at him, concerned her companion might be consumed by rage. Fortunately, Valentine was a seasoned purifier who had completed numerous missions. He understood what needed to be done and what to avoid. Ryan averted his gaze and lowered his voice. "We'll move closer to the altar, shatter the glass, and launch a surprise attack. Our goal is to grab Lumion and Aurora and be out of the village within a minute. If we don't achieve our objective in that time, abort the mission and flee to the river. Trigger the loop proactively." "All right," Valentine and Leah murmured in hushed tones, each nodding in agreement. Ryan added, "Valentine, ready sunlight. We can't hold back any longer. We have to deploy 2 to 217 now." "No problem," Valentine responded as Leah retrieved a box of matches. She manipulated the silver bell on her veil and boots, sprinting around Cordu's square at breakneck speed while tossing matches at various points. This marked a predetermined escape route. Magicians didn't perform unprepared. Once Leah had completed her task, the trio of official investigators cautiously circled beneath the stained glass to the side of the altar. Valentine peered inside and told Ryan, "The ritual is about to commence. We must act now." Ryan, also observing the cathedral's interior, furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you notice anything off?" Leah hastily replayed the scene she had just witnessed in her mind, replying with apprehension, "I can't hear anything from inside." They were a mere 3 meters from the closest villagers, yet they couldn't discern any sound emanating from within. The villagers were clearly engaged in animated conversation. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and a suspicion instantly took shape in his mind. He stood up and rammed into the stained glass window before him, disregarding that the cultists inside the cathedral might discover his presence. Clangs echoed as the delicate glass remained unbroken, but the villagers within the cathedral seemed oblivious to the chaos outside. As Ryan summoned the Dawn armor and Sword of Dawn, Leah sprinted in circles outside the window. This time, not a single deliberately uncontrolled silver bell jingled. From Leah's perspective, this implied there was no danger. Yet, how could there be no threat emanating from the cathedral? Thus, she concluded that the correct answer was, the situation was extremely dangerous. It was so dangerous that the silver bell-sealed artifacts were utterly disrupted or dared not react. Bang! The Sword of Dawn, forged from light, struck a pane of stained glass but failed to have any impact. It seemed as if the entire cathedral was shrouded by an invisible, terrifying force that barred outsiders from entry. A brilliant pillar of light, encircled by flames, descended from the sky as Valentine spread his arms. However, it didn't appear inside the cathedral as he had anticipated. Instead, it landed outside the stained glass, causing ripples. It appeared that the interior and exterior were entirely isolated. Ryan made a quick decision and said to Valentine and Leah, "Let's try the sealed artifact. If it doesn't work, we'll leave the village to trigger the loop." Ryan didn't suggest immediate retreat because he hoped to barge in and save Lumion and Aurora. He suspected that once the ritual truly began, the loop might be affected. In that case, they wouldn't be able to leave Cordu or restart everything there. Wasting no time, Valentine summoned the illusory golden flames. With 2 pops, Ryan opened the suitcase and retrieved the Tanago scarecrow, its skin already half covered. He pressed the scarecrow's front against the stained glass and untied the thick black cloth. A pair of human-like eyes appeared on 2-217's face, devoid of emotion and embedded within the brownish-green straw. The eyes swiveled and locked onto Pons Benet, standing at the edge of the altar. The villain froze, then bolted toward the window. As he ran, his body vanished, leaving his clothes to flutter to the ground and cover his leather shoes. A piece of skin-covered flesh emerged on the Tanago scarecrow's neck, fusing with the stalk below. "It works!" Ryan and the others exclaimed, elated. This meant that breaking into the cathedral wasn't impossible, and the altar's protection was not impregnable. The horoscope is about to change. It's finally happening. Amidst the villagers' uproar and the surrounding scent of gray amber, cloves, musk, and tulips, Lumion experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu relying on Dancer's flexibility. He forced his upper body up despite being bound. The next second, he saw the Padre open his mouth and shout in ancient Hermes, "The mighty circle of inevitability." As soon as the words left his lips, darkness enveloped the cathedral's interior, and the villagers fell silent. The orange flames on the 3 candles were reduced to the size of pepper granules, now tainted silver and black. Lumion's mind buzzed as the familiar burning sensation ignited in his chest. His vision blurred, and the vacant-eyed Aurora, the solemn-looking Padre, and the hooded black-robed man appeared before him in layers beneath the dazzling gold dome. A sharp pain stabbed at his head, as if something was being yanked from the depths of his memory. It felt eerily similar to the scene unfolding before him. The sense of familiarity and déjà vu surged within Lumion's heart, dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than before. Thump, thump. He could hear his heart pounding. Thump, thump. Lumion felt his heartbeat pounding, as images were painstakingly dragged from the depths of his memories. His head threatened to split open. He fought against it, unwilling to continue. Outside the stained glass, Ryan observed the ritual beginning. He tossed the Tanago scarecrow to Leah without hesitation, signaling her to use the sealed artifact against the Padre. He hefted the Sword of Dawn. Beneath the golden flames, Leah and Valentine moved to another stained glass window, a half-exposed cylindrical wall separating them from Ryan. They did this to evade the damage from the hurricane of light without hindering their movements. With the cathedral's defensive capability, they believed a barrier between them would suffice. After all, Ryan would do his best to control the attack's direction. Leah embraced the Tanago scarecrow from behind, pressing it against the stained glass depicting Saint Sith's sermon. She aimed at the altar and Guillaume Benet, the Padre leading the ritual. On the other side, Ryan gripped the handle with both hands, plunging the Sword of Dawn into the windowsill. The two-handed broadsword, forged from pure light, shattered and transformed into a whirlwind of razor-sharp fragments and specks of light. The hurricane exploded and slammed into the stained glass before him. With a cracking sound, the entire cathedral trembled. Hairline fractures spiderwebbed across the glass surface. But it held fast. Seeing this, Ryan summoned the minuscule particles of sunrise gleam, forging a massive two-handed axe. Unable to use Hurricane of Light for now, he switched weapons. Leah and Valentine, shielded by the protruding wall, dodged the Hurricane of Light's remnants. At that moment, the Tanago scarecrow's gaze locked onto the priest. Its eyes, set in the brownish-green straw, reflected the white-robed figure with golden threads. Leah noticed a faint silver light tinged with black materialize around the altar where Guillaume Benet stood. With a snap, the Tanago scarecrow's eyes burst open, weeping blood-red tears. The Padre glanced over before looking away. As 2 sheep willingly entered the altar, he intoned the incantation with calm fanaticism. You are the eternal cycle, the predestined destiny, the cause, the effect, and the process. Suddenly, the 2 deity-representing candles on the altar elongated to the size of a human head. A howling wind swept through the cathedral, turning the villagers to statues. But silver-black warts emerged from their exposed faces and hands. The silver-black light enveloping the altar rapidly spread, engulfing the entire cathedral. The mural-filled dome became transparent. Clouds dispersed, and the crimson moon darkened to the shade of blood. The stars on the black velvet backdrop flickered into existence, one by one, glowing with the intensity of the sun. In an instant, night became day. The villagers stirred and murmured dreamily. The horoscope has changed. Fortune is here. With 3 thuds, Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, who hadn't heard but had witnessed the scene, crumpled to the ground. They writhed, wailed, and screamed in agony. Ryan's skin turned grayish-blue, Leah's face appeared to teem with maggots and pulsing tendrils, and Valentine radiated a sun-like glow, from inside to out, from top to bottom. They were on the brink of losing control. The Tanago scarecrow lay cast aside, trembling violently. Lumion felt his chest burn as the terrifying voice, seemingly originating from an infinite distance and yet right beside him, echoed in his ears. Invisible steel drills penetrated his skull, stirring his brain. Blood vessels bulged in pain, and silvery black spots emerged beneath his skin. An unseen force enveloped him, lifting him from the altar. The ropes binding him and the cloth gagging him crumbled to dust and dispersed in the air. Aurora, too, was hoisted by this invisible force, floating above the altar and facing Lumion. His bloodshot eyes mirrored his sister's long blonde hair, vacant light blue eyes, pristine and emotionless face, and the simple yet odd white robe she wore. He recoiled, sensing a familiar déjà vu from the depths of his memories. The pain was as intense as the madness. The surrounding scenes melded together in Lumion's mind. The Padre's solemn and fanatical expression, the black-robed man advancing toward the altar, Pierre Barry prostrate on the ground, the transparent cathedral dome, the crimson moon and constellations in the sky, the villagers with stiff expressions, welcoming their fortune. Aurora, her face contorted with pain, Lumion's head spun as his body was torn apart by an invisible force, silver-black spots multiplying on his skin. He was powerless to break free or resist effectively. Ah! Lumion screamed involuntarily as his chest was gradually pried open, casting a silvery black light onto Aurora. Aurora's eyes darted around, hearing the agonized cry. Her empty gaze mirrored Lumion's swollen blood vessels, his twisted face with silver-black hues beneath the surface. After a momentary pause, she instinctively reached out and pushed Lumion away from danger. "Grande sir," Lumion stared, dumbfounded, as Aurora shoved him out of the altar's reach. Suddenly, the dreadful sound in his ears vanished, and the invisible restraints on his body disappeared. The burning sensation across his skin subsided. Yet the pain in his head remained unchanged. Deep-rooted memories were forcibly dredged up. It was as if someone had used a hook to slowly extract his brain from his skull. Aurora's light blue eyes tainted with silver black, her blank stare, her lifeless face, and her resolute, forceful actions pushing him away flashed in Lumion's mind. It was nearly identical to what he'd witnessed moments ago, but the black-robed man was missing from the background. This amplified déjà vu led Lumion to instinctively question if something similar had happened before. He screamed in pain once more. Bam! He plummeted to the ground after leaving the altar. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his head and his disorientation, Lumion sprang up, prepared to seize Aurora and flee the altar with his sister. A figure obstructed his path. The black-robed man wearing his face struck him on the right cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lumion refused to give in. With desperate courage, he rose again and lunged at the black-robed man blocking his way. Whack! The black-robed man swung his fist, and Lumion instinctively evaded. He stood stunned for a moment before a twisted smile crept across his face. He snarled, "Why are you so damn weak? As weak as me?" Lumion dismissed thoughts of the Padre and Pierre Barry as he lunged at the black-robed man. The man sidestepped, raising his right foot to trip Lumion's calf. Lumion didn't evade. With the terrifying flexibility of a dancer, he forced a half-turn and extended his arm to grapple his foe. Thud! He tumbled to the ground, taking the black-robed man down with him. The man nimbly raised his right hand, gripping Lumion's throat and delivering a brutal knee to his groin. Lumion didn't flinch. Bloodshot eyes locked on his opponent. He clawed at the man's eyes with his right hand. Ah! The black-robed man screamed as Lumion tore out his eyeballs, blood spurting forth. Lumion instinctively curled up, nearly passing out from the agony in his lower body. Struggling to his feet, he shot the writhing man on the ground a sinister grin. "Come on! Let's die together! You coward! Coward!" He lunged once more, encircling the man's neck with his arms. At that moment, Pierre Barry, at the edge of the altar, staggered to his feet. Brandishing his axe, he sprinted to Lumien's side. Whack! His axe descended, only to be halted by a faint gray mist that had materialized. It failed to harm Lumien. Pierre Barry employed 2 different abilities, but couldn't penetrate the gray fog's defense. Guillaume Benet, the priest, didn't hesitate and began reciting a prayer. I implore you, I beseech your benediction. I plead with you to grant me. Before he could finish, the scene transformed. The constellations in the sky shifted incrementally, deviating from their original positions. Cordoue trembled violently as every house and inch of soil surged toward the cathedral. Silently, the villagers decomposed into organs. Eyeballs, mouths, noses, hearts, fingers, and flesh. A scant few reassembled into different people. Some appeared normal, others malformed, some missing parts, and some with extra appendages. The majority hurtled toward the altar and Aurora. Cracks spread across Aurora's body, and she swiftly disintegrated into countless pieces of flesh. Witnessing this, Lumien spiraled into despair. Still, he refused to surrender. Seizing the black-robed man's head, he twisted it violently, snapping his neck under the man's horrified gaze. Lumien rose and raced toward his sister, but an invisible barrier surrounding Aurora obstructed his path. Rumble! With a muffled thud, the cathedral began to ascend. Trees, soil, and boulders from outside the village soared, accompanied by houses, furniture, and miscellaneous items. The organs of most villagers merged with Aurora's flesh at the altar, contorting and writhing before morphing into a colossal being. The giant stood 4 to 5 meters tall, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms. Its entire form was composed of flesh and organ fragments, its body riddled with cracks oozing yellow pus. The central head of the giant, filled with pain and regret, strained to gaze at Lumien. Transparent, blood-hued tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, Lumien's mind reeled as if cleaved by an axe. His vision wavered as he saw the shattered cathedral, the steadily rising blood-red peak, the thorny city wall, formed by distorted houses, the encircling ruins around the peak, and the various monsters forced to flee the area. Lumien's head throbbed with pain again, as he watched countless tiny beams of light shoot from the giant and surrounding monsters. Landing on his chest, he realized that the scenes buried deep in his memories had been entirely unearthed. They were nearly identical to what he saw now. Lumien abruptly had a hunch, and his headache worsened. Suddenly, everything before him turned eerily illusory, with pronounced cracks appearing like broken glass. Lumien finally recalled something. Then, he saw the black-robed man transform into a pitch-black, repulsive liquid that soared before him and seeped into his left chest. Ah! Lumien screamed in agony as his surroundings crumbled. He snapped his eyes open and found himself lying beneath the blood-red mountain peak. The encroaching darkness, signaling the onset of night, had nearly vanished. Lumien instinctively sat up, leaning forward. He placed his hands on the ground and scanned his surroundings. He saw a twisted, thorny wall, a barren landscape devoid of vegetation, and the dream ruins beyond. He spotted Ryan, Leah, and Valentine lying at the edge of a room not far away. They were sound asleep. Lumien abruptly bowed his head, raised his hands, grasped his hair, and whispered in anguish. Is reality a dream, and the dream reality? Is this the present or the past? Aurora. Is Aurora beyond saving? Yes. A woman's voice echoed in the ruins. Lumien looked up, bewildered, and faintly saw the enigmatic woman appear before him. She approached, wearing the orange dress she donned at the beginning. That's why you were so desperate to obtain superpowers in your dream, regardless of the consequences. That's why you disregarded others' lives and even your own. You wanted to resolve the loop embodying the concept of a problem as quickly as possible. That's why you couldn't control your instincts and uttered inappropriate words or performed inappropriate actions on certain occasions. Lumien gazed at the mysterious woman, dazed, realizing that the indescribable and inexplicable emotion in her eyes had resurfaced. This time he could finally decipher it. It was pity. Several days later, an investigation report on Corda Village was submitted to Intis Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee's Bureau 8, the machinery hive mind of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Inquisition. Upon receipt, the brass immediately reviewed the report. Background: over the past year, numerous disappearances have occurred in the Fanapotter Kingdom's Grabaka province, near the Daryaji region, and in the Lemberg Republic's Upper Hell State. Several Beyonders without official permission have mysteriously vanished, and these incidents seem to be connected to shepherds traveling across the three regions. Among them, those from Corda Village became our primary focus. Consequently, after receiving an unusual distress letter, we prioritized the mobilization of elite personnel and dispatched them as a joint investigation team. The investigators' complete written statements are as follows. The anomaly in Corda Village can be categorized into two levels: reality and dreamscape. Reality: Cordu was ultimately destroyed by a large-scale but unsuccessful evil god sacrificial ritual. Only a small number of villagers survived. Most villagers were utilized as nutrients for the failed creation of an evil god. The remaining individuals were reassembled in peculiar ways and transformed into various monsters. The evil god sacrificial ritual altered the landscape. The river dried up and changed course. The village square and cathedral were elevated nearly 40 meters by a small-scale orogeny, forming a blood-colored pillar. The failed evil god creation was located atop the pillar. However, when we discovered it, it had already been destroyed, potentially by self-destruction or interference from other factions. Cordu's houses also underwent reassembly. Some formed a twisted, thorny city wall around the blood-colored pillar, while others were arranged in circular patterns. In these severely damaged buildings, we found only a few coins and the most common lever blue. We did not find any written information or anything that could clearly identify Cordu. The reason remains unknown. Only the House of Lumion Lee the target contained books, newspapers, magazines, and other items that clearly identified it. Within the ruins of Cordu, there are two abnormal areas surrounding the blood-colored pillar. One can induce a deep slumber, leading to a dreamscape, while the other is teeming with life, filled with flowers and trees, and features a self-rocking crib. Our assumption regarding the latter area is that it is closely related to Madame Puali's of Cordu. At the other edge of the blood-colored pillar, we unearthed 4 relatively well-preserved corpses. The location likely corresponds to the original cathedral cemetery. The first corpse was a woman, no more than 20 years old, who had been strangled to death. The second corpse was a young man, also no more than 20 years old, who had drowned. The third corpse was surrounded by coffin fragments. Female, over 60 years old, and died of mechanical asphyxiation. Based on other evidence, we speculate that she was suffocated with a pillow. The fourth corpse was male and had not decomposed. His tongue had been severed while he was alive, and there were visible ligature marks on his neck. Relevant speculations about the aforementioned corpses can be found in the Dreamscape section. Upon entering the ruins of Cordu, we were likely affected by the power emanating from Lumion Lee's body. Our memories of the date became disordered, and the thought of leaving ceased to occur to us. One by one, we fell asleep. While in the dream state, our bodies maintained a weak level of activity, eliminating the need for food replenishment for several days. Had we remained in this state for another half a month, it is uncertain whether we would have awoken from hunger or perished within the dream. The entire ruin is locked in a loop capable of reverting to its original state at any moment. The trigger point is most likely tied to Lumion Lee's self-awareness and the restrictions he imposes. The former refers to the inevitable restart if Lumion Lee's subconscious anticipates it, while the latter stems from his desire to prevent anyone from disrupting Cordu's current state and the development of the dream. Any relevant event would immediately trigger a restart. We inquired with villagers from surrounding areas, but they reported no abnormalities concerning Cordu. Through their responses and previously gathered information, we confirmed 3 points. First, There was never a legend of a deceased warlock in Kordu. This refers to a story told by Lumian Lee in the Dreamscape. Once, a warlock lived in Kordu. After his death, an owl perched on his bed head for a time before flying away. The warlock's corpse grew heavy, requiring 9 bulls to transport it. Second, no elves suspected of being in the form of lizards have appeared in the Daryaji area. Third, Lent is traditional folklore and had no issues originally. Dreamscape. The Dreamscape originated from Lumian Lee and is so realistic that we couldn't discern that we were dreaming. We consulted psychologists and dream experts and synthesized their opinions to form a hypothesis about this dream. It is an amalgamation of Lumian Lee's personal experiences, all the novels he has read, and his assumptions and conjectures based on previous events. The dream exhibits obvious coincidences and characteristics of wish fulfillment at certain critical junctures. Within this dreamscape, not all the situations we encountered were real, nor were they entirely fabricated. Disorganized facts, the minutiae of daily interactions, and the illusory scenes that left a profound impact on Lumian Lee were reassembled in a chaotic and symbolic manner, presenting themselves to us. This is both a characteristic of the dreamscape and a manifestation of Lumian Lee's subconscious avoidance or fear of certain issues. Moving forward, we will provide a detailed account of every aspect of our experience. We ought to have realized that we were in a dream earlier on. The most evident clue was that we did not recall needing to change our clothes until Lumian Lee reminded us that our garments were severely damaged. Though this is quite unusual, humans tend not to think critically within dreams. It has been confirmed that we did not send telegrams. The corresponding responses may have originated from Lumian Lee's subconscious and the knowledge he possesses. By combining the events in the dream with the situation in reality, we have arrived at the following conjectures. Our consciousness and knowledge, to some extent, enriched the dream, and we may have inadvertently exposed some of our secrets to Lumian Lee. There are at least 2 distinct evil god faiths in Kordu. One represents a power akin to Earth Mothers, embodied by Administrator Biast's wife, Madame Pualis. The other is the one followed by Guillaume Benet, the former padre, and the majority of the villagers. The latter faith ultimately led to Kordu's destruction. During the Lent celebration, the spring elf's beheading and send-off symbolized driving the force representing Madame Pualis out of Kordu. There may have been a violent conflict between the 2 factions. Simultaneously, the decapitation of Ava Lizier, the personification of the spring elf, symbolized that this girl had discovered something amiss in reality. When she attempted to escape or inform others, she was clandestinely strangled to death by Guillaume Benet's group. Raymond Gregg was thrown into the river. The appearance of his spirit body beneath the cathedral symbolizes that, like Ava, he was deemed a snitch and subsequently drowned. Jean Maury discovered that his wife, Sybil, had an affair with the former padre. In a fit of rage, he became mute. This symbolized that as a devout follower of the eternal blazing sun, his tongue was cut off when he tried to inform others about the village's abnormalities. His subsequent disappearance implied that he had been murdered. Naroka's death shares the same potent symbolism as Ava, Raymond, and Jean. First, she must have covertly followed Madame Pualis, intending to allow her deceased husband's spirit to return home through the aid of the soul messenger. Thus, her post-death behavior was to enter Paramitha. Second, it is highly likely that she was killed by her youngest son, Arnaud André, likely because she had discovered the issue with Guillaume Benet's group and wanted to inform Madame Pualis. Based on our search of the ruins, the Lent celebration, and Madame Pualis's claim that she could depart at a specific moment, it is implied that she, her husband Biast, butler Louis Lund, and lady's maid Kathy left Kordu before the ritual on the 12th night. They remain alive, and their whereabouts are unknown. This is reflected in the dream by the lady's refusal to assist at critical moments. However, considering the circumstances in the peculiar area teeming with vitality, we suspect that Madame Pualis left something behind before her departure and indirectly participated in the ritual on the 12th night. The black-robed man in the warlock's tomb likely symbolizes Lumian Lee's mutated persona due to his corruption. However, for some reason, Lumian Lee did not appear to be deeply corrupted, enabling him to easily triumph during the skirmish. given his increased courage. The bizarre lizard-like creature found in the mouths of Aurora Lee, Michelle Garriga, and others might symbolize their corruption and mutation, eventually transforming them into an alternate version of themselves. Questions. 1. How is Lumian Lee aware of the abilities of Guillaume Benet, Pierre Barry, and others? If he had secretly observed them in reality, it would be understandable if he remained undetected once or twice. There must be an inherent reason why he could obtain so much information without facing consequences. 2. Why did the villagers and Aurora Lee behave indistinguishably from real people, making it challenging for us to recognize that we were in a dream until Lumian Lee believed that something abnormal should have occurred to them? 3. What does Permitha symbolize? 4. What do Madame Poalis's numerous children in the castle and the crib with an invisible object represent? 5. Why did Lumian Lee use lizard-like elves to portray the villagers' corruption? 6. What do Lumian Lee and Aurora Lee's attempts to escape Cordu and enter Permitha signify? 7. Why did the ritual on the 12th night fail? 8. How can Lumian Lee enable us to enter his dream? He evidently lacks the ability to do so. 9. Why did he suddenly acquire normal Beyonder powers? 10. How did he survive and cause the ruins of Cordu to enter a loop? 11. Aurora Lee's abnormalities occurred at entirely different times during the 2 cycles. What does this indicate? 12. What does the legend of the deceased warlock symbolize? 13. What does the warlock's corpse in the coffin in the underground tomb represent? 14. What does the owl symbolize? 15. What does the change in the horoscope signify? 16. What is the origin of the matter? Conclusions and recommendations. This is a quintessential disaster resulting from the worship of an evil god. Currently, 6 known survivors exist. Lumian Lee, former Padre Guillaume Benet, Poalis de Roquefort, Beist, Louis Lund, and Kathy. The latter 5 are adherents of evil gods. We must locate and eliminate them as soon as possible. Directly killing Lumian Lee is not advised. Until his issues are understood and resolved, his death might trigger an even more severe anomaly. The optimal solution is to capture and securely contain him. Reporters, Ryan Visha of Machinery Hive Mind, Major Leah Bellet of Bureau 8, and Purifier Valentine de la Court of the Inquisition. Days earlier, beneath the Crimson Peak, adjacent to the warped city wall, Lumian knelt on the ground, gazing up at the enigmatic woman as she approached. Her words echoed in his ears, only to gradually grow muffled. Lumian's hands pressed against the ground, clenching the soil as if attempting to crush it into liquid. As the mysterious woman halted about a meter away, he scrambled to his feet, anxiety gripping his voice. "Didn't you say there's still hope? Didn't you claim Aurora and the others could be saved if I broke out of the loop myself?" His voice grew hoarser with each word. The enigmatic woman remained silent, her eyes filled with pity as she gazed at him. Lumian hesitated before asking, hope lacing his words. "There's still hope, right? That's not just a fleeting dream." During my discussion with Aurora, she spoke of things I had never heard of, like how the description of an honorific name can hint at 2 separate entities. His eyes locked onto the woman, fear and hope battling as he scrutinized her every move. At last, she nodded. "There is indeed hope." Lumian's eyes brightened, waiting for her to elaborate. In a gentle voice, the woman explained, "In truth, Aurora has already died, but mystically, she's not entirely gone. Do you recall the soft, faint sounds you hear from within your body each time you perform the summoning dance? Do you remember the light fragments from Aurora and the others that flew into your chest on the 12th night ritual? Are those their spirit bodies, their voices?" Lumian interrupted, eagerness filling his voice. The woman responded, a mix of calm and pity. "They can only be considered soul fragments. At the end of the 12th night, you became a conduit for the hidden entity to unleash its horrifying power. The surrounding believers, including the soul fragments of the sacrifice, were absorbed by you. Guillaume Benet, who led the ritual, was the sole exception. Later, those soul fragments and the potent corruptive power were sealed in the left side of your chest by my lord. That's why, as you became increasingly awake in your dreams and sensed the date and loop more clearly, Aurora and the other villagers seemed more and more lifelike. They even displayed a degree of self-awareness and cognition. To truly awaken from the dream and restrain the looping power consuming the ruins, you had to rely on yourself. You had to find the courage to confront the pain, face the truth, and chase after the elusive hope. If I were to resolve it, there's only one option: to completely annihilate you and the ruins of Cordu. Otherwise, the corruption within you will seep out uncontrollably, and Aurora and the others will truly perish in the realm of mysticism. As the mysterious woman mentioned the 12th night ritual, Lumion couldn't help but remember. A sharp pain stabbed his head, and only a few images surfaced. Aurora, with vacant eyes, shoved him away from the altar. Beams of light burst from Aurora and the villagers, spiraling into the vortex on his chest. Guillaume Benet, the padre, revealed a shocked expression as he fled the altar. Beyond that, Lumion couldn't recall anything else. Only the events within the dream were clear, as if some force prevented him from remembering the rest. His face contorted, his body trembling. I can't remember much." The woman nodded. "That's normal. Firstly, it's a subconscious self-protection to prevent an overload of painful memories and intense scenes from causing you to collapse and lose control. Secondly, there are things you haven't witnessed and don't know the truth about. I don't know either. Yes, I'll need you to do something in Trier eventually. There are two exceptional psychologists I know there. I can arrange an appointment for you and see who's available to treat you. They can help you remember more and reconstruct the events in Cordu as much as possible." Lumion's emotions roiled as he listened, but all he could muster was a soft, "Thank you." Fists clenched, he asked anxiously, "Then what can I do to bring Aurora and the others back?" The woman sighed, admitting, "I don't know either." Seeing Lumion's eyes darken, she added, "But you have to believe that true miracles exist in this world. And the great existence I mentioned earlier is synonymous with miracle." Despair and hope swelled in Lumion's heart. Though he knew the mysterious woman before him was likely offering comfort and hope, he couldn't help but say, "You said that once I unlocked the secret of the dream, you'd tell me the honorific name of that great existence." Her expression grew solemn, her tone serious. "I'll tell you now. Remember it well. His honorific name is the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." As she spoke, Lumion felt his consciousness slipping, as if he could see a thin gray fog and a looming castle above it. A gaze weighed upon him. Simultaneously, the entire village of Cordu shuddered as the thin fog engulfing the area receded rapidly. By the time Lumion regained clarity, sunlight had already filtered through the sky, casting golden specks upon the crimson mountain peak and desolate earth. Lumion recalled the 3 lines of the honorific name and his conversation with Aurora in his dream. He winced, a bitter smile forming as he said, "I thought there'd be a description of the past, present, and future." The enigmatic woman in the orange dress tersely acknowledged his remark. "There should be another one in the future, but if I use a description other than the 3 lines to pray to him now, I can't guarantee the response will be from him. You should know that such a situation is very dangerous." Silent for a few seconds, Lumion then asked, a glint of hope in his eyes, "If I work diligently for you, can I eventually summon that great being to resurrect Aurora?" "That's one way," the woman said softly. "You can also explore other methods. I won't stop you. I'm merely reminding you that many resurrection techniques have grave flaws." Lumion nodded, signaling his understanding. He didn't dare to inquire, yet couldn't help but ask, "Is there a significant chance of resurrection?" The enigmatic woman glanced at him and sighed. "It's very, very slim, but I know you'll still pursue it." Lumion pressed his lips together, remaining silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to assure her he'd do everything in his power to find a way to bring Aurora back, but he feared that speaking would reveal the sorrow surging within his heart. After a few seconds, He asked in a raspy voice. What do you need me to do in Trier? Join a covert organization and help me gather some intel, the woman replied simply. I'll tell you how to contact them once you're in Trier. She added, besides uncovering the truth from your memories, you can also look into the survivors of this catastrophe. Survivors? Lumien's eyes narrowed. The woman nodded. Besides you, there are 5 others. Madame Pualis, Beast, Louis Lund, Kathy, who left Cordoue before the 12th night, and Guillaume Binet, who was protected by the ritual as its host. They escaped before this place was completely destroyed. The Padre is still alive? Lumien's lips curled up. The enigmatic lady locked eyes with him and said, if my divination is accurate, they should be hiding somewhere in Trier. Very good. Lumien smiled, wiping the corners of his eyes. The woman then looked at Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, who slept near the room's edge on the thorny city wall, and asked Lumien, what do you plan to do with them? If they leave alive, you'll undoubtedly be hunted by Bureau 8, Machinery Hive Mind, and the Inquisition. From now on, you can only hide. You'll never live openly under the sun. You'll be forever accompanied by darkness, filth, and danger. Lumien glanced at Ryan and the others, chuckling hoarsely. Will killing them bring Aurora back? The woman shook her head. No, Lumien scoffed, bowing his head with his eyes closed. Soon, he looked up and asked, what's the name of the organization I'm about to join? How should I contact you once I'm in Trier? The woman sighed faintly. I'll tell you when the time comes. I'll give you my messenger's summoning method and the corresponding medium later. Contact me through that. Lumien fell quiet for a moment before posing another question. Did I possess the power to trap Cordoue in a loop? Strictly speaking, you didn't. At least not before receiving the Circle Inhabitant boon. The woman explained casually. This place is corrupted by that hidden being everywhere, and the power level sealed in your left chest is quite high. Therefore, when your emotions fluctuate and you're in a subconscious state, you can mobilize the corresponding specialness to reset this place. She paused, adding, however, you've always been physically in a loop. The corruption sealed within your body allows you to reset your form at 6 a.m. every day and return to 6 a.m. on the 12th night. Only changes brought about by beyonder characteristics and boons are retained. Is this the real reason why I recover every time I wake up from injuries in the ruins? No wonder I didn't starve to death. Lumien immediately understood. He glanced at his body, a self-deprecating smile forming. It'll always be that day, that nightmarish day. Without waiting for the woman's response, he looked up and asked, how should I address you? She smiled, beginning to reply, you can call me. Before she could finish, cards suddenly danced in the air. Each card bore a unique pattern, fluttering towards Lumien. Instinctively, Lumien extended his right hand, attempting to catch some of the cards. At that moment, most of the cards vanished, leaving just one. The card gently settled in Lumien's palm, face up. It depicted a figure extending their scepter into the sky and pointing at the ground with their left hand. Tarot card, Magician. Lumien glanced up in shock, realizing the enigmatic woman had disappeared. Should I call her Madame Magician? Lumien subconsciously flipped the tarot card in his hand, revealing rows of Minute Intis script. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded. An upper world creature that is friendly to humans. A messenger that belongs solely to Magician. Lumien studied the words for a moment before tucking the tarot card away. He glanced at Ryan and the others, then turned around and staggered away from the area. As he walked, Lumien couldn't help but look back at the blood-stained mountain peak and the twisted, thorny city wall. The Cordoue in his memory had already morphed into this. It bore no resemblance to what it once was, but Lumien still tried his best to observe and search, hoping to overlap the scene in his mind with reality. He wanted to take another look at the giant atop the mountain, but he knew that it would cause him grave harm. Unwittingly, Lumien slowly circled the blood-stained mountain peak and thorny city wall, his gaze constantly scanning the distorted and chaotic objects. He knew what he was looking for, and he knew he would never find it. Just like that, Lumion arrived at the spot where the wooden wall had blocked him. Most of the area had collapsed, revealing the garden behind it. The garden was lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to the blood-stained peak, the warped city wall, and the ruins on the other side. In the center was a brown wooden crib, reminiscent of the one Lumion had seen in Madame Poalis's castle. He subconsciously leaned over and realized that there was a small human-shaped indentation on the slightly aged white cotton swaddling cloth in the crib. It was as if a baby had once lain here, but its whereabouts were now unknown. What does this mean? Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he felt the sunlight shining down from the sky grow much brighter. He instinctively looked up and saw golden flames completely engulfing the mountaintop. The three-headed, six-armed giant loomed in the inferno, seemingly melting. Lumion stared blankly for a few seconds before suddenly raising his hands to shield his face. The sunlight was too intense. In the semi-subterranean two-story building at the edge of the ruins, Lumion trudged to his sister's bedroom with the 237 Verle d'Or and 46 Capet he had collected. He grabbed a brown suitcase filled with clothes and memorabilia and pushed open the door. He was here to say goodbye. As soon as he stepped in and saw the desk with the manuscripts, his head throbbed as an image surfaced. Aurora's eyes darted around, no longer vacant. She looked at Lumion, who had been pushed away, and said with difficulty, "My notebook. Grande Sir's witchcraft notebook? Is there important information in it?" Lumion pressed his forehead, walked to the desk, and opened the drawer below. Familiar dark notebooks greeted his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Aurora had taught him a great deal of mysticism knowledge before Cordu was destroyed. In Dirige at the steam locomotive station, the ticket agent eyed Lumion and asked, "Where are your identification documents?" "I forgot," replied Lumion, clad in a linen shirt, a dark jacket, and a round-rimmed black hat, as he held a brown suitcase. He then turned and walked away from the window. A short man in a half-top hat and black suit approached Lumion, whispering, "Do you want to take the courier carriage? It's headed for Bigor." "Does it require identification?" Lumion inquired. The short man chuckled, responding, "No need. Our business is about to be crushed by the steam locomotive. Why would we need identification documents? So, are you taking it or not? This is the last remnant of romance from the classical era." Lumion gave a slight nod and asked, "How much?" The short man's enthusiasm flared. 20 Verle d'Or to Bigor. Takes about a day. There are 5 stops in between. Each stop allows for a rest, changing carriage drivers and horses. 2 of the stops also provide free food. Without further questions, Lumion followed the short man to a deserted street nearby. A large carriage drawn by 4 horses was parked at the roadside. Upon boarding, Lumion discovered the interior was rather spacious. Like the public carriage, it had 2 rows separated by an aisle, as well as space for larger luggage. He found a seat by the window, placed his suitcase down, and pulled out a book with a dark red cover. As the horses neighed outside, Lumion flipped through the book, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window. Beside him sat a man in his 30s with a well-groomed mustache, brown hair, blue eyes, and smart attire. He glanced at the book in Lumion's hand, asking with interest, "Eternal Love? Aurora Leigh's book? The one featuring the female lead named Kingsley and the male lead named Seal?" "Yes." Lumion nodded. The mustached man became chatty. "This book is Aurora Leigh's earliest work. The writing was quite amateurish, particularly the dialogue between characters. It doesn't sound like something people would say in real life at all. It's so emotional. It's uncomfortable." "Indeed." Lumion nodded again. He bowed his head and flipped to the last few pages of the book, his gaze resting on the relevant passage. On her deathbed, Kingsley clutched Seal's outstretched hand and gazed at his anguished expression. She forced a smile and said with difficulty, "Stupid, live well, for you are dust, and to dust you shall return from the Bible." Genesis 3 verse 19. The imposing grayish-white city wall, rising to a height of 3 meters, loomed before Lumion, stretching as far as the eye could see. A multitude of private carriages, four-seaters, open tops, tandems, and cargo carriers queued, awaiting entry through the city gate. Blue-uniformed tax collectors and white-shirt, black-vested police officers inspected each carriage methodically. Occasionally, they would demand identification or order pedestrians to open their suitcases. Lumion, clutching his brown suitcase, scanned the scene, casting furtive glances as he sought a way to bypass the checkpoint. Before long, a man who had observed his behavior approached. "What's the matter, friend? You look a bit uneasy." The man was somewhat shorter than Lumion but twice as broad. His cheeks were plump, causing his blue eyes to appear minuscule. As he neared, Lumion caught a whiff of sweat mingled with cheap cologne, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Lumion gestured toward the gates, puzzled, and inquired, "What's all this for? Are they searching for criminals? Why screen those entering Trier and not the ones leaving?" The disheveled, blonde-haired man in a billowy blue shirt appraised Lumion. "My friend, are you from some small city or village?" Upon seeing Lumion nod, the man sighed and explained, "They're collecting taxes. Tariffs." "Tariffs for entering Trier?" Lumion asked. The man nodded. "Exactly. This city wall encircles Trier. There are 54 gates, each manned by tax collectors and police. They also apprehend wanted criminals." "Are all goods taxed?" Lumion inquired, curiosity piqued. The man touched his blue canvas shirt and replied, "Almost everything. Only grains and flour are exempt. Once upon a time they were, but after the war a few years back, the price of bread in Trier skyrocketed, inciting riots and protests. Eventually, the government abolished tariffs on all food. Ah, if only drinkers were as bold. Liquor, wine, and champagne are taxed the most. Many people venture to the suburbs on weekends to drink tax-free alcohol at small taverns. They call it town hopping." "Interesting." Lumion nodded thoughtfully. The man glanced around and lowered his voice. "If you want to avoid the tariffs, I can help you into the city. All you have to do is pay me a small fee." "You mean bribe them?" Lumion gestured with his chin at the tax collector and police near the city gate. The man snorted. "Their greed is greater than an elephant's appetite. I'll show you a path into the city without checkpoints." "But isn't Trier completely surrounded by walls?" Lumion didn't conceal his bafflement. The man grinned. "You'll see soon enough." Then he teased, "Noble sir, do you require my assistance?" Lumion considered for a moment before asking, "How much will it cost?" 3 Vril d'or. The man replied with a congenial smile. "If you agree, we can depart immediately. You can pay once we're inside the city." "Deal." Lumion adjusted his dark, wide-brimmed hat, picked up his brown suitcase, and followed the rotund man away from the city gate. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a hill blanketed in vegetation and soil, with grayish-white stones peeking through. Scaffolding, decaying pillow wood, and numerous pits were scattered about. It appeared to be an abandoned mine. The rotund man guided Lumion through heaps of jumbled rocks to the entrance of a mine. "Is this the shortcut?" Lumion asked cautiously. The portly man in the blue shirt chuckled. "You really don't know much about Trier. Ever heard the saying that underground Trier is even larger than the Trier above ground?" "No." Lumion shook his head. The man elucidated. "Trier used to be much smaller. It was surrounded by quarries that supplied stone for building the city. As the population swelled, the city had to expand outward, enveloping these quarries. As a result, the ground became riddled with holes and mine tunnels. Add to that the portion of Trier that sank underground in the Fourth Epoch, plus the sewers, subways, and gas pipes installed by the government. Aren't these more extensive than what's on the surface?" Lumion's eyes widened in understanding. "Are you taking me into the city through underground Trier?" "Yes." The man turned, stooped, and entered the mine. He casually inquired, "What should I call you?" "Seal." Lumion brushed back the golden hair at his temples. "And you?" Just call me Ramayes. The burly man rummaged through a pile of stones in the mine's corner and unearthed an iron-black lantern. Clearly made of metal, the rusted lantern was cylindrical, with the upper section slightly narrower than the lower. A black rubber lining encircled its base. At the junction of the narrow and wide cylinders, a polished trumpet-shaped metal piece was embedded, though a few rust spots remained. Ramayes produced a matchbox, fiddled with it briefly, and an orange flame tinged with blue erupted from the metal trumpet, illuminating the mine's depths. "What's this?" Lumion asked, puzzled. Holding the iron-black lamp, Ramayes ventured underground, chattering. "Carbide lamp. Invented by the Cave Association. Many miners use it. I don't know why it glows, but I just need to put some rocks and water in, attach them top and bottom, and when needed, press here and ignite the mouth with flames. Carbide and water react to form acetylene, which burns and emits light." Lumion recalled the chemistry he'd studied a few months prior. He remained silent for a time as he followed Ramayes underground along a disused mine tunnel. Then he inquired, "The Cave Association?" "Trier Cave Association. Formed by a group of spelunking enthusiasts. Nowadays, they seem to be involved with the mines." Ramayes turned to Lumion, walking beside him, and asked with a grin, "Why didn't you just take the steam locomotive into Trier? The train station checkpoints aren't that strict. They just do spot checks." Lumion reminisced and replied, "I wanted to experience the last vestiges of romance from the classical era." "A courier carriage?" Ramayes chortled. "That's far pricier than a steam locomotive. Your accent gives you away as from the Rheme or Riston region. The journey from the south to Trier runs about 120 vril d'or, doesn't it? And it takes 4.5 days. On a steam locomotive, you'd pay less than 50 vril d'or for a third-class seat and arrive in under 20 hours. So, the last bit of romance from the classical era, you say? Sounds more like a con job for folks like you. You must have shelled out a pretty penny." "Huh." Lumion responded candidly, "A fair amount. I've only got 267 vril d'or left." Lemaire glanced at him once more and averted his eyes. What a waste. Clutching the carbide lamp, he traversed an archway and veered into another passage bathed in the orange-yellow glow cast by the lamp's flame. Lumion glanced up and noticed rocks nestled in the darkness overhead, adorned with moss that wept droplets of water. The path underfoot was pockmarked with holes, and stone pillars flanked both sides, supporting the cave's ceiling. Stones and various objects were heaped between the pillars, creating a street wide enough for 6 or 7 people to walk abreast. Under the carbide lamp's illumination, a steel nameplate affixed to a stone pillar came into view. Inscribed on it in Intis, "Rue et Droit." "There's a street name down here?" Lumion queried, puzzled. Gripping the carbide lamp, Ramayes chuckled and replied, "Didn't I tell you? This is underground Trier. In fact, it was constructed decades ago during city renovations. The brass deemed the underground too chaotic, a veritable labyrinth. Rioters, murderers, smugglers, and cultists all found refuge here, and something had to be done. Additionally, numerous houses had crumbled and sunk due to the underground quarries. Reinforcement was necessary. So, City Hall spent nearly a decade repairing pillars, constructing foundations, and connecting the previously isolated quarries, subterranean ruins, catacombs, and sewers. To prevent workers from getting lost, the underground streets were named to correspond with those above during the renovations. Roads, squares, and alleys were recreated down here, and nameplates were hung, marking the streets. If future repairs were needed, the names could just be referenced. In other words, Lumion gestured overhead with his free hand. "The real Rue et Droit is just above us?" "Yes," Ramayes pressed on. "This is underground Trier. There's an anti-smuggling wall up ahead. Quarry police often patrol the area, but don't fret. I'll guide you through a small tunnel." Heh! The brass, with their phony collars and lies, believe they can manage underground Trier like they do above ground, but they're only aware of half the entrances and modified routes. As he spoke, He led Lumian to a dead end and located a narrow crevice to crawl through. Lumian trailed closely. 2 or 3 minutes later, they emerged from the small tunnel. Before them stood a wall, composed of stone pillars and a street wedged between. Just then, a burly figure appeared beside the stone pillar, holding a carbide lamp, and addressed Ramies. "Is this our customer?" Ramies spun around and grinned at Lumian. "Foreigner, I've changed my mind. The price is 265 Vril d'Or. Wasn't I generous to leave you enough for bread and a hotel tonight? What if I refuse?" Lumian's face displayed a mix of fear and defiance. Ramies's chubby face quivered with laughter. "What do you think will happen? Didn't your mother warn you not to trust strangers too easily when you're away from home?" He and the burly man closed in on Lumian from opposite directions. Lumian smiled, set down the suitcase, and advanced towards Ramies and his accomplice. In the flickering firelight, over 10 seconds swiftly ticked by, and the carbide lamp ended up in Lumian's possession. Lumian crouched beside the trembling Ramies, his face battered and swollen, and pulled all the banknotes from his wallet. In the dim orange and blue light, he counted them with grave intent. Gently patting Ramies's right cheek with the wad of cash, Lumian grinned. "Now there's only 319 Vril d'Or left." With that, he pocketed the banknotes and strolled toward a path that appeared to lead up to the surface. A nameplate dangled from a stone pillar, inscribed with 2 lines of Intision script, "Rue du Pot de Chamber, Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman." Someone had scratched out Rue du Pot de Chamber with a stone and scrawled a new name beside it, Rue Anarchy. Clutching the carbide lamp, Lumian climbed the stone steps. Soon, light appeared ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Emerging from the silent underground, it felt as if the entire world had sprung to life. Lumian quickened his pace, twisting the valve on the carbide lamp with his right hand, stopping the water droplets from dripping into the carbide pile below. As the acetylene gas burned out, the flames in the metal mouth gradually faded. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the scene outside. Tall and low buildings appeared to have solidified at the moment of collapse, either tilted or on the verge of tumbling down, but standing stubbornly. Pedestrians wore old or tattered clothing, and arguments and curses filled the air, the noise never subsiding. At the underground exit, Lumian spotted a 5-story building called the Auberge du Coq d'Or. The top 2 floors of the brownish building seemed like later additions, contrasting with the Roselle-era pillar walls, arches, large windows, and patterns on the lower floors. It looked so simplistic it could have been transplanted from Cordoue. Lugging his suitcase and carbide lamp, Lumian navigated through children scavenging for orange peels and quarreling adults until he reached the entrance of the Auberge du Coq d'Or. He glanced at the hotel floor, littered with yellow phlegm, shredded paper, spilled ketchup, and alcohol stains. Occasionally, a horde of bedbugs would congregate on the ceiling and walls. Had his hands been free, Lumian would have applauded the scene. Cordoux's old tavern was much cleaner than this. He found a route devoid of filth and headed to the front desk at a moderate pace. A plump, middle-aged woman sat there, her grayish-white dress stained with oil and her brown hair tied in a simple bun. She looked up at Lumian with her blue eyes, unfazed by the disdain and resistance on his face. "This is the best and cheapest inn on Rue Anarchy, in the market area, but the owner's a miser who can't bear to hire cleaning ladies. He only gets freelancers to clean it once a week." "Does he skimp on your salary too?" Lumian asked, feigning naivete. This set the woman off. "Do you want a room or not?" "Yes." Lumian quickly clarified his intent, looking frightened. "I'd like to know the price." The woman calmed down. "It depends on the room. The top 2 floors are 3 Vril d'Or a week, and the bottom 2 are 5 Vril d'Or. If that's too much, you can knock on doors and ask who's willing to share their bed or rent out floor space for 1 to 1.5 Vril d'Or a week. Give me a room on the lower 2 floors. Lumian reasoned it'd be easier to escape, whether by jumping from a window or taking the stairs. The plump woman sized him up. "Pay 15 Vril d'Or up front for the whole month, and it's yours." "Why the discount?" Lumion feigned the ignorance of a country bumpkin new to the city. The woman sneered. Many people have no choice but to move or leave Trier after a week or two. This place is both heaven and hell. Lumion pulled out 3 light blue 5 d'or notes and handed them over. The currency was all in 5 d'or denominations, featuring the bust of Intis Republic's first president, Levanx, along with laboring farmers and herders on the front, and the Hornacis mountain range on the back. Upon receiving the full month's rent, the plump woman's expression visibly relaxed. She produced 2 brass keys strung together and tossed them to Lumion. Room 207 on the 2nd floor. There's a small diner downstairs and a tavern in the basement. You'll find sulfur in the room's table drawer to help chase away those damn bugs. My name's Fells. If you need anything, just come to me. Thank you, Madam Fells. Lumion took the keys, grabbed his suitcase and carbide lamp, and headed upstairs to the 2nd floor. As he ascended, he noticed newspapers and cheap pink paper plastered on the walls, though some had already peeled away, exposing the cracks they were meant to hide and an abundance of bedbugs. The 2nd floor contained 8 rooms and 2 washrooms. Each room was cramped, with a bed to the right. A table nestled between the bed's edge and the wall sat beneath the window, a rickety chair positioned in front of it. There was no other furniture, but rows of bedbugs crawled across the ceiling. Having grown accustomed to Aurora's cleanliness, Lumion set down his suitcase and carbide lamp, opened the drawer and took out some sulfur. He lit it with a match, and as the pungent smell filled the room, the bedbugs fled. Within seconds, Lumion detected the sulfuric scent from the room next door. Almost simultaneously, some of the bedbugs returned, seeking refuge. He quickly understood the situation. He had smoked the bedbugs into the adjacent room, and the tenant had used sulfur to chase them back. Amused, Lumion bent down, opened his suitcase, and took out pen and paper. Amidst the potent sulfur smell, he sat at the wooden table and began writing. Honorable Madam Magician, I've arrived in Trier as agreed. Please advise on my next steps, which organization to join, and how to contact them. Are the 2 psychologists available soon? When can I receive treatment? Do you have any new leads on Guillaume Benet and Madame Pualis? After penning the letter, Lumion retrieved an orange candle from his sister's room. Lighting it with his spirituality, the scent of citrus and lavender enveloped the air. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, his expression calming. After standing quietly for a minute or two, Lumion used the ritual silver dagger to sanctify the candle and create a wall of spirituality. He then dripped essential oil on the flame. With the preparations complete, he placed the magician card on the altar, a medium for summoning a messenger to pinpoint the incantation. Lumion stepped back, observing the misty orange fire, and muttered in ancient Hermes, "Aye!" An invisible wind swirled within the spiritual wall, dimming the room. Switching to Hermes, he continued, "I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, an upper-world creature that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to magician." As the wind howled, the candle flame turned deep blue, casting a sinister, cold atmosphere. Lumion focused on the candle, awaiting Madame Magician's messenger. After a few seconds of silence, the letter on the altar floated into the air. Surprised, Lumion glanced up to find a doll, the size of a man's forearm, perched atop the carved window. With long blonde hair, light blue eyes, pale white skin, and an exquisite pale gold dress, the doll bore strikingly realistic yet bizarre features. In the next second, the letter landed in the doll's smooth, shiny hand that lacked any skin-like texture. "Are you Madame Magician's messenger?" Lumion asked. The doll slowly lowered its head, Lumion's figure reflecting in its unfocused, light blue eyes. Its voice, ethereal and angry, replied, "Choose a cleaner environment next time." With that, the doll vanished along with the letter. Lumion was stunned for a moment before murmuring, "Didn't Aurora say the altar just needed to be clean and tidy?" As he glanced around, he noticed numerous bedbug corpses on the floor. The room was now insect-free. "This is better than sulfur," Lumion stroked his chin and ended the summoning ritual. Lumion habitually cleaned the room before squatting beside his suitcase to retrieve his toiletries. Aurora's dark-colored witchcraft notebooks lay undisturbed at the bottom. During his journey to Trier, Lumion had already skimmed through them without finding anything suspicious. Aurora wasn't one for recording her personal thoughts or daily minutiae. Her witchcraft notebook was purely dedicated to mystical knowledge, filled with incantations, symbols, and principles for selecting ingredients. Likely due to Aurora's penchant for keeping detailed accounts, most spells included information about when and where they were obtained, their cost, or the items exchanged for them. Lumion realized the curly-haired baboons research society likely had numerous interest groups. Aurora frequently attended academy gatherings, where many spells were traded among members. She also participated in exchanges with other groups, occasionally acquiring mystical knowledge and spells from events like April Fool's Day. Finding nothing amiss in the notebooks, Lumion resolved to continue his investigation after consulting the psychologists and locating Padre and Madame Pualis. He knew his sister wouldn't have mentioned the notebook without reason at that critical juncture. There must have been an important message she wished to convey. Gazing at the dark-covered notebooks, Lumion determined to study his sister's recorded knowledge in reverse order, starting that night. Although using spells in combat was nearly impossible for a hunter, understanding them could help him identify any issues with the corresponding mystical knowledge or detect abnormalities. With his belongings packed, Lumion's stomach growled in hunger. He stood up and glanced at the window. The dimming light of dusk allowed him to vaguely see his reflection in the glass. His hair, now dyed blonde and grown out, barely disguised his features. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and dark suit, his cold, indifferent expression made him appear years older. Even Guillaume Binet would find him only vaguely familiar. Lumion patted his face, coaxing a smile, before opening the door and stepping out. In the dimly lit cellar of the Auberge du Coq d'Or, a cozy bar had just enough space for 20 to 30 patrons. The moment Lumion stepped in, he saw a man leap onto a small round table, beer in hand, and address the handful of customers around him. "Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. I experienced something unbelievable 2 days ago." By the scant light from the steam lamps on the wall, Lumion discerned that the man was quite young, around 22 or 23 years old. He had short, light brown hair and a clean-shaven face, which was flushed, likely from the alcohol. Wearing a flaxen-colored shirt, black trousers, and leather slip-ons, the man stood just over 1.7 meters tall. However, his unusually short limbs made him appear closer to 1.6 meters. Waving his stubby arms and slurring his words, he continued, "How incredible was it? I'll tell you, it's changed my entire perspective on faith. As a believer in the God of steam and machinery, I'm now ready to convert to the eternal blazing sun. Listen up. Isn't that astonishing? Can you imagine how famished I was after 5 days? I'd lost my job and been fired by that good-for-nothing manager. I couldn't find work even after exhausting my savings. For 5 days, I starved, barely able to leave my bed. I was on the verge of death. Do you know how that feels? Oh, may God bless you and never let you find out." In that moment, I couldn't bear the thought of dying like this. I came to Trier to make my fortune, and I had to do something. That's when I noticed the portrait of Saint Vive on the wall. Yes, with great effort, I managed to get up, kneel before her, and pray for her help. I was still a believer in the God of steam and machinery then, but what wouldn't a starving man do? Besides, it couldn't hurt, right? 5 minutes after I finished praying, an old friend dropped by and saw my dire state. He didn't have much himself, but he reminded me that I'd rented a kerosene lamp for use at night. The deposit was 35 kopecks. A whole 7 licks. God! I'd completely forgotten. With my friend's help, I returned the lamp and used the refund to buy bread and half a liter of cheap booze. The bread was cold and damp, like it had been doused in putty. The alcohol was a bit off and weak, but it was the most delicious meal I've ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, I was reborn. I found a new job today, and tomorrow, during my break, I'll light a candle at the nearest St. Vive Cathedral. St. Vive was a female angel mentioned in the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Bible. She was one of the city's guardian angels in Trier. The other two were prominent figures from the God of Steam and Machinery Church and the Annals of Intis. Lumion observed the young man's blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he ambled towards the bar. The bartender, who was polishing a glass with a cloth, glanced at the orator on the round table and chuckled. Charlie never could keep quiet, always talking. In his mid-30s, the bartender sported a thin, dark brown beard circling his mouth, and his hair of the same color was tied back in an artistically casual ponytail. Lumion took a seat at the bar and asked with a grin, "Is he telling the truth?" "Who knows?" The bartender shrugged. "You must have heard the proverb. It's better to trust a snake than a Rheimian." Charlie is from Rheim. Rheim and Riston provinces both hailed from the south. Their accents were similar, but they were mountainous provinces more akin to Lemberg. Lumion mused aloud. "I don't think that's the whole proverb. I feel like there's more to it." The bartender's azure eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "You're right. That proverb is longer than you'd think. Trust a Loanese over a Rheimian. Trust a snake over a Rheimian, but never trust the islanders." The islands referred to the Fog Sea archipelago west of Intis. This was one of the Republic's overseas colonies. The islanders often played the roles of thugs and con artists in Trier. Without waiting for Lumion to inquire further, the bartender cast a mocking glance at Charlie, still droning on, and whispered, "If he really experienced that, he certainly doesn't know that the portrait of St. Vive isn't in his room." "Then whose is it?" Lumion asked, amused. The bartender struggled to suppress his laughter. "Charlie lives in room 504. The previous tenant frequented the Quartier de la Princesse Rouge's Rue de la Muraille. The image in the room was of one of Trier's most famous prostitutes a few years back, Susanna Matisse. Just think, Charlie believes he's praying to an angel for help, but he's actually praying to a prostitute. He even feels lucky to have escaped hunger and landed a new job." "How ironic." "Indeed," Lumion concurred. It was a scene beyond his wildest imagination. Reality was sometimes stranger than fiction. He then added, "As long as it works." The bartender didn't pursue the topic further and inquired, "What can I get you?" "A glass of fennel absinthe." Lumion tapped the bar counter with his finger, signaling he was deep in thought. "What kind of food do you have here? How about Duvar broth?" 3 licks for a ladle," the bartender suggested. 3 licks equaled 15 kopecks, 0.15 vril d'or. Lumion appeared intrigued. "What's Duvar broth?" The bartender casually explained. "A restaurant owner, Duvar, invented it. He simmered meat, sauerkraut, and turnips together to create a hearty broth. Finally, he added cheese and breadcrumbs. Just 1 serving can fill your stomach, and it tastes pretty good." As a result, Duvar is now wealthy and has relocated to Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra. Lumion was currently in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, also known as the Market District, situated on the south bank of the Srenzo River, home to numerous slums. Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra was on the north bank of the Srenzo River, near Avenue du Boulevard, one of the Republic's core areas. Trier's city walls encompassed a total of 20 quartiers. "Sounds good." Lumion nodded with a smile. "I'll have one," though he could restore his physical state by 6 a.m. and not worry about hunger. Eating was one of the few things that made him feel alive. The bartender nodded and asked, "Little mummy or somersault?" "What?" Lumion didn't hide his confusion. Unfazed, the bartender calmly explained, "That's common slang in Trier bars, cafes, and beer houses. Little mummy means a small shot of fennel absinthe. Somersault is a double shot. Red tomato has pomegranate juice added, and with mint it's called parrot. There are plenty more like that. Friend, you still have much to learn in Trier." "Little mummy it is." Lumion sensed the bartender's subtle disdain for foreigners, but he didn't mind. 7 licks, the bartender announced as he flipped open a small goblet. This was pricier than the absinthe at Cordu's old tavern, but it was typical in places subject to city taxes. Soon, a glass of pale green absinthe, glowing hypnotically, appeared before Lumion. He picked it up and sipped. The faint, lingering bitterness of the refreshing taste spread and burrowed into his brain. As Lumion waited for the waitress to bring Duvar's broth, he noticed glass jars, hoses, valves, gears, and other items piled beside the bar counter. "What's this?" He glanced inquisitively at the bartender. As the bartender wiped a glass, he casually replied, "Left by a previous tenant. He's a believer in the god of steam and machinery. He always thinks he has a knack for mechanics and has accumulated many similar items." "Where is he now?" Lumion asked, playing along even though he knew the answer wouldn't be pleasant. The bartender paused for a couple of seconds before answering. "He went to the factory, and word is he got distracted while working and was pulled into the machinery. Half of him was crushed." Lumion didn't pry further. He turned to examine the half-assembled parts and fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, he left the bar stool and squatted beside the counter, tinkering with the pile. The bartender glanced at him but didn't interfere. He only notified Lumion when Duvar's broth arrived from the kitchen. After busying himself for a while, Lumion returned to the bar stool and sampled the hearty broth with a spoon. The rich aroma of meat, the taste of cheese, the tangy sauerkraut, and the sweetness of the turnip melded to create an unforgettable flavor. The breadcrumbs soaked in juice were the crowning gem of the dish. Lumion didn't expect that a soup costing 3 licks would include several pieces of meat. Could genuinely fill an adult's stomach. Once the plate was empty, Lumion pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. He squatted back beside the half-assembled parts and resumed his work. 10 minutes later, he placed a machine on the bar counter. Above the machine was a glass jar, and beneath it were intricate components connected to 2 rubber hoses. Lumion then asked for a glass of clear water and poured in the remaining phenyl absinthe, tinting the colorless liquid a pale green. Finally, he inserted one of the rubber hoses into the cup. The fashionable bartender, his hair tied back in a ponytail, watched intently and asked, puzzled, "What's this?" "My invention," Lumion declared, tracing a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "I'm also a believer in the god of steam and machinery, with a few impressive achievements in the mechanical field." He then extended his black-gloved left hand and gestured toward the machine. "This is a groundbreaking machine. Its effects are beyond your wildest dreams." "What can it do?" Charlie, suspected of having prayed to a prostitute, approached the bar counter with a beer bottle and a curious expression. Lumion explained, both solemn and excited. "It's called the idiot instrument. It tests a person's stupidity and intelligence." "Really?" Charlie and the bartender looked skeptical. Lumion detailed his idea. "It's easy to use. Blow into the tube until the liquid in the cup rises into the glass jar and forms bubbles. By observing these bubbles, we can determine the corresponding stupidity or intelligence index." Intrigued, Charlie said after observing Lumion, "Fascinating. Just as I'd expect from a believer in the god of steam and machinery." He picked up the exposed rubber hose and blew into it. The light green liquid in the cup flowed through the interconnected gears, valves, and other components, rising into the glass jar above and forming a small bubble. "What does it say?" Charlie asked, eager for the result. Lumion's mouth curved into a sly smile. "My friend, the principles of this machine are quite simple. When you believe me enough to actually produce a bubble with it, that's when you prove you're a dumb idiot." Charlie's expression froze, his eyes burning with anger. The bartender beside him laughed. "Excellent prank," he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Lumion grinned at Charlie, waiting for the explosion. After a few tense seconds, Charlie swallowed his anger and turned to the patrons who had been listening to his story. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold what I've discovered. A groundbreaking machine. It can test your intelligence index. You're such an interesting person." A drunk Charlie slung his arm around Lumion's shoulder as they stumbled out of the raucous bar. Inside, Nearly 20 people sang, gambled, and yelled, releasing pent-up emotions. At moments like these, they didn't seem like paupers on meager wages but rather kings and queens. "I thought you'd play Billy B with them." Lumion draped his arm over Charlie's back and grinned as they headed for the stairs leading upstairs. Billy B was a popular gambling game in Trier, one Lumion had just recently learned. Unlike Trierian's favorite fighting evil, Billy B only required a piece of paper. Depending on the number of players, the dealer drew a grid of squares, ranging from 9 to 64. Each square was assigned a number, allowing participants to place their bets. The dealer then determined a lucky number by drawing lots, tossing coins, or throwing dice. The winner took the entire pot. If no one won, the money went to the dealer. The patrons of the Auberge du Coq d'Ores underground bar were either locals or impoverished folks from nearby. Their wallets were thin, so they mainly wagered alcohol instead of cash. For instance, a game of Billy B might only reward the winner with a glass of booze bought by everyone's pooled money. Charlie released a long burp. "I haven't gotten my salary for this week. Can't be too indulgent." He turned to Lumion, excitement in his voice. "Did you know? I'm now an apprentice attendant at Hotel du Cygne Blanc, the one on Rue Neuve in Quartier de Thermes. What does that mean? It means I get to wear a white shirt, red vest, and black suit. I'll tie an elegant bow and earn 65 Verle d'Or a month. When I become a full attendant, I hear that during peak season, I can make 7 Verle d'Or a day just in tips. When I strike it rich, I'll open my own motel, no, a hotel. When the time comes, I'll hire you as an attendant foreman." That jerk just walks around in his tailcoat, nitpicking, and earns 150 Verle d'Or a month. Apprentice attendants earn slightly more than manual laborers. Lumion reeked of alcohol, but his eyes remained clear. He nodded almost imperceptibly. He recalled reading a newspaper in his study earlier in the year, boasting that Trier's laborers earned about 700 Verle d'Or annually. At the time, Lumion didn't have a clear concept of that figure. He didn't know if it was too much or too little. As a vagrant, he'd only worried about how much food he could get each day and whether kind people might offer him a few licks. The income of Coeur de villagers was mainly in goods, so he understood specific prices and the value of various banknotes, but he lacked a broader understanding. Of course, this was also because Aurora's income was very high, so he hardly fretted about family finances. As far as Lumion knew, Aurora's fame brought her a significant income through book sales and contracts. Last year's royalties had neared 130,000 Verle d'Or. However, Aurora spent as much as she earned. Spells, materials, and arcane knowledge accounted for most of her expenses. She might also be supporting struggling members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society or donating to government or church-run charities. Yet what puzzled Lumion was the absence of a deposit slip at home when he left Cordoue. He knew all too well that Aurora was a saver. Spending big was only possible because she had stashed away plenty of cash at Suchet Bank and other institutions. For a moment, Lumion suspected that Guillaume Binet's crew had snatched it while he and his sister were being used as sacrifices or vessels. As Lumion and Charlie made their way to the second floor, arms slung around each other's shoulders, a mournful cry pierced the air. "You bastard!" Bang! A door slammed, muffling the wail and leaving only echoes in the hallway. A figure in a crisp black tailcoat approached the stairs from the far end of the hall. He was a young man roughly Charlie's age. His brownish-yellow hair was styled in a 30 to 70 parting, and his dark brown eyes were devoid of expression. His thin lips were pressed tightly together. Quite handsome, he held a black top hat in his hand, looking more like he belonged at a high society soiree than the Auberge du Coq d'Or. Following the man's cries was a woman's voice, heavy with pain and despair. As Charlie watched the man vanish down the stairs, his flushed face contorted. "What a bastard! You know him?" Lumion was still rather concerned about his neighbors. After all, he might be staying here for a while. The more he knew about his surroundings, the safer he'd be. Charlie scoffed. "That's Laurent, Mrs. Lacazon's son from room 201. Mrs. Lacazon slaves away, mending socks and crafting all sorts for 16 hours a day just to support that bastard. He always dresses nicely and spends her money at fancy cafes, claiming he's mingling with high society to find opportunities to make it big. Heh, he thinks he's so talented. Before Charlie could finish, another heated argument erupted between a man and a woman nearby. They hurled insults at each other. Third floor's a couple who eloped. They're like this every day when they're almost broke. Charlie clicked his tongue and grinned. My friend, you'll have to get used to it. This is the Market District, Rue Anarchy, the Auberges du Coq d'Or. We've got the seriously ill, the bankrupt, swindling peddlers, foreigners who never leave the inn and only drink downstairs, broke street girls, lunatics who wake up in a frenzy, jobless stonemasons, veterans, miserly old men, and wanted criminals. They should all thank Monsieur Ive for being so lenient. As long as they don't default on rent, he's pretty forgiving. Monsieur Ive, the innkeeper? The miser Madame Fels mentioned? Lumion inquired. Charlie grinned and replied, That's him, a kind but stingy fellow. He even provides everyone with free sulfur. Burp. I haven't seen Monsieur Ive in a few days. I'm really worried he'll try to save a few coppets by visiting some random woman on Rue Anarchy and catch some nasty disease instead of patronizing Rue de la Muraille or Quartier de la Princesse Rouge. As he spoke, Charlie waved his hand. Seal burp. I'm off to bed. I've got to leave at 6 tomorrow morning and get to the hotel by 7. Burp. If you can't find a job, let me know. I'll introduce you to a handyman at our hotel. You can earn 50 Vril d'Or a month. Stick around long enough and you might make 75. Plus, there's free food. We even get a liter of wine every night. All right. Lumion smiled as he watched Charlie climb the stairs. At the same time, he muttered to himself, simple provocation isn't doing much for the potion's digestion. He had assembled the idiot instrument in the bar to rile everyone up. The result was successful, but it didn't further the potion's digestion. During his journey from Dirige to Trier, Lumion frequently provoked others. Sometimes he felt the potion digest, but most times he gained nothing. If he couldn't find a better way to act, he suspected it would take at least a year to fully digest the provoker potion. Heading back to room 207, Lumion heard a bout of coughing from upstairs. He heard a woman berating her lover, calling him lazy and trash. Gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of a group chasing someone outside. This was life at the Auberges du Coq d'Or and on Rue Anarchy. Charlie had said that even the police wouldn't dare walk here alone at night. They needed a partner to bolster their courage. Taking out the brass key, Lumion opened the door and stepped back into his room. The bedbugs seemed to have sensed something and stayed away. Lumion sniffed the sulfur and glanced up. A letter lay silently on the wooden table beside the window. He took a few steps forward and picked up the folded piece of paper. Madame Magician's reply? Lumion mused, unfolding the letter and reading it under the crimson moonlight streaming through the window. I'm glad you arrived in Trier without issue. This shows you've mastered the basic technique of evading capture and regained your experience navigating the dark underbelly of society. At 3:30 p.m. this Sunday, a psychologist will treat you at Booth D in Mason Café, located in Quartier du Jardin Botanique. For the next few days, your mission is to venture near the catacombs in Quartier de l'Observatoire and locate a man named Asta Troll. He often masquerades as a warlock to con tourists and locals alike. By any means necessary, earn Asta Troll's trust and reveal your powers when the time is right. Quartier du Jardin Botanique and Quartier de l'Observatoire were west of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, adjacent to one another. The former lay further south, while the latter was closer to the north, right by the Srenzo River. Lumion read Madame Magician's reply over and over, committing the relevant locations, times, and names to memory. Then he struck a match and burned the intention-scripted paper. Having done all this, he headed to the nearest washroom to freshen up. Afterward, he took out Fallen Mercury, wrapped in black cloth, removed his coat, and lay on the bed. The bedbug-infested ceiling met his gaze, and the faint sounds of coughing, crying, and arguing filled the room. Soon after, the eloped couple announced their reconciliation through a passionate and vigorous exercise, accompanied by uninhibited moans. Outside on the street, A few coarse voices sang vulgar songs, punctuated by gunshots, followed by curses, the clashing of poles, and the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh. Compared to Cordu, the nights here were far from quiet. At the break of dawn in early May, the sky remained cloaked in darkness. The setting crimson moon and the scattered stars cast a faint glow, thinning the darkness just enough to reveal nearby silhouettes. Lumion awoke early and freshened up. He donned his formal attire from the previous day and a wide-brimmed top hat. He tried his best to smile at his reflection in the glass window that served as a mirror. As he descended the stairs, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Soon Charlie came into view. He was still dressed in a linen shirt, black trousers, and strapless leather shoes. His flushed complexion had turned a shade paler, and his small blue eyes betrayed unmistakable fatigue. "Good morning, Seal." Charlie greeted Lumion with enthusiasm. He seemed quite pumped. "Shouldn't you have left long ago?" Lumion asked, smiling. He had only awoken to freshen up when he heard the cathedral clock chime 6 o'clock. Charlie should have departed by then. Charlie lowered his head, adjusting his clothes as he muttered, "I drank too much last night and had a wonderful dream. I didn't want to wake up." As they conversed, the pair reached the ground floor. They traversed the dingy, dimly lit hall towards the door reflecting starlight. An elderly couple, grizzled and slightly stooped, opened the door. In their 60s, they were both short, the man barely 1.65 meters tall and the woman even shorter. Their dark jackets and yellowish cloth dresses were tattered and oil-stained. "Who are they?" Lumion had expected Madame Fels or the miserly motel owner, Monsieur Ive, to be in charge of opening the door in the morning. Charlie didn't slow down, casually explaining, "Monsieur Roure and Madame Michel, they're the swindlers I mentioned yesterday. They scam tourists into buying things. They rise early every day, and Madame Fels has them open the inn's door. In return, she turns a blind eye to the mess and stench they create in their room. Can you believe it? They haven't changed their clothes since I moved in. It's been 7 months. 7 months. No wonder it's so filthy." Lumion could recall his own grimy days as a vagabond, but Aurora's penchant for cleanliness still made him frown. Charlie strode quickly out of Aubert's Du Coq door, puzzledly asking, "Seal, why are you up so early too?" As they stepped onto the street, a bustling scene unfolded before them. Countless workers, clerks, and laborers hurried along in their gray, blue, black, and brown clothes, occasionally stopping to purchase food from street vendors. Some women carrying wooden baskets moved more leisurely. They meandered between various vendors, comparing prices and quality. The peddlers lined both sides of Rue Anarchy, occupying half the street and leaving just enough room for a carriage to pass. They bellowed loudly, vying for customers' attention. "Whiskey sour, apple whiskey sour. 2 licks a liter. Freshwater fish from Bondi's fish pond. Fresh cod and herring. Come and take a look. Onion bread. 1 lick, just 1 lick. Salted meat, delicious salted meat. Soap and wigs imported from Lone. Buy the kids a bottle of refreshing soda. Hot sauce, soybean paste, scallions, water celery." Absorbing the sounds and energy of Rue Anarchy, Lumion turned to Charlie and smiled. "I just arrived in Trier and couldn't sleep. I thought I'd walk around and see if I could find a suitable job." As a hunter, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the area he frequented and understand its intricacies. It would be too late to adapt if something were to happen. Charlie nodded knowingly. He said with enthusiasm, "You could try your luck at Rue de Blouses Blanches. It's between Le Marquet du Gentleman and the steam locomotive station. Many motel, hotel, and restaurant managers like to chat at the cafe there. They use the opportunity to hire dishwashers, floor cleaners, washroom attendants, and apprentice attendants. If you have money on you, remember to buy the cafe waiters a drink. They'll introduce you to the right person and give you a shot at a better job." Without waiting for Lumion's reply, Charlie shared his wisdom. "You must pay attention to your appearance. Do as I do." As he spoke, he raised his hands and slapped his face, mimicking an actual slap, but with less force. Soon, Charlie's pallid complexion regained its rosiness. "Look, look," he pointed at himself smugly and said, "Don't I appear more energetic? Those managers don't want to hire someone who looks particularly destitute and sickly. They think it'll bring trouble. They're either unwilling to give you a decent job or will slash your salary. If you do this before entering the cafe like me, it'll make you seem like someone who has a place to sleep and breakfast to eat. But doing it too early won't work, as this rosiness will gradually fade." This clever job-hunting technique was new to Lumion, a former vagabond. He found it fascinating. He smiled and nodded. "I still have enough money to rent a place and fill my stomach. I don't need to do this for now, but who knows if I'll need it in the future." He deliberately didn't conceal the fact that he still had a fair amount of vril d'or. What if a generous soul was willing to donate another sum? Charlie expressed his understanding and took out 5 kopek worth of copper coins to buy onion bread from a nearby vendor. Lumion felt a pang of familiarity. During his time on the streets, if he could acquire money, his first choice was onion bread. It was cheap, and the aroma of onions lingered, creating the illusion of having just eaten a satisfying meal. Lumion also purchased onion bread for breakfast. Alongside Charlie, they navigated through the numerous vendors and exited Rue Anarchy. "I love the mornings here." Charlie glanced back and sighed with his signature zeal. "Those gangsters who deserve to rot in hell can't get up this early. They can't destroy this captivating vitality." He then waved at Lumion. "I've got to take the subway, otherwise I'll be late today. That damned foreman will surely dock my pay." After saying goodbye to Charlie, Lumion wandered around Rue Anarchy, exploring the area like a curious tourist. Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman was situated on the south bank of the Srenzo River, in the southeast corner of Trier, officially known as Quartier 13. Trier boasted various quarters named by numbers, each with its own historical and characteristic monikers. Even officials sometimes used these colloquial names. The district earned its name from Le Marché du Gentleman. Proximity to the Srenzo River allowed for a suet steam locomotive station, which catered to travelers from southern Intis. Encircled by the market and the steam locomotive station, many of its streets were notoriously dangerous and teeming with impoverished inhabitants. It was one of Trier's slums. To the north of the market district, on the south bank of the Srenzo River, lay Quartier 5, the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative or Quartier Universitaire. Trier Normal College, Trier Higher Mining College, and Intis Academy of Fine Arts were all located here. To the northeast of the city, on the north bank of the Srenzo River, stood Quartier 12, known as the Noël Quartier. It housed the Veterans Home, Wounded Soldiers Hospital, and several large medical facilities. To the northwest of the market district was Quartier 6, Quartier de l'Observatoire, where Lumion planned to visit later. It contained the primary entrance to the catacombs. To the southwest of the market district was Quartier 14, known as Quartier du Jardin Botanique. On Sunday, Lumion was scheduled for treatment with a psychologist at the Mason Café there. This area was also called Quartier du Sans-Culottes due to the large factories located south of the Botanical Garden. And so, Lumion spent nearly the entire morning traversing the streets of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. As noon approached, Lumion returned to the vicinity of Suet's train station, intending to find a spot for lunch before heading to the catacombs in search of the phony warlock, Asta Troll. Walking along, Lumion spotted the couple Roer and Michel, who also resided at Aubert's du Coq d'Or. They were hawking parcels of items wrapped in paper bags to groups that appeared to be foreigners. As Lumion drew near, the gray-haired, ragged, and wrinkled Roer leaned towards him and lowered his voice. "Do you want photos of a street maîtresse d'atelier?" "What's a street maîtresse d'atelier?" Lumion didn't conceal his confusion or his revulsion at Roer's stench. Roer waved the thin paper bag in his hand and whispered, "In Trier, beautiful girls who model for painters are called maîtresse d'atelier." With the advent of cameras and photographers, they also began taking photo subjects. As you might imagine, some of these photos were sold to painters as reference material, while others, Roar flashed a sly grin and shook the paper bag in his hand again. For licks per bag, with 2 photos inside. Others sell them for over 10 licks. Lumion laughed. Monsieur Roar, Madame Michel? Is this the souvenir you peddle to tourists? Hearing Lumion address them by name, Roar and Michel's expressions shifted dramatically. They spun around, trying to escape, but Lumion was quicker and clamped down on Roar's shoulder. Michel, who had weaved her way through the crowd, noticed her husband couldn't keep pace and returned, her face etched with bitterness. I also live at Aubaird's du Coq d'Or. My name is Seal. Lumion introduced himself. Finally realizing how Lumion knew them, the couple breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him pleadingly. What's the matter, Monsieur Seal? What kind of photos are you selling? Lumion inquired curiously. Roar responded timidly. Scenic photos of the Srenzo River, as well as images of Trier's castles and palaces. No one is causing trouble for you? Lumion asked, grinning. Roar swallowed and said, the people who buy them don't dare to open them on the spot or confront us later. They feel guilty. Besides, no police will bother you if you sell landscape photos. Lumion nodded. Does anyone really sell street maîtresse d'atelier? Yes, Roar confirmed. Last month, the police arrested a group of photographers and art dealers. They said they confiscated over 10,000 photos. If only they could give them to us. Who knows how much we could sell them for? Madame Michel, also sporting a wrinkled face and hunched figure, mumbled. There was a model staying at our inn previously, but she hasn't been around lately. Perhaps she became the mistress of some painter. Or maybe she was captured to be a street maîtresse d'atelier. Aubaird's du Coq d'Or has quite a variety of guests. Lumion asked with interest. How much can you earn in a week by tricking foreigners into buying photos? We sell them very cheaply. About 10 vril d'or. Roar replied, his gaze slightly evasive. From the looks of it, it's more than 10 vril d'or, but not much more. I'll count it as 12 vril d'or, which is 1,200 kopit or 240 licks. 60 fools fall for it every week? Lumion surveyed the square and expressed his disdain for the average intelligence of the people there. As for Roar and Michel, they took a significant risk to deceive others. Yet, they only earned about 50 vril d'or a month, far less than the apprentice attendants or even laborers. Observing their slightly hunched backs, slender frames, and wrinkled faces, Lumion understood that it wasn't that they didn't want to do more legitimate work for better pay, but rather that they couldn't handle those jobs. With a wave of his hand, he left Suet Steam Locomotive Station and headed northwest towards Quartier de l'Observatoire. The catacomb's main entrance was tucked away in Place du Purtori, close to the Intisian Observatory. The structure enclosing the entrance was supported by grand pillars, crowned by a dome adorned with intricate stone carvings, reminiscent of a miniature memorial hall or the base of an immense mausoleum. As Lumion approached, he noted a crowd of 20 to 30 people already assembled near the stairs leading down. Their attire varied, but most were dressed formally, both men and women alike. A man in his 30s, sporting a blue vest, yellow pants, and a thick beard, stood before the crowd. His brown curls framed upturned eyes, and he held an unlit iron-black carbide lamp. Addressing the gathered group, he announced loudly, I'm Kendall, one of the catacombs administrators. I'll be guiding you through the ossuary today. Does everyone have a white candle? If not, please let me know immediately. Tourists? Lumion's eyes swept over the stone staircase behind Kendall. It plunged down into impenetrable darkness, its end hidden from view. Beside Kendall stood a massive wooden door, half of it emblazoned with the sun's sacred emblem in gold, while the other half was adorned with an intricate triangle filled with symbols of steam, levers, gears, and more. Upon receiving confirmation, Kendall ignited his carbide lamp and led the group into the depths below. The tourists trailed behind him, some bearing lanterns. Lumion followed, keeping a 4 to 5 meter distance. Clutching the carbide lamp he had obtained from Ramies, he descended the staircase at a steady pace. Thanks to his beyonder-enhanced hearing, Lumion easily heard Kendall's informative spiel at the front. After 138 steps, you'll find yourselves 26 meters below Trier's streets, surrounded by the remains of nearly 50 generations of Trierians. That's a conservative estimate. In truth, the history of some of these ossuaries can be traced back to the previous epoch. 47 years ago, there was no more space for the dead in Cimetière des Innocents or Cimetière des Prêtres. White bones lay scattered, and the stench drove nearby residents to protest daily, demanding the relocation of the cemetery. Ultimately, City Hall opted to go underground. They repurposed graves from the Fourth Epoch and adjacent underground quarries, creating a vast tomb. Today, you'll be visiting but a mere fraction of it. Kendall's voice echoed through the silent, never-ending staircase, imbuing the atmosphere with an eerie sense of foreboding. As Lumion continued downward, a path lined with stone pillars and walls came into view. This passage, unlike other subterranean areas, was well-maintained and frequently repaired. It was smooth, wide, and unervingly sinister. An icy breeze occasionally swept through the corridor. Gas lamps were strategically placed along the path, casting a dim, yellowish light that allowed shadows to mingle with the illumination, stretching into the darkness. Kendall, clad in his blue vest, warned the visitors once more. Stay close and don't wander off. There are countless underground areas we know little about. If you get lost, it'll be nearly impossible to find you. Do not stray from the path once inside the tomb. There are passages that lead to deeper, more sinister chambers. The Fourth Epoch's malevolent spirits lurk within that darkness. Praise the sun and the light. By adhering to the routes endorsed by the Padres, we can avoid all perils. Some visitors outstretched their arms in praise of the sun, while others traced a triangle over their chests. After trailing Kendall and the others for nearly 200 meters, Lumion caught sight of the subterranean tomb. Before him lay a natural boulder cave modified over time. Its walls were adorned with intricate reliefs of skulls, skeletal arms, sunflowers, and steam symbols. Above the entrance, 2 Intisian inscriptions commanded, "Halt! The Death Empire lies ahead." Kendall, the catacomb administrator, turned to address the visitors once more. Extinguish your lanterns and light the white candles. Everyone must do this. If you'd rather not enter the catacomb, feel free to explore this area, but don't stray too far. It's all too easy to lose your bearings, and that would be a problem. Should you find yourself separated from the group inside the catacomb, don't panic. Locate a road sign. If there isn't one, look above and follow the black line drawn on the tomb ceiling. It will guide you back to the main entrance. Soon, the lanterns were snuffed out, replaced by the flickering glow of orange candlelight. The visitors hoisted their white candles and trailed Kendall into the catacombs. Lumion observed from a distance, watching as the yellowish flames merged into a stream that meandered into the darkness. He refrained from entering. Grasping his carbide lamp, he circled the tomb's entrance, intent on locating the phony warlock, Asta Troll. A few minutes later, Lumion discovered a small bonfire. Beside a pillar, damp moss clung to the stone wall above. A man was seated on a rock behind the fire, garbed in a hooded black robe. His high-bridged nose and dark brown eyes were framed by a flaxen beard that obscured his chin. He stared intently at the dancing flames. Lumion approached and inquired, "Are you Asta Troll?" The hooded man raised his gaze to meet Lumion's and replied in a deliberately subdued, magnetic voice, "Lost soul, why have you sought me out?" Flames and shadows danced across Asta Troll's face, obscuring his age. He appeared to be somewhere between just below 30 and 40. Lumion spoke earnestly, "I've heard whispers about you. They say you're a mystical warlock who can help me resolve my dilemma." Asta Troll responded in a low, magnetic tone, "Witchcraft is taboo. Witchcraft is a curse. I won't render aid without cause. What must I do?" Lumion pressed, anxiety evident in his voice. Asta replied softly, "The essence of witchcraft lies in equivalent exchange. Reveal the nature of the help you seek first." Equivalent exchange. Have you been reading too many novels? Lumion suppressed the urge to ridicule and antagonize him. instead adopting a pained expression. I've lost everyone I cared for. I feel forsaken by the world. Sleep eludes me each night. I want to forget these burdens and begin anew. Asta scrutinized Lumien's countenance, finding no trace of deception. He nodded slightly. I too have suffered great losses. It's a curse born of witchcraft. I can empathize with your sentiments and thoughts. Yet forgetting pain is no simple task. Very well. Lumien exhaled a long sigh and turned to depart. Asta hastily called out, Wait, just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible. Really? Lumien whipped his head back, excitement flooding his features. Asta nodded subtly and continued, Have you ever heard of the Samaritan women's spring? No. Lumien shook his head. Asta glanced at the burning bonfire and explained simply. In one of the ossuaries within the catacombs, there's a murky spring known as the Samaritan Women's Spring, or the Fountain of Oblivion. Drink from it, and all your pain will be erased from memory. Of course, it's a fabrication. The spring is merely a puddle left by a construction error during the catacombs' creation. The administrators spun it into legend. As Lumien's eyes sparkled with hope, Asta carried on, however, as a warlock. I can reveal that deep within this subterranean realm lies a genuine Samaritan women's spring, hidden in a tomb believed to be a relic of the Fourth Epoch. Many corpses there chant, Drink the blissful waters of forgetfulness and be purged of primordial pain. I can help you recover it, but the principle of equivalent exchange must be honored. It will cost you 100 Vril d'Or. 100 Vril d'Or? Isn't your asking price a bit too low? How can anyone believe that procuring a legendary item as perilous as this could be genuine without demanding a few thousand Vril d'Or? Lumien had been listening closely, but the absurdly undervalued service left him amused. How could such priceless spring water be worth no more than an apprentice attendant's 2 months' wages? He had read about the legend of the Samaritan women's spring in Psychic. Aurora had murmured a word he didn't understand. Its pronunciation likely resembled Granny Meng. Psychic also asserted that the Samaritan women's spring was a legend fabricated by the catacomb administrators. But they were convinced the tale had its origins. The Fountain of Oblivion might genuinely exist somewhere on the northern continent. Lumien's eyes widened as he hastened to Asta's side. Clasping his shoulder, he exclaimed, Really? Asta brushed his hand away and nodded composedly. This is a warlock's vow. All right, Lumien responded, thrilled. But I didn't bring that much money. I'll head back now and return here to find you tomorrow. Asta nodded approvingly. No problem. Lumien expressed his gratitude profusely, seized the carbide lamp, and departed with excitement. Once out of Asta's view, Lumien's smile vanished. He raised his right palm and sniffed the faint fragrance. Before reaching the Quartier de l'Observatoire, he had deliberately sprayed an inferior cologne on his right hand and touched Asta's body. Back on the surface, Lumien took cover behind a pillar, concealed himself, and waited patiently. The sky gradually darkened. As twilight descended, he detected the faint and familiar scent of cologne. Lumien didn't rush to pursue Asta. After a while, he emerged from his hiding spot and trailed the lingering fragrance, maintaining a distance so great he was nearly invisible. Carriages whizzed past him, and extravagant mechanical contraptions appeared sporadically. In the morning, while shopping at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Lumien noticed that Trier citizens dressed rather casually, or perhaps boldly. This was evident in the women wearing short sleeves that bared their forearms or garments with cut-out shoulders that displayed their collarbones. On the other hand, there was no shortage of peculiar attire. In the Dirige region, a warlock like Asta, donning a black robe and hood, resembled an ancient legend. It was impossible for him to walk the streets openly without being stopped by the police. In Trier, however, passers-by paid him no mind. Such appearances were all too common. People dressed in a variety of antiquated garments. Asta was undoubtedly more cautious. Periodically, he would glance over his shoulder to spot anyone suspicious, but Lumien maintained such a great distance that neither of them were within the other's line of sight. Lumien trailed Asta from one street to the next, following the faint scent of the inferior cologne. As gas lamps illuminated the surroundings, Asta turned into a street sheltered by glass domes and steel frames. This place was brightly lit and lined with upscale shops. Smooth marble paved the ground, and the area bustled with pedestrians, a stark contrast to the ramshackle alleys of Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. "This is the arcade Aurora mentioned?" Lumian observed Asta pausing in front of a store to admire the window display. He too slowed down, scanning the area. He quickly spotted people engaging in unusual behavior. Dressed in formal attire, both men and women walked turtles of varying sizes. The turtles inched forward, and their owners, holding a rope, trailed leisurely behind. Upon seeing a man dressed in a black formal suit and silk top hat walking a turtle, Lumian couldn't help but inquire, "My friend, what are you doing?" The man turned his head, revealing a powdered face. He responded with a smile, "Foreigner, I'm simply taking a stroll, walking my turtle." "Why a turtle?" Lumian didn't conceal his puzzlement. The impeccably groomed gentleman appeared pleased to share his fashion philosophy. He grinned and explained, "Most Triarians enjoy walking around leisurely, but they fail to grasp the essence of leisure and elegance. They always walk briskly and seem rushed. A true stroll is slower than a turtle. Thus, we walk turtles and let them lead to emphasize our leisurely pace. It's a gauge to measure walking speed and a device to quantify elegance." Lumian had to concede that Triarians consistently expanded his perspective as a country bumpkin from Cordu. Aurora couldn't have even written a story about walking a turtle. A true Triarian, Lumian applauded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Regrettably, the gentleman failed to grasp his underlying message. He smiled modestly and continued to follow the turtle at a leisurely pace. Before long, Asta reached the other end of the arcade. Lumian waited for a moment before cautiously following. After exiting the arcade, Asta positioned himself by the nearby public carriage stop. Within minutes, a massive carriage, drawn by 2 horses, arrived. The carriage was divided into 2 levels. The yellow-painted exterior bore words like Line 7, written in incision. The driver donned a short green coat and a wide-brimmed hat to fend off the rain. As the carriage came to a stop, a conductor sporting a small hat, striped shirt, and unattractive pants appeared at the open door, scrutinizing each passenger boarding the carriage as if they were criminals. Asta was the 3rd person to climb aboard. He chose a window seat, observing the passers-by and the men and women taking their seats. Lumian watched from a distance without approaching. It was only when the Line 7 carriage had pulled away that he quickened his pace, practically jogging to catch up. Given the relatively slow speed of public transportation and the rule of stopping at every station, Lumian wasn't concerned about being left behind. As he ran, some pedestrians eyed him curiously, while a few even jogged alongside, seemingly believing this to be the latest trend. "Is there something wrong with your brains?" Lumian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After 3 stops, he saw Asta Trull disembark from the public carriage. This area was already part of Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. Asta crossed 2 streets and turned onto Rue de Blouses Blanches, which Charlie had mentioned. He entered an old beige apartment building numbered 20. Lumian halted in front of a street-side newspaper stand, picked up a paper, and casually flipped through it. Simultaneously, he observed the entrance to the apartment building from the corner of his eye. "It's 11 kopecks for one," the newsstand owner reminded Lumian when he noticed that he was only reading and not buying. Lumian was holding a copy of Le Petit Triarien, and without minding, he took out 2 5-kopek and 1 1-kopek coins and tossed them onto the other newspapers. The newsstand owner fell silent. Lumian continued reading the newspaper. City Hall discussing new price plans with the water supply company. Valerie slams consumerism as a fetish. Greatest project in human history seeks collaboration. The final caught Lumian's attention as he reminded him of something. It reeked of a prankster or a swindler's ploy. As Lumian kept an eye on the apartment, he read the corresponding content with growing interest. The future of humanity lies in the stars. The history of mankind was forged by the brave to explore. In this era of rapid technological progress, we lack civilization pioneers, visionaries with exceptional insight and foresight, and adventurers with courage. Last time we were trapped in the Berserk Sea. This time we're trapped within the atmosphere. However, human civilization and technology will undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and dangers to forge a true future. We seek to collaborate with all dreamers to construct a space bridge that will enable us to walk from the surface to the Crimson Moon. Point of contact, Buell Patil. Contact method, 9th Rue St. Martin, 5th floor, Cartier 2. The more Lumion read, the more amused he became. He found himself in deep contemplation. As Cordu's prankster king and one influenced by Aurora's eccentric ideas, he had never conceived such an outrageous, ludicrous, and absurd notion. Yet, these individuals had brazenly advertised it, as though certain they could fool a crowd. Am I still underestimating the average human IQ? Lumion stroked his chin with his gloved left hand. At that moment, he saw a group of people approaching the old apartment at 20 Rue de Blouses Blanches. The leader was a distinguished-looking gentleman in a silk top hat and black suit. He had a chiseled profile, a mahogany-colored pipe in his mouth, and a diamond ring on his left hand that sparkled under the light. The burly men surrounding the gentleman appeared menacing. They wore either canvas shirts or dark jackets, giving off a gang-like vibe. After they vanished into the apartment's entrance, Lumion walked over with the newspaper. At the base of the stairs, he detected several colognes simultaneously. One was faint and familiar, the inferior cologne he had applied to Asta. The other was more aromatic, sweet, and slightly cloying. Musk cologne? From the man with the pipe? Lumion followed the scent all the way up to the apartment's 5th floor. There he saw Asta Troll. The impostor dressed as a warlock found himself encircled by the same group of individuals. The gentleman with the diamond ring tapped his forehead with his mahogany-colored pipe, smiling politely. Don't think you can shake us off just because you've moved. Until you repay all the debt, I'll follow you endlessly, like a shadow. Asta stammered fearfully. I'll have money soon. I can return a portion to you tomorrow. Very good. The gentleman nodded with a smile. He then turned the pipe and jabbed Asta's face with the still smoldering end. Asta recoiled in pain but dared not make a sound. The gentleman withdrew his pipe and said gently, yet firmly, "This is a little interest. If you don't pay me back tomorrow, I'll take one of your fingers." With that, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely. "See you tomorrow, my friend." At the staircase, Lumion pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "Are people and dogs learning from Gehrman now?" As Furs Walls, the Adventurer series gained popularity. Gehrman Sparrow impersonators cropped up across the northern and southern continents. Phrases like "this is basic courtesy" and "a bestowment or a curse" spread far and wide. As the group approached, Lumion lowered his head and stepped aside, acting like an ordinary tenant encountering gangsters. Chaotic footsteps echoed as they descended floor by floor, soon giving way to silence. Lumion glanced in Asta Troll's direction, noting that he had already retreated to his room and closed the wooden door. After some contemplation, Lumion flexed his gloved left hand and adjusted his hat. He walked out of the staircase and approached Asta's door. Bang! 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 He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a moment, Asta opened the door, his face a mix of shock and fear. He stammered shakily, "I really can't get that money until tomorrow." Before he could finish, Lumion's figure came sharply into focus in his eyes. Lumion spread his arms and asked with a beaming smile, "Surprised?" You. Asta backed away as if he'd seen a ghost. Lumion followed him into the room and smiled at Asta Troll. "I truly wish to forget the pain of the past, but I'm also a cautious person. I'm afraid of being swindled and, worse, being mocked as a fool." Asta forced a smile. "I'm not lying. There really is a Samaritan women's spring." "Is that so?" Lumion approached Asta with a grin and said, "When the time comes, take a sip first. If it's useful, you'll forget that I haven't paid you. If it's useless, why should I pay you? For a moment, Asta was at a loss for words. He could only smile and nod. Trust me, trust me. Suddenly, he looked past Lumion, his eyes widening in terror. Lumion instinctively turned to look at the door, but there was no one there. Seizing the opportunity, Asta ducked and made a break for the open door. Thud! Asta tripped over Lumion's right foot, which had swiftly extended, and crashed to the ground. His nose bridge turned blue, and his gaunt face swelled. Lumion slowly closed the door, pulled up a chair, and sat down. He looked down at Asta, who was feigning death on the floor, and said, "Don't tell me you have high spiritual perception and saw a bizarre creature behind me. Did you rush to the door to help me deal with it?" Asta was dumbstruck for a moment before rising to his feet and nodding repeatedly. That's right, that's right." Lumion smiled and glanced at the rectangular wooden table against the wall. Silver dagger, white candles. A few small bottles filled with different liquids or empty, 2 imitation goatskins, and a paper box emitting the fragrance of plants were strewn across it. He has a certain amount of mysticism knowledge. Lumion shifted his gaze back to the uneasy Asta and asked, "Who was that guy with the pipe just now?" "Baron Brignaise." Asta replied hastily. "He's the leader of the Savoy mob in the Market District." Savoy was the name of an inland province in the Intis Republic, bordering the provinces of Haute-Hornacis and Bas-Hornacis. It was rich in mineral resources and had a valiant folk culture. "A baron? There are still barons?" Lumion asked, amused. Ever since Emperor Rosel's death and the establishment of the Republic, aristocratic titles had vanished from daily life. Asta said fearfully, "That's a nickname he gave himself. Perhaps his ancestors held such an aristocratic title." Lumion leaned back in his chair and asked casually, "Why did he come to you? Do you owe them money?" Seeing Lumion's harmless demeanor, as though he was chatting with a friend, Asta relaxed a little despite his fear. He said bitterly, "In order to buy an item, I borrowed 3,000 Vril d'Or from a loan shark. Later, that man sold the debt to Brignaise. I paid back at least 3,000 Vril d'Or, but he told me there was still 2,000 in interest. If you drag on for another 2 or 3 months, you won't owe 2,000, but 4,000. Lumion watched Asta's expression crumble, the air of mystery gone. He then lowered his voice and said in a beguiling tone, "If I were you, I'd find a way to draw Brignaise and his crew into a quarry pit. Then, I'd bring down the stone layer above, burying them for eternity. No creditors, no debts." The more Asta listened, the more panic-stricken he became. He stared at Lumion as if he were a demon. He had a suspicion that Lumion had already plotted such a scheme, but with Asta Trull as the intended target, not Brignaise. "That's murder. A crime," Asta exclaimed in terror. "Keep it down. You wouldn't want to lose your voice permanently, would you?" Lumion warned him with a smile. "So you do realize that's a crime? Did anyone ever tell you that fraud is a crime too?" Asta was at a loss for words. Lumion stood up and dusted off his gloves. "I'm just kidding. I was testing your character." "What?" Asta was baffled. Lumion wouldn't reveal that his true motive was to establish an ice-cold, ruthless persona in Asta's mind. It would come in handy during future negotiations. Forced trust was still trust. "Congratulations on passing my test. This proves you're not completely without scruples." Lumion grinned and spread his arms. He quickly steered the conversation back on course. "What did you borrow so much money for?" He glanced around, adding, "Doesn't seem like there's anything valuable here." Asta instinctively wanted to spout a lie but remembered Lumion's warning. He trembled and said, Do you know about potions? You're really a Beyonder?" Lumion chuckled. Seeing that Lumion knew about Beyonders and potions, Asta breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad he hadn't lied. Any fabricated story would be riddled with holes in front of a true Beyonder, easily exposed. If caught, Asta might end up sleeping forever in some underground Trier hideout tonight. Taking 2 deep breaths, Asta continued, A few months ago, I borrowed 3,000 Vril d'Or from a loan shark to purchase the main ingredient for a potion. Combined with the 4,000 Vril d'Or I'd saved, I successfully transformed from an ordinary person into a Beyonder. Which sequence do you belong to? You can't even handle a few thugs. Lumion asked with feigned suspicion. Asta looked defeated. I'm a sequence 9 secrets suppliant. It doesn't sound weak. Lumion could only gauge by the potion's name. Asta lamented in frustration. I thought secret suppliants were powerful too. The seller even claimed it would allow me to see the world's truth. In the end, aside from heightened spiritual perception, all I got was some impractical sacrificial knowledge and ritual magic. I can occasionally sense the presence of mysterious entities, scaring myself witless, but I can't even defeat a thug. The ritual magic should come in handy, Lumion remarked knowingly. Asta looked close to tears. I'm well-versed in mysticism. I'm a follower of the eternal blazing Sunday. How can I pray to an unknown entity? That's too risky. Sigh, there are some honorific names in the potion's knowledge, but they're all concealed entities. Just hearing them is terrifying. I wouldn't dare invoke depravity, true kin, or the gaze of fate. He glanced at Lumion and feigned determination. But I've considered it. If Baron Brignaise and his goons corner me again, I'll pray to the hidden existence and gain strength. He was ostensibly talking about Baron Brignaise, but his true intent was to caution Lumion against forcing him into a corner. Lumion studied Asta's uneasy face and agreed. That's a wise decision. Baron Brignaise and his crew underestimate a Beyonder. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't give you the chance to reach a dead end. He then smiled at Asta. You'd be dead before that happens. Asta opened his mouth but closed it again, his expression more pained than crying. Lumion walked over to the wooden table and toyed with the empty bottles. You've moved several times, but Baron Brignaise keeps finding you. I suspect he or the Savoy mob have Beyonders on their side. Asta gasped in shock. Lumion picked up the silver dagger from the table, twirling it as he said to Asta, I can offer you 100 Vril d'Or as a reward. Ha! Asta was baffled once more. He realized he couldn't keep up with Lumion's thought process. You still want the spring water from the Samaritan women's spring? He ventured. Lumion grinned and replied, Tell me, does it really exist? Eyeing Lumion's amused gaze, Asta hesitated for a moment before admitting, I'm not sure. Lumion nodded in satisfaction. What I want is for you to take me to the gathering you mentioned, the one where you bought the potion's main ingredient. The reward is 100 Vril d'Or. Lumion made this request partly because Madame Magician's mission might be connected to the gathering involving Beyonder materials, and partly because he needed a similar event to acquire weapons, materials, sealed artifacts, and arcane knowledge. Asta swallowed hard. I can try, but I'll need the gathering organizer's approval. No problem. Lumion took out a gold coin and beckoned Asta over. This Louis d'Or is your reward for asking. I'll give you the remaining 80 Vril d'Or when I can attend the gathering. Asta hadn't anticipated that his beating would turn into a job offer. He was momentarily dumbstruck. After a few seconds, he cautiously approached the wooden table and took the 20 Vril Louis d'Or. He told Lumion, I'm not sure when I'll get an answer, but no later than next Wednesday. I spend the day near the catacombs and sleep here at night. You can find me anytime. Lumion nodded, smiling as he raised the silver dagger in his hand and plunged it into Asta's shoulder. Blood spurted out, and Asta staggered back in terror. He leaned against the wall and cried out anxiously, Don't kill me! I'm not lying. Lumion picked up a glass bottle from the wooden table and approached Asta with a smile. Don't worry. If I wanted you dead, I would have done it by now. This is called a blood oath. I'm very wary of deception and betrayal. As Lumion spoke, he held the empty glass bottle to Asta's wound, allowing the blood to trickle in. During this process, he smiled at Asta and said, You have a strong grasp of mysticism. You should know what blood means in the hands of others. Don't lie to me. Curse. For a moment, Asta couldn't decide whether to rejoice that he hadn't been killed on the spot or despair that his blood now belonged to a man more dangerous than Baron Brignaise. Lumion said nothing more. He tightened the bottle cap, tore a strip of cloth from the room, and tossed it to Asta. Bandage your wound yourself. He wasn't familiar with any Beyonder curses, but he could test if expired blood could activate Fallen Mercury's fate-exchanging ability. Even if it didn't work, all he needed to do was convince Asta that he knew how to cast curses. Lumion glanced at Asta, who was desperately trying to staunch the bleeding, and casually asked, "What's your plan for dealing with Baron Brignaise? With this Louis d'Or and some money I've saved, I should be able to appease them for a week," Asta said with a bitter smile. "They won't get a single copit if they push their debtors to death." Lumion nodded, asking, "You mentioned that your spiritual perception is quite advanced?" Asta briefly fell into a trance before a lingering fear spread across his face. He took a moment to compose himself, then said, "That seems to be a trait of the secret suppliant. I can sense hidden creatures lurking in the dark depths, and I can also feel the real world wrapped in a thick veil. Beyond that veil, emotionless eyes watch us." As he finished, Asta panted heavily. Lumion patiently waited for the imposter warlock to catch his breath. Nearly a minute later, Asta exhaled, saying, "In the Market District and Quartier de l'Observatoire it's fine, but in Underground Trier, I can often sense the end of certain paths. In places I can't see, some creature beckons me to come closer. I wonder what would happen to me if I truly stepped into that darkness." A fine mystical sensor indeed. Lumion silently mocked his hunter's spirit vision while also feeling that a secret suppliant wasn't as useless as Asta claimed. Asta continued, "Sometimes, when I see tourists entering the catacombs with white candles, I get these delusions. I think it's a ritual that forms a magical bond with some hidden entity, protecting the tourists from being devoured by the darkness or spirited away by the dead." Lumion was taken aback, inwardly sighing. In terms of mysticism, a secret suppliant is quite potent. It's just that they're not skilled in combat. From Asta's account, Lumion suspected that carrying a lit white candle into the catacombs was indeed a ritual that allowed visitors to evade the hidden perils there. The tomb administrators likely knew this, but in pursuit of profit, they not only kept silent but also encouraged higher-ups to promote the catacombs as a tourist attraction. Lumion remembered his sister Aurora's frequent lament, "Money changes people. I wonder, at a lower level, which one can bring about a person's change more effectively, potions, boons, or money." Lumion muttered silently with a teasing attitude. He then asked Asta, "Have you sensed any danger lurking in the Market District's darkness?" Asta's face shifted as he replied in a grave tone, "I dare not approach the burned-out house in Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman." At the edge of Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, near Rue de Blouses Blanches, stood a scorched, uninhabited house. The district's members of parliament had long demanded its demolition and conversion into a commercial building, but for some reason, the proposal never reached City Hall's agenda. Even after a decade, the 6-story eyesore still stood. "I didn't feel anything when I passed by this morning." Lumion turned and headed for the door. "I'll visit you again. I hope you won't disappoint me." Asta, his shoulder wound now bandaged, flashed an ingratiating smile. "Rest assured, I'll provide you with an answer." After leaving Asta's room, Lumion suddenly quickened his pace. In a blink, he crouched in the shadows of the stairs leading to the rooftop, silently eyeing the tightly shut wooden door. Nearly half an hour later, having confirmed that nothing was amiss, he slowly descended the stairs with Le Petit Trierian. It was then that he finally heard his stomach growl. Gazing at the makeshift barricade of rocks, logs, mud slabs, and assorted items with a narrow opening as a passage, Lumion spotted a nearby bakery and spent 3 licks to buy half a kilogram of croissants. He also sampled Trier's distinctive fruit juice soda. The effervescent liquid swirled as the currant syrup dispersed like clouds within it. The concoction set him back 13 copit. If he returned the soda bottle, he could reclaim 3 copit. Rue Anarchy, a Baird's du Coq door. Before Lumion could enter the basement bar, the noise and chaos reached his ears. Just past 9 o'clock, nearly 20 people packed the intimate space. They either sat at the bar or huddled around a few small round tables, their attention riveted on the bartender. The stylish, ponytailed bartender explained the contraption on the bar to an unfamiliar male patron. This is called the idiot instrument. It tests your intelligence. Care to give it a shot? The man in the dark jacket seemed intrigued and asked, "How do I try?" The bartender gestured at the exposed rubber tube with a solemn expression. "Blow here until bubbles form in the glass jar above. Your ability to produce bubbles and their size determine the final test results." Without hesitation, the man picked up the rubber hose and blew into it. As light green bubbles emerged from the glass jar atop the machine, everyone in the bar leaped to their feet, applauding wildly and exclaiming, "Welcome, idiot!" The man looked bewildered for a moment before grasping the joke. His face flushed crimson. He shot a fierce glare at the bartender and the rowdy patrons before stifling his anger and muttering, "Interesting. This prank is really something. I'll bring a few friends to try it tomorrow." "Is this what friends are for?" Lumian sneered inwardly. He pulled a bar stool over and sat down, telling the bartender, "Give me the usual, a glass of fennel absinthe." The bartender grinned. "This one's on me. Your machine's fantastic. Word of its mystical powers has spread, and people have come specifically to check it out. My business has doubled since then. By the way, I'm Pavard Neeson, the owner of this bar and an amateur painter. What should I call you?" "Seal," Lumian replied, his smile unwavering. He noticed the difference between Triarians and the villagers of Cordu. In Cordu, anyone who fell victim to such a prank would seek revenge. But Triarians enjoyed finding new victims and watching them get caught, easing their own embarrassment. "You've got a keen brain. You're better at pranks than many Triarians." To the native bartender, Pavard Neeson, this compliment was high praise. He slid a slender glass filled with a light green, hallucinogenic liquid toward Lumian. Taking a sip of the absinthe, Lumian savored the faint bitterness that stirred his senses and made him feel alive. He closed his eyes, soaking in the sensation before asking, "I have a few friends who arrived in Trier before me, but I don't have their contact information. Is there a way to find them?" Pavard Neeson wiped a glass. "If you're wealthy, advertise with the Journal de Trier. If you're not, hire a bounty hunter or information broker to see if they'll take the job. If you're broke, go back to your room and sleep. Maybe one day, you'll bump into your friends on the street. Any recommendations?" "A reliable bounty hunter or information broker." Lumian wasn't short on cash for now and might receive a donation from a generous benefactor at any moment, but advertising in newspapers was beyond his means. It'd cost at least 3,000 Vril d'Or. Smaller publications might be cheaper, but they were ineffective. Moreover, he couldn't risk alarming Guillaume Benet and Madame Pualis if they read the papers. Pavard nodded, saying, "Anthony Reed lives in room 5 on the hotel's 3rd floor. You can pay him a visit tomorrow. He's a retired military man turned information broker. Highly trustworthy." Lumian took note of the room number and name. He lifted the absinthe, swirling it gently before raising his glass to honor the bartender. Upon returning to room 207, Lumian didn't waste any time resting. He drew the tattered curtains and performed the summoning dance in the cramped space. His goal was to see what strange creatures he could attract in Aubert's du Coq d'Or and Rue Anarchy, preparing for potential future attacks, pursuits, or ambushes. According to Asta, aside from the burned-out building, there were no particularly dangerous locations in the market district. Moreover, it was quite a distance from Rue Anarchy, making it unlikely for it to be affected by a Sequence 9 equivalent dancer. After all, this wasn't the ruins of Corda Village, where the power of inevitability was pervasive. Disregarding the more dangerous ones and those that dancers couldn't attract, Lumian believed that even if the strange creatures that appeared later were stronger than him, it would be nearly impossible for them to force themselves on him. The bluish-black symbol representing the great existence and the black thorn pattern from inevitability would be enough to deter them from acting recklessly. In a dance that alternated between madness and distortion, Lumian's spirituality merged with the stirred power of nature, stealthily spreading in all directions. Before long, he sensed watchful eyes upon him. Several translucent, blurry figures floated around the room. Some resembled humans, seemingly residual obsessions lingering after death. Others were grotesque, appearing like bottles or stacked meatballs, possibly originating from the corresponding spirit world. Lumian didn't recognize any of them and couldn't determine their traits or abilities. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tattered curtains. Slightly translucent, it was a woman with long turquoise hair interwoven with green leaves that enveloped its body and concealed vital areas. The rest of its fair, smooth skin was exposed, setting one's heart racing and imagination ablaze. With emerald green eyes, red lips, and an exquisite, alluring face, a single glance at Lumian stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. Almost simultaneously, Lumian felt his hair stand on end as a chill ran down his spine. He experienced a strong sense of impending danger. Subconsciously, he pulled out fallen mercury from his waist, ready to rip off the black cloth wrapped around it at a moment's notice. The translucent figure with turquoise hair and leafy coverings floated in midair, scrutinizing Lumian in the room. Its emerald green eyes shifted between a misty and smiling expression, reminiscent of a deep vortex enticing the human soul to sink into it. On one hand, Lumian experienced a familiar yet foreign urge that swept through his mind, disrupting most of his thoughts. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel fear, akin to a flying insect encountering a spider spinning its web. He slowed down his dance, prepared to stop at any moment. The translucent female figure displayed an eager expression, but it instinctively sensed that something was amiss and hesitated to approach Lumian. Sometimes it leaned forward, sometimes it retreated into the curtains, but ultimately, it did nothing. After Lumian finished his summoning dance, he heard a faint sound in his ears. It was so close it seemed like it was right next door, causing the strange creatures lingering in the room to vanish one by one. The last to leave was the female figure with turquoise hair and leafy coverings. It appeared both reluctant and perplexed. Lumian heaved a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, quietly listening to the indistinct voices within him. He couldn't make out a single word but yearned to hear each one clearly. After a moment, Lumian opened his eyes and gazed at the window obscured by the tattered curtain. He muttered to himself, "What was that?" His intuition told him that the translucent female figure was far more powerful than the other summoned strange creatures. It wasn't something beyonders at his level could handle. If not for the corruption sealed within his body and the bluish-black pattern on his chest deterring spiritual creatures from subconsciously approaching him even without activation, Lumian suspected something might have happened to him. This piqued his curiosity. How do other dancers survive? He had only dared to perform the summoning dance after confirming the area wasn't too dangerous. Yet something nearly happened. How could other dancers avoid such risks? Is it because I obtained my boon through theft and lack some mystical knowledge? Or is it because other dancers can only attract strange creatures similar to themselves? Additionally, the summoning dance comes from a hidden existence, so there shouldn't be any problems under normal circumstances? Lumian pondered for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was the anomaly. He believed that the corruption in his body was on an extremely high level. Even sealed, it could occasionally attract strange and perilous entities. Thankfully, the corruption also provides protection. Lumian exhaled, stowed away fallen mercury, and lit the iron-black carbide lamp. He sat at the wooden table and flipped through Aurora's notebook. Reading the mysticism notebook from back to front was excruciating. Lacking the corresponding knowledge, he would occasionally feel illiterate. He had no choice but to take out Aurora's earliest notebook and memorize the corresponding symbolism and mystical meaning. However, Lumian couldn't sit down and learn bit by bit from front to back. He believed that if Aurora's witchcraft notebook truly concealed crucial information, it would definitely be in the content from the past year or two, when abnormalities gradually appeared in Corda Village and the shepherds began their hunt. After nearly 2 hours of struggling with the knowledge known as lightning, Lumian admitted defeat and decided to continue the next night. He washed up briefly and lay on the bed. Recalling the strange creature he had just summoned, Lumion placed fallen Mercury beside the pillow, feeling apprehensive. Before leaving Cordu, he had inspected the wicked pewter-black dirk and confirmed that the fate it had exchanged from the flaming monster was pain from immolation. The darkness gradually deepened, but Rue Anarchy never experienced a moment of peace. Singing, shouting, cursing, fighting, chasing, coughing, crying, and exercising filled the air, composing a nocturnal symphony. Lumion had grown accustomed to the noise, which even made him feel alive. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. At 6 a.m., the distant cathedral chimed, reminiscent of Cordu. Lumion woke up punctually but was reluctant to open his eyes. After a few minutes, he sat up and fastened fallen Mercury to his waist. His dreams had been chaotic throughout the night, but nothing out of the ordinary occurred. "Am I overthinking it?" Lumion muttered. He opened the door and walked into the nearest washroom. Using the morning light streaming through the window, he examined himself in the mirror. Compared to the same moment the day before, he hadn't changed at all. The color and length of his hair were external factors and wouldn't reset with his physical condition. Lumion bent down and brushed his teeth. As he rinsed his mouth, he caught sight of Charlie entering from the corner of his eye. "Don't you live on the 5th floor?" Lumion spat out the liquid and turned to ask Charlie. Charlie had changed into a yellowed white shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows. He yawned and said, "Can you believe it? Those guys are already up before 6. The washroom on the 5th floor is packed." He then grinned. "I still like this washroom on the 2nd floor the most. Do you know why? It's clean. Although that bastard Laurent has very high eyebrows and doesn't know how to help his mother at all, he has his strengths. He loves cleanliness. As long as he's in the apartment, he cleans the room every day and takes care of the washroom too. Haha. Could it be that he can't use the toilet if it's dirty? So he's the one cleaning." Lumion was surprised. His impression of the young man named Laurent had been that he was cold, haughty, and impeccably dressed. He clearly thought highly of himself and seemed oblivious to his mother's plight. He didn't strike Lumion as someone who'd clean a bathroom. Previously, Lumion had assumed that the other tenants on the 2nd floor had grown fed up with the landlord's penny-pinching ways and had taken it upon themselves to clean their shared spaces. Noticing Charlie's haggard face, as though he'd been up all night, Lumion grinned and asked, "Did you hit up Rue de la Muraille last night?" Rue de la Muraille was Trier's infamous red light district. "How can I afford to go to Rue de la Muraille? But I'll definitely go there one of these days." Charlie clenched his teeth and continued, "I got back to the hotel at 10 p.m. last night. Then I went to the underground bar and drank with the guys till midnight. In the wee hours I even had a, shall we say, quite a vivid dream. Seal, our names sound the same, but they're spelled differently. Can you imagine how ecstatic I was in that dream? And when I woke up, how crushed and how, empty." Lumion supplied the adjective. "Yes, yes, yes." Charlie walked to the toilet and unfastened his belt. His already narrow eyes crinkled with satisfaction. Lumion pinched his nose and scoffed. "You had a wet dream?" Charlie shivered, shook his right hand, and laughed. "It was the most lifelike dream I've ever had. The woman in it was far more beautiful than any on Rue de la Muraille. She was so tender and passionate. I never wanted to wake up." "Well, clearly you couldn't hold out for too long. Waking up was a mercy." Lumion jested. Charlie didn't bother to argue, and instead said earnestly, "I'm planning to head to Rue du Rossignol on Sundays after I get paid, and when I'm off work. There are a few dance halls there with some affordable pussies. A coworker told me that I only need 52 kopit to treat myself. But right now I've lost interest." Suddenly, Charlie's excitement surged. Lowering his voice, he confided in Lumion, "You know what? A wealthy guest at the hotel has been treating me really well, asking me to deliver food and help tidy up the room." "A man?" Lumion inquired with a hint of mischief. Charlie hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's a lady. I think she's taken a liking to me. I'm torn. If she makes a proposal, should I compromise my principles? You know, these sorts of things are pretty common in Trier. If she's my ticket to my first big payday, I could soon own my own hotel. I figured you wouldn't hesitate. Though they'd only known each other for 2 days, Lumion was convinced that Charlie's moral compass was quite flexible. Charlie sighed, visibly troubled, and admitted, "She's in her 50s. Lumion let out a long "oh," and his expression conveyed his thoughts. Bidding Charlie goodbye, Lumion returned to his room to change into a jacket, pants, and other attire suited for Rue Anarchy. He spent 6 kopek on a scallion pancake and 1 lick on half a liter of apple whiskey sour. Settling into a corner of the street, he leisurely ate his breakfast. Shadows from the buildings on either side cloaked him as he relished the flavors of onions and flour, observing the hawkers, women shopping for groceries, hustling workers, children scavenging for trash, and a barricade in a nearby alley. It was 9 a.m. when Lumion finally rose, dusted himself off, and returned to Aubaird's Du Coq door. He climbed to the 3rd floor and knocked on room 5's door. The information broker, Anthony Reed, resided here. After a sequence of knocks, a composed male voice with a West Mid-Seashire coast accent replied, "Please come in." Lumion turned the handle and pushed the door open. The first thing that hit him was a faintly acrid, minty odor, likely meant to repel insects. Then he saw a man in his 40s seated by the bed. The man wore a military green shirt, matching pants, and laceless leather boots. His hair was cropped to a fine buzz cut. He didn't possess the tidy, efficient air of a veteran. His light yellow hairline had receded considerably, leaving a vast expanse of forehead. His face had grown plump, his beard meticulously shaven. His skin was slightly oily and his nose pores clogged. He appeared somewhat guileless and unsophisticated. As Anthony Reed turned to face Lumion, his dark brown eyes mirrored Lumion's figure. For some reason, Lumion suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Anthony Reed regarded Lumion coolly and inquired, "What's the problem? I heard from Pavard that you're a reliable information broker." Lumion quickly disclosed his source to avoid wasting time on mutual probing. With his plump face, Anthony Reed nodded knowingly and gestured towards a chair at the center of the room. "What information do you need? Or rather, what information would you like me to uncover?" Lumion felt a twinge of unease as he faced Anthony Reed, who exuded an air of honesty and dependability. He took a seat and stated succinctly, "I'm searching for 2 individuals. Names, appearances, and distinguishing features." Anthony Reed shot a glance at Lumion's left hip. Lumion reflected for a moment before answering. "One is Guillaume Benet, formerly a padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The other is Pualis de Roquefort. Over a month ago, she arrived in Trier with her husband, Beast, their butler Louis Lund, and her lady's maid, Kathy. I don't have any pictures of them. All I can tell you is that Guillaume Benet has short black hair and blue eyes. He possesses a solemn demeanor and strong ambitions. His most notable feature is his aquiline nose. Pualis has long brown hair and bright brown eyes. Her eyebrows are lighter and thinner, and she exudes an elegant yet alluring aura." Anthony Reed listened intently before rising from his chair. He crossed the room to a wooden table near the window, opened a drawer, and retrieved a stack of white paper and a sharpened pencil. In no time, he sketched 2 portraits. "See if these resemble them." Anthony Reed handed the sketches to Lumion. Lumion inspected the drawings and was struck by their vivid, lifelike quality. Aside from the absence of color, they were nearly indistinguishable from photographs. He looked up at Anthony Reed in astonishment, remarking, "Uncanny. How can you reproduce their likeness so accurately based on my brief description?" He had assumed Anthony Reed would draft several sketches for him to review before finalizing the portraits. Anthony Reed cracked a rare smile. "I recreated the images from the official wanted posters. The authorities are searching for them as well." No wonder. Suddenly, it all made sense to Lumion. Both Padre Guillaume Benet and Madame Pualis were devotees of evil gods who had been granted boons. Once Ryan and his companions reported the situation, it was bound to attract the necessary attention. With this realization, Lumien's disquiet grew. I must be wanted too. Did Anthony Reed see my portrait? Does he recognize me? Trying to maintain his composure, Lumien queried the information broker. I'm not surprised. I want to know the value of their bounties. Guillaume Benet has a bounty of 20,000 Vril d'Or. Each piece of information is worth 500 Vril d'Or. The same goes for Pualis, Anthony Reed replied nonchalantly. Lumien smirked. If you uncover any useful information, you can cash in on the bounty twice. He was implying that Anthony could claim one share from the authorities and another from him. Anthony nodded in agreement. I'll take your assignment. 500 Vril d'Or, with 100 upfront. These are my terms. If you can't accept them, find another information broker or bounty hunter. Lumien knew there was no room for negotiation. He could only nod slightly and concede. No problem. Just as he was about to hand over the money, a gunshot suddenly erupted from outside the window. Anthony Reed's entire body shuddered as if confronted with his mortal nemesis. He instinctively ducked beneath the wooden table for cover. Lumien was taken aback. Wasn't this reaction a bit extreme? Wasn't this typical of life in Rue Anarchy? Gunshots, brawls, and large-scale skirmishes were commonplace here. Those who lived in this area should have adapted by now, only needing to steer clear of the windows to avoid stray bullets. Before long, the commotion died down. Anthony Reed took a few seconds to regain his composure before emerging from under the table. He offered Lumien a sheepish grin and explained, I apologize. A few years back during the war, I suffered from post-traumatic stress on the battlefield and had no choice but to retire and return to Trier. Then why choose to live in Rue Anarchy, where gunfire was a regular occurrence? Lumien didn't press further. He had no interest in Anthony Reed's psychological issues. He withdrew a 50 Vril d'Or note and gently traced his finger over the image of Levanx, the bustling commercial streets, and the silhouettes of passing merchants. Feeling the remaining texture, Lumien handed the grayish-blue banknote, 2 Louis d'Or, and 2 5 coins engraved with the sunbird to Anthony Reed. His wallet felt a third lighter, and he couldn't shake the sense of money slipping through his fingers. As he examined the Louis Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman behind the banknotes, Anthony Reed bent his finger and flicked the surface to verify its authenticity under the sunlight. Satisfied, he pocketed the money and inquired, Do you want to check in with me periodically for updates, or should I have an address? If I come across any information, I can drop it off at your place. I'm in room 207. Lumien knew he couldn't conceal his stay at the Auberge du Coq d'Or from Anthony Reed, so he provided his room number. Upon leaving room 305, Lumien's expression grew increasingly solemn as he muttered to himself, I need to be extra cautious in the coming days to prevent Anthony Reed from betraying me. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to demonstrate my strength in front of him, convincing him that I won't let any transgressions go unpunished. As Lumien mulled over his thoughts, he made his way towards the stairs. Suddenly, he heard someone exclaiming, laughing, and sobbing, I'm dying, I'm dying. Lumien glanced in the direction of the voice and spotted a man squatting by the door of room 310. The man wore a filthy linen shirt and yellow pants. His unkempt black hair cascaded down to his shoulders. At that moment, he clutched his head with both hands and stared at the ground, repeatedly muttering, I'm dying, I'm dying. His voice oscillated between fear and insanity. The occasionally lucid madman that Charlie mentioned? Lumien sized him up for a few seconds, leaned in, and asked curiously, Why do you think you're about to die? Do you have a terminal illness? Without raising his head, the man continued to yell, I'm dying, I'm dying. Lumien smirked and strode past him into room 310, its wooden door flung wide open. The room's layout mirrored his own in 207. It was relatively tidy, save for the inevitable bugs that couldn't be evicted. Lumien's gaze swept over the kerosene lamp, a multitude of books, fountain pens, suitcases, and other belongings. The madman stood up and declared in a daze, "This is my territory." "I know," Lumian replied with a grin. "But if you're about to die and you don't have any children or relatives, why not use your inheritance to help poor neighbors like us?" He observed that the madman was only in his late 20s. His bushy, black beard had been left unshaven for who knows how long, causing his blue eyes to appear as if they were buried deep within a forest. The madman stared blankly for a few moments before clutching his hair and screaming in anguish. "They're all dead. They're all dead. I saw the Monsurus ghost. They're all dead. I'm about to die too." The Monsurus ghost? Lumian finally heard something distinct from the madman. He had deliberately provoked the other man to see if he could elicit a different reaction. The positive feedback made him feel as if he were making progress with digesting the potion. One of the acting principles of a provoker is that provocation is only a means and not an end. Lumian studied the madman thoughtfully and inquired, "Why would the Monsurus ghost cause them to die and push you to death's door?" The madman lowered his head and mumbled, "Anyone who sees the Monsurus ghost will die. Their family will die too. They'll die within a year. Is this the madman's delusion? Or did something like this actually happen? If so, was it a curse?" Lumian prodded, "Where did you encounter the Monsurus ghost?" "Underground, underground. It's beneath the market district." The madman crouched down again, his back pressed against the wall as he hugged his trembling body. The underworld beneath the market district? Couldn't he just report it to the two churches and have them send people to eradicate the unclean beings? Lumian mused silently. Seeing that the madman had reverted to his I'm dying state, he abandoned his pursuit of the matter, exited room 310 and descended the stairs. Tomorrow was Sunday. Lumian planned to visit the Mason Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique at noon to familiarize himself with the area. In the afternoon, he'd head to the underground cemetery to see if Asta had received a reply from the gathering's organizer. The alleys around Rue Anarchy were cluttered with obstacles made of rocks, wood, branches, and assorted debris. Even on the main road, one could stumble upon them from time to time. However, there was already a path wide enough for two carriages to pass through. These were called street barricades, and they could be found in many districts. Some bore the marks of smoke and fire, while others still had remnants of dried blood. They were a unique feature of Trier, contrasting starkly with the pedestrian streets of the arcade. Lumian stepped over a low point at the edge of a barricade, emerged from the dim alley, and entered the street. He then made his way towards the public carriage sign, intending to take such transportation to Quartier du Jardin Botanique. As he walked, Lumian spotted numerous vagrants lying in corners, basking in the sun and picking at lice. All were filthy, gaunt, and devoid of energy. This brought back memories of his own days as a vagrant. Unlike the Lone Kingdom, which prohibited vagrants from sleeping on streets and in parks, the Intis Republic had no such rules in place. However, they were forbidden from entering fee-paying establishments or private venues. They often mocked Lone for its lack of culture. Lost in thought, Lumian's eyes narrowed. He sensed someone was tailing him,